The alarm does not blare. It is a soft, rising hum, a vibration on the bedside table that pulls me gently from the depths of sleep. It is 3:45 in the morning. The world outside is wrapped in the heavy, velvet silence of the pre-dawn hours, a time that belongs to bakers, to nurses, and to people like me. I sit up. The room is cool, the air still settling from the night. My feet find the floorboards, grounding me. There is no grogginess, no desire to hit a snooze button. My body knows this rhythm. It is conditioned to the early start, wired for the solitary efficiency of the road. I stretch, feeling the vertebrae align, a slow expansion of the chest, a roll of the shoulders. I move to the bathroom. The tiles are cold underfoot. I splash water on my face, the shock of the temperature tightening my skin, washing away the last lingering dreams. I do not rush. Rushing leads to mistakes, and in my line of work, mistakes are not an option. I brush my teeth with deliberate strokes, staring into the mirror, checking my eyes. They are clear. I am ready. Back in the bedroom, I dress in the dark, guided by habit and touch. My uniform is not a suit and tie, but it is a uniform nonetheless, chosen for durability and comfort. First, the socks, thick wool blend, reinforced at the heel and toe. I pull them up, smoothing out any wrinkles that could cause a blister 300 miles down the interstate. Next, the jeans, heavy denim, broken in over years of climbing in and out of the cab. They are stiff but yielding, a protective layer against the grease and the weather. I pull on a thermal undershirt, followed by a flannel button-down. The buttons are cold against my fingers as I fasten them, starting from the bottom and working my way up. Finally, the boots. They are waiting by the door, leather scuffed and oiled to a deep mahogany. I sit on the small bench in the hallway to put them on. The laces are thick and waxed. I thread them through the eyelets, pulling them tight with a satisfying resistance. Left boot, right boot. I tie them securely, a double knot that will hold for the next 14 hours. The weight of the boots on my feet is the final signal to my brain. I am no longer a sleeper. I am a driver. I walk to the kitchen. The house is silent, filled with the faint blue light of the microwave clock. I do not turn on the overhead lights. I prefer the shadows, the slow transition into the day. The coffee ritual comes next. It is the most critical part of the morning prep. I do not use a pod machine. I want the process. I take the bag of beans from the cabinet, the foil crinkling softly. The smell hits me as soon as I break the seal. Dark roast, earth, and cocoa. I pour the beans into the grinder. I press the lid down. The whir of the blades is a low, consistent drone, pulverizing the beans into a coarse sand. I prepare the basket of the coffee maker, listening to the water gurgle as it heats. While it brews, I pack my cooler. This is a game of Tetris and foresight. I open the refrigerator door, the light spilling out onto the linoleum. I pack a container of hard-boiled eggs, a bag of crisp apples, a sandwich wrapped tightly in parchment paper, and 2 bottles of water. I place a heavy ice pack on top and zip the soft-sided cooler shut. The sound of the zipper is crisp in the quiet room. The coffee finishes with a final sputtering hiss. I take my travel mug, a battered stainless steel vessel that has been with me for 100,000 miles. It is dented near the base, a scar from a drop in a parking lot in Nebraska. I pour the black liquid, watching the steam rise in a twisting column. I seal the lid. It locks with a solid click. I grab my gear bag. It contains the essentials: a heavy-duty flashlight, my logbook, a spare pair of gloves, sunglasses, and a rain poncho. I heft the bag onto my shoulder, feeling its familiar weight. I check my pockets: wallet, phone, keys. The keys to my personal truck are distinct from the keys to the rig. I separate them in my mind. I am leaving the civilian world now. I open the front door and step out into the night. The air outside is crisp, carrying the scent of dew and damp pavement. The neighborhood is asleep. There are no other cars moving, no lights in the windows. I am a ghost moving through a dormant world. I unlock my pickup truck, the mechanism clunking heavily. I slide onto the cold leather seat and turn the ignition. The engine catches immediately, a reliable purr. The drive to the yard is a meditation. I keep the radio off. I want to hear the tires on the asphalt, the wind rushing past the mirrors. The streets are wide and empty. Traffic lights cycle through their colors for no one but me, turning from green to yellow, to red, and back to green. I glide through the intersections, maintaining a steady pace. I pass the sleeping suburbs, the darkened strip malls, the gas stations with their fluorescent canopies glowing like beacons in a sea of black. Gradually, the scenery changes. The manicured lawns give way to chain-link fences and concrete barriers. The road widens. The signs become industrial. Warehouses loom in the darkness, vast rectangular shapes against the starry sky. I turn onto the frontage road that leads to the distribution center. The gravel crunches satisfyingly under my tires. A gritty, textured sound that signals arrival. I approach the main gate. The security guard, a man named Miller who has worked the graveyard shift for a decade, sees my headlights and raises a hand. The gate slides open with a mechanical hum, the chain links rattling against the metal frame. I wave as I pass, a silent acknowledgement between two people who operate outside the hours of the sun. I park my pickup in the employee lot, slotting it between two other vehicles. I kill the engine. The The silence rushes back in, heavier than before. I grab my gear bag and my cooler. I step out, my boots landing firmly on the gravel. The yard is a vast expanse of asphalt and concrete, illuminated by tall floodlights that cast long, sharp shadows. The air here smells different. It smells of diesel fuel, ozone, and cold steel. It is the smell of commerce, of movement. I walk toward the row of trucks. They are parked in perfect alignment, a fleet of sleeping giants. There are 20 of them, but I only have eyes for one. She is parked at the end of the row. A Peterbilt 579, painted a deep, metallic blue that looks almost black in this light. The chrome of the grille catches the reflection of the floodlights, gleaming like silver. She is massive, imposing, and beautiful. This is my office, my home, and my partner. I approach the driver's side door. I reach into my pocket and pull out the key. It is a simple piece of metal, but it holds the power to wake up 500 horses. I slide the key into the lock. It turns with a smooth, oiled precision. I depress the thumb latch and pull the heavy door open. The smell of the cab washes over me. It is a specific blend of leather conditioner, faint coffee from yesterday, and the clean, neutral scent of the interior plastics. It smells like order. I toss my gear bag onto the passenger seat and place the cooler on the floorboard. I climb up, using the grab handle, my weight supported by 3 points of contact at all times. I do not start the engine yet. First, I must wake the machine up gently. I insert the key into the ignition and turn it to the accessory position. The dashboard comes alive. A dozen gauges sweep from left to right and back again. Oil pressure, water temperature, air pressure, voltage. Digital displays flicker on, running their self-checks. A low chime sounds, a polite greeting. I verify the voltage meter. The batteries are strong. I flip the switch for the clearance lights. Outside, I know that amber marker lights have just illuminated along the roof line and the sides of the trailer, outlining the shape of the rig in the darkness. I climb back down from the cab. It is time for the pre-trip inspection. This is not a formality. It is a ritual of safety and respect. I retrieve my flashlight from the gear bag. The aluminum casing is cold in my hand. I click it on, and a beam of intense white light cuts through the pre-dawn gloom. I start at the front. I shine the light on the windshield, checking for cracks or chips. It is clean. I move to the wipers, running my thumb along the rubber blades. They are soft and pliable, ready for rain. I unlatch the hood. It tilts forward with a heavy, hydraulic sigh, revealing the heart of the beast. The engine block is massive, a complex sculpture of iron and hoses. I shine my light into the depths. I check the fluids first. I pull the oil dipstick, wiping it clean with a rag from my back pocket. I reinsert it, push it all the way home, and pull it out again. The oil is black and viscous, sitting perfectly at the full mark. I check the coolant reservoir. The pink liquid glows in the flashlight beam, visible through the translucent plastic. Power steering fluid is good. Windshield washer fluid is topped off. I move to the belts. I reach in and press my thumb against the serpentine belt. It is tight, with no more than 3/4 of an inch of play. I run the light along the belt's length, looking for frays or cracks. The rubber is smooth and solid. I check the hoses, squeezing them gently. They are firm, not spongy or brittle. There are no leaks. The engine is dry and clean. I close the hood. It locks into place with a reassuring thud. I fasten the latches on either side, feeling the tension of the rubber hooks. I move to the driver's side tire. It is a massive slab of rubber, taller than my waist. I take my tire thumper, a weighted wooden baton, and strike the tread. Thwack. The sound is sharp and resonant. If the tire were low, it would sound dull and hollow. This sound is the sound of readiness. I check the sidewalls for bulges or cuts. I check the rim for cracks or rust trails that would indicate a loose lug nut. Everything is tight. I walk down the side of the truck, the flashlight beam dancing over the fuel tanks. I check the cap, ensuring it is tight. I check the mounting straps, giving them a firm shake. The tank is secure. I reach the back of the tractor, the area where the truck connects to the trailer. This is the most critical connection. I shine the light into the gap between the frame rails. I inspect the air lines, the red, and the blue hoses that coil like springs. They are suspended freely, not touching the deck plate. I check the electrical cord, the green line that powers the trailer's lights and anti-lock braking system. It is plugged in firmly, the safety latch engaged. I duck underneath the trailer, shining the light upward at the fifth wheel. This is the heavy steel plate that the trailer rests on. I check the locking jaws. They are wrapped securely around the kingpin of the trailer. There is no daylight between the upper and lower apron. The release arm is in the locked position. I am physically coupled. The truck and the trailer are one unit. I walk the length of the trailer, my boots crunching on the asphalt. I check the landing gear. The handle is stowed in its cradle. The support legs are fully raised, clearing the ground. I reach the rear axles of the trailer. Thwack, 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 thwack. 4 tires, 4 crisp, solid reports. I check the mud flaps. They are hanging straight, untorn. I walk to the very back of the trailer. I check the rear doors. The latches are secured. The padlock is in place. I inspect the lights. The red taillights are glowing steadily. The license plate light is working. I stand there for a moment, bathed in the red glow, listening to the hum of the nearby refrigeration units on other trucks. The yard is starting to wake up. A forklift beeps in the distance. Another truck engine rumbles to life 3 rows over. I walk up the passenger side, completing the loop. I check the passenger side trailer tires, the landing gear, the fuel tank, the mirrors. Everything is in order. The machine is sound. I climb back into the cab. I place the flashlight back in the bag. I sit in the driver's seat, the air suspension hissing as it adjusts to my weight. I close the door. The sound of the outside world is instantly muffled, replaced by the quiet sanctuary of the cockpit. It is time. I depress the clutch pedal. I turn the key from accessory to start. The starter motor whines, a high-pitched, energetic sound for exactly 2 seconds. Then combustion. The engine roars to life, a deep, guttural thunder that vibrates through the floor, through the seat, and into my spine. It is a feeling of immense power, contained and controlled. I watch the oil pressure gauge. The needle jumps up immediately, settling into the safe operating range. I watch the air pressure gauges. The needles are low, resting near 0. The truck's air tanks have bled down overnight. I need to build pressure before I can move. The brakes are locked by springs. Only air pressure can release them. I let the engine idle. The idle is a rhythmic, percussive chug. Chug, 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 chug. It is the heartbeat of the truck. I can feel it in the steering wheel. I turn on the heater. The fan whirs softly, blowing warm air onto the windshield and down into the footwell. I switch on the CB radio, just to have it ready. Static hisses quietly, followed by a distant voice skipping off the atmosphere, unintelligible but comforting. I reach for my thermos. I unscrew the lid and pour a small cup of coffee into the cap. I take a sip. It is hot, strong, and bitter. It tastes like the beginning of a journey. I sit back, watching the air pressure gauges climb. 60 pounds per square inch. 70, 80. At 100 pounds, the air dryer purges with a loud, sharp PSHHHT sound from underneath the truck. It is the signal that the system is full, clean, and dry. I am ready to roll, but I take one more minute. I look out over the hood, past the bulldog ornament, to the gate that leads to the highway. The sky is beginning to lighten in the east, a faint band of indigo bruising the black. I check my mirrors one last time. West Coast mirrors, convex mirrors, hood mirrors. I adjust the left one slightly, tilting it out to catch the edge of the trailer. I release the tractor parking brake, a yellow diamond-shaped knob on the dash. I push it in. Hiss. I release the trailer parking brake, a red octagonal knob. I push it in. hiss. The truck shudders slightly as the brakes release their grip. I am no longer anchored. I depress the clutch. I move the gear stick into the low gear. It slides into the gate with a mechanical notch. I slowly let the clutch out. The friction point engages. The 18 wheels begin to turn. The gravel crunches. The Atlas moves forward, slow and inevitable. I steer toward the gate, the headlights sweeping across the fences. The day has begun. The work is in front of me, and everything is exactly as it should be. The air outside the cab is crisp, holding the specific, metallic chill of 4 in the morning. I step down from the aluminum running board, my boots finding purchase on the asphalt with a solid, gritty crunch. The world is dark, save for the amber glow of the parking lights and the harsh, white cone of my heavy-duty flashlight. Before the engine wakes up, before the wheels turn, there is the ritual, the pre-trip inspection. It is not just a requirement. It is a conversation with the machine. I hold the flashlight in my left hand, the beam cutting through the thin mist, hovering over the truck-stopped pavement. The silence here is heavy, punctuated only by the distant hum of a refrigeration unit 3 lanes over. I begin at the front, the nose of the tractor. I release the hood latches, the rubber stretching tight before snapping free. With a firm grip, I tilt the hood forward. It swings open with a hydraulic sigh, revealing the sleeping heart of the beast. The engine block is a massive sculpture of iron and steel, smelling of oil and heat retained from yesterday's run. I check the fluids first. The dipstick slides out with a smooth rasp. I wipe it clean with a blue shop towel, reinsert it, and pull it again. The oil is black and viscous, sitting exactly at the full line. Perfect. I check the coolant reservoir, the translucent plastic glowing yellow under my light. The belt tension is next. I press my thumb against the serpentine belt. It offers the correct resistance, taut and ready to transfer power. No cracks, no frays. I close the hood, securing the latches with a satisfying snap. I move down the driver's side. My hand runs along the cold metal of the door, checking the mirror brackets. They are rigid, bolted tight against the vibration of the road. Now the tires. This is the percussion section of the morning symphony. I carry a wooden tire thumper, a weighted baton worn smooth by years of use. I strike the face of the steer tire. It responds with a sharp, resonant thwack. A dull thud would mean low pressure, a weakness in the foundation. But this sound is bright and tight. I check the tread depth, running a finger along the grooves. They are deep, aggressive, ready to channel away rain or grip the dry concrete. I check the rim for cracks and ensure the lug nuts are free of rust trails, which would indicate looseness. Everything is solid. I I walk the length of the rig, the flashlight beam dancing over fuel tanks and airlines. I inspect the steps, the catwalk behind the cab, and the battery box. Then the most critical connection, the fifth wheel. This is where the tractor marries the trailer. I shine the light into the gap. The locking jaws are wrapped securely around the kingpin of the trailer. There is no daylight between the upper and lower coupler plates. The release arm is fully retracted. It is a mechanical handshake that must not fail, and seeing it locked brings a deep, quiet sense of security. I move to the trailer. The landing gear is raised, the handle stowed in its cradle. I check the side marker lights, the reflective tape running like a silver ribbon down the 53-foot length of the box. I thump the dual tires on the trailer axles. Thwack, 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 thwack. The rhythm is consistent. The mud flaps are hanging straight. Finally, the rear doors. The seals are intact, the hinges robust. I verify the license plate light is burning clean and white. The walk around is complete. The machine is healthy. I climb back into the cab, grabbing the chrome handle and pulling myself up 3 steps. The door closes with a heavy, airtight thud, sealing out the cold and the noise of the outside world. I settle into the driver's seat. It is an air ride suspension seat, and it greets my weight with a pneumatic hiss, adjusting to support my spine. The steering wheel is fast, the leather wrap cool under my palms. I insert the key. I turn it to the on position, but I do not start the engine yet. I wait. The dashboard comes alive. Needles sweep across gauges, oil pressure, water temperature, volatility, air pressure. A symphony of warning lights illuminates, and then extinguishes one by one as the system runs its self-diagnostics. The digital display boots up, washing the cabin in a soft, low-light green. I press the clutch pedal to the floor and turn the key fully. The starter motor whines, a high-pitched turbine sound, followed immediately by the deep, guttural roar of the 15-liter diesel engine catching fire. The cab vibrates, a gentle, rhythmic shudder that travels up through the floorboards and into the seat. It is a feeling of immense, contained power. I watch the oil pressure gauge rise steadily, while the engine warms, building the heat necessary for efficient combustion. I turn my attention to the air system. The truck breathes air. It uses it to brake, to shift, to suspend the cab. I watch the primary and secondary air pressure gauges. They climb slowly from 90 to 120 pounds per square inch. At exactly 120, I hear the distinct, sharp sneeze of the air dryer purging moisture from the system. PSHHHD. The tanks are full. We are ready. I reach for the 2 knobs on the dashboard. The yellow diamond for the tractor parking brake, and the red octagon for the trailer air supply. I push them simultaneously. There is a long, rushing hiss as the air floods the brake chambers, releasing the heavy springs that hold the 40-ton vehicle in place. I slide the gear selector into drive. I check my mirrors, left, right, hood. The lot is still quiet. I ease my foot off the brake and gently press the accelerator. The truck does not leap. It gathers itself. There is a sense of massive weight shifting, of torque twisting through the drive shaft to the axles. The wheels turn. We are rolling. Navigating the truck stop lot is a slow ballet. I keep the engine rotations low, creeping forward at 5 miles per hour. The steering is heavy but precise. I guide the long nose of the truck around the tight corners of the fuel island, watching the trailer tires in my convex mirrors. They track perfectly, cutting the corner close, but never touching the curb. It is a game of geometry, estimating arcs and angles. I reach the exit and toggle the turn signal. It clicks with a slow, deliberate cadence. Click-clack, click-clack. The road is clear. I turn the wheel, guiding the beast onto the on-ramp. This is the transition. This is where the work becomes flow. The on-ramp is an uphill grade, demanding power. I press the throttle. The engine note deepens, a throaty growl rising in pitch. The turbocharger spools up, adding a high, whistling harmonic to the bass of the diesel. I feel the automated manual transmission shift. There is a momentary pause, a sensation of weightlessness. And then the next gear engages with a solid clunk, dropping the RPMs back down before they climb again. 20 miles per hour, 30, 40. I check the side mirror. A gap in the highway traffic approaches. I calculate the speed of the oncoming cars against my own acceleration. I have the space. I merge, drifting the truck smoothly into the right lane of the interstate. I am no longer an obstacle. I am part of the stream. 50 miles per hour, 60, 65. I set the cruise control. The engine settles into a steady, droning hum at 1,300 rotations per minute. This is the sweet spot, the point of maximum efficiency, where fuel burn is minimized and torque is maximized. The vibration in the steering wheel smooths out, becoming a constant, low-frequency buzz that travels up my arms. The cabin is my command center, my cockpit. To my right, the thermos of coffee sits securely in the cup holder, steam rising in a thin, twisting column. To my left, the window is cracked open just an inch, letting in a sliver of fresh air that smells of pine and damp earth. The dashboard lights are dim, just bright enough to read the gauges without ruining my night vision. The road stretches out ahead, a river of gray asphalt illuminated by the twin beams of my headlights. The white dashed lines are hypnotic. They appear under the nose of the hood and vanish beneath the wheels with a rhythmic reliability. Zip, 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 zip. My eyes are constantly moving, scanning a pattern drilled into me over 1,000,000 miles. Forward to the horizon. Check the left mirror. Check the right mirror. Check the gauges. Forward to the horizon. It is a loop, a mental radar sweep that never stops. In the left mirror, I see the lights of a sedan approaching fast. I hold my line, steady as a rock. The car passes, a blur of red taillights, and cuts back in front of me. I do not react. I simply monitor the following distance. I tap the button on the steering wheel to decrease my cruise speed by 1 mile per hour, opening the gap back up to a safe 7 seconds. Competence is not about aggressive maneuvering. It is about spacing, anticipation, and smoothness. The sun begins to hint at its arrival. The sky ahead turns a deep, bruised purple, then bleeds into a soft indigo. The silhouette of the tree line becomes sharper. Inside the cab, the darkness retreats, replaced by the gray light of dawn. I reach for my sunglasses, placing them on the dash, ready for the first strike of direct light. This is the flow state. The truck feels less like a machine I am operating and more like an extension of my own body. I can feel the texture of the road through the seat. I know the incline of the hill before my eyes register it, because I hear the subtle change in the turbo pitch. I know the wind has picked up because I feel the slight resistance in the steering wheel. I reach for the CB radio microphone, the cord stretching like a telephone wire. I key the mic, the button clicking under my thumb. Radio check, I say, my voice low. Loud and clear, driver. A voice crackles back instantly. You're sounding good. Appreciate it. Keep the shiny side up. I hang the mic back on its magnetic clip. A brief connection in the void. The terrain begins to change as I leave the valley floor. The engine works harder now, pulling 80,000 pounds up a 3% grade. I watch the pyrometer, the gauge that measures exhaust gas temperature. It climbs slightly, indicating the engine is working, burning hotter. I keep an eye on it, ready to downshift if the heat gets too high. But the truck handles it with ease. We crest the hill, and the engine brake engages automatically on the way down. It makes a distinctive, stuttering sound, bap, 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 as the compression slows the descent without wearing down the service brakes. It is a satisfying sound, the sound of control. My hand reaches for the coffee mug. I take a sip without taking my eyes off the road. The liquid is hot, bitter, and grounding. I place the mug back. My movements are economical. No wasted energy. Every motion serves the forward momentum. The miles tick by on the odometer. The rhythm of the white lines speeds up slightly as the road flattens out. I am in the center of the lane, the hood ornament perfectly aligned, with the vanishing point of the highway. The world outside is waking up, but in here, in this high-backed seat, surrounded by 18 wheels and steel, the day has already found its groove. I check the navigation screen. 140 miles until the first scheduled stop. 2 hours and 10 minutes of uninterrupted asphalt. I settle deeper into the seat. I adjust the lumbar support. I verify my mirror angles one more time. The hum of the tires on the pavement is a white noise that clears the mind. It is a drone that sounds like progress. There is no phone ringing, no emails pinging. There is only the physics of motion, the management of momentum, and the steady, unwavering direction of the hall. I listen to the transmission shift again, moving into the highest overdrive gear. The RPMs drop to 1100. The engine is barely whispering now, just a low, confident rumble. The fuel economy gauge ticks upward. We are gliding. I watch a hawk circling above the median, hunting in the morning light. I watch the dew glistening on the grass. I watch the shadow of my own rig stretching long and thin against the embankment, a moving giant. This is the job. It is not just driving, it is piloting. It is monitoring 1,000 variables and making 1,000 micro adjustments to keep the line straight and the load safe. It is a solitary profession, but the coordination required between man, machine, and the road is a partnership as intimate as any I have known. The sun finally breaks the horizon, a blinding flare of gold. I slide my sunglasses on. The world snaps into high contrast. The road ahead is bright and open. I take a deep breath, smelling the coffee and the faint scent of diesel. The morning flow is established. The rhythm is set. The miles are waiting to be eaten, one by one, in a steady, unending feast of motion. I keep my hands at 10 and 2, my foot light on the pedal, and I drive. The asphalt ribbon of the interstate begins to blur into a hypnotic gray stream, a sign that my body is ready for the pause. The rhythm of the road has been steady for 5 hours, a continuous vibration traveling up through the floorboards and into the soles of my boots. I check the dashboard clock. It is time. My internal clock is synchronized with the engine, and we both require a moment of stasis. I spot the blue sign for the rest area 2 miles out. I flip the turn signal lever. The rhythmic clicking sound fills the cab, a metronome slowing the tempo of the day. I check the right mirror, the convex glass showing a clear lane, and I begin the slow drift toward the exit ramp. My foot lifts off the accelerator. The engine tone shifts immediately, dropping from a high, steady hum to a lower, throatier growl as the compression brake engages. This is the Jake brake, a deep, stuttering purr that holds back the 80,000 pounds of momentum I am carrying. I do not touch the service brakes yet. I let the physics of the machine do the work, converting forward energy into noise and heat. The speedometer needle sweeps counterclockwise. 50, 40, 30. I guide the rig onto the ramp. The suspension groans softly as the weight shifts to the left during the curve. I apply the air brakes now, a gentle hiss of pneumatics that squeezes the drums. The truck slows to a crawl as I enter the parking lot. It is a large lot, filled with the slumbering giants of the industry. I scan the rows, looking for a pull-through spot, but I see only back-in spaces available between two refrigerated trailers. That is fine. I prefer the precision of backing in. It requires focus. I pull past the empty slot, swinging the nose of the tractor wide to the left. I watch the trailer tires in my mirror, calculating the pivot point. I shift into reverse. The transmission clunks solidly into gear. This is a dance of angles. I turn the steering wheel to the right, pushing the rear of the trailer to the left. I watch the gap in the mirrors. Slowly, there is no rush here. The tires crunch over the gravel dust scattered on the pavement. I straighten the wheel, chasing the trailer back into the hole. The trailer sides align perfectly parallel with the white lines on the pavement. I ease back another 10 feet until the mud flaps are just shy of the concrete bumper stop. I push the yellow and red valves on the dashboard. The parking brakes engage with a definitive release of air. The truck settles on its suspension, a heavy metallic sigh. I turn the key, and the great diesel engine shudders once and falls silent. The silence that follows is thick. For a moment, my ears ring with the absence of the turbo whistle. I sit still, hands resting on the wheel, feeling the residual vibration fading from my fingertips. The transition from motion to stillness is a physical sensation, a decompression of the spine. I unbuckle. The belt retracts with a zip. I slide out of the captain's chair and move into the sleeper berth behind me. This is my domain, a compact capsule of efficiency. I draw the curtains across the windshield and side windows, shutting out the glare of the midday sun. The cab dims to a comfortable twilight. It is time to switch from driver to chef. I do not eat fast food. The nourishment of the body is as important as the maintenance of the engine. I open the small refrigerator tucked under the bunk. The seal breaks with a soft suction sound. A waft of cold air hits my knees. I retrieve a container of pre-marinated chicken breast and a bag of fresh green beans. I set up my workstation on the pull-out table. I plug in my electric skillet, a 12-volt appliance designed for this life. I turn the dial to medium-high. While the element heats, I take out my cutting board and a small, sharp paring knife. The preparation is ritualistic. I place the green beans on the board. Snip, snip, snip. I trim the ends with efficient, practiced motions. The sound of the knife against the wooden board is crisp and dry. I arrange the vegetables in a neat pile. I hover my hand over the skillet. It radiates a steady warmth. I pour a small circle of olive oil into the pan. It shimmers, spreading out to coat the nonstick surface. I place the chicken into the skillet. A loud, satisfying sizzle erupts immediately, filling the small space. The smell of garlic, lemon, and searing meat rises, masking the scent of diesel and upholstery. I use silicone tongs to adjust the meat, ensuring maximum contact with the heat. While the chicken cooks, I organize the cabin. A tidy cab is a tidy mind. I fold the blanket on the bunk, smoothing out the wrinkles with the flat of my hand. I wipe down the dashboard with a microfiber cloth, lifting the fine layer of dust that always accumulates near the vents. I move around the gearshift, polishing the chrome toggle switches until they gleam in the dim light. I turn back to the skillet. I flip the chicken. The second side hisses, slightly quieter than the first. I add the green beans to the pan, letting them blister in the hot oil. I sprinkle a pinch of coarse sea salt over them. The crystals bounce and settle. I place the glass lid on the skillet to trap the steam. I sit on the edge of the bunk, waiting. I can hear the gentle bubbling of moisture inside the pan. Outside, a truck rolls past, its engine a low drone that fades into the distance. I am in a bubble of domesticity in the middle of a concrete expanse. 5 minutes later, I turn the dial to off. The clicking of the cooling element begins. I plate the food onto a heavy ceramic dish. I do not use paper plates. The weight of real dishware matters. It grounds the meal. I sit in the passenger seat to eat. It creates a mental separation from the workspace of the driver's seat. I have a view out of the side window, through a small gap I left in the curtain. The meal is simple and hot. The chicken is tender. The beans have a perfect snap. I chew slowly, savoring the texture. I watch the world outside. A driver in the truck next to me is wiping his mirrors with a squeegee. A family in a station wagon walks their dog toward the grass strip. The sun is high and bright, baking the asphalt, shimmering in waves of heat off the hoods of the parked rigs. But in here, it is cool. The climate control hums a steady, white noise breeze. I finish the meal and wipe the plate clean with a piece of bread. Cleanup is immediate. I do not let tasks accumulate. I wipe the skillet with a paper towel while it is still warm, removing the oil before it sets. I spray a mist of vinegar and water on the cutting board and wipe it dry. Everything goes back into its designated latch, secured against the movement of the road. Now the lull deepens. I have 45 minutes remaining in my break. I recline the passenger seat. I do not sleep, but I rest my eyes. I let my muscles go slack. I consciously release the tension in my shoulders, the muscles that hold the steering wheel steady against the crosswinds. I relax my right leg, the one that governs the throttle. I listen to the ambient sounds of the truck stop. It is a mechanical symphony, the distinct crank of a starter motor, the clatter of a reefer unit, the refrigeration engine on a trailer, cycling on to keep its cargo cold, the hiss of air brakes releasing. These are the sounds of commerce, of a machine that never truly stops. I find them comforting. They mean the system is working. After 20 minutes of stillness, I sit up. My mind is clear. The fog of the morning drive has evaporated. It is time for the exterior inspection. I step down from the cab. The heat of the afternoon hits me. A dry, dusty wall of air. The ground is hard beneath my boots. I put on my leather work gloves. They are worn smooth at the palms, molded to the shape of my hands. I walk to the front of the truck. I lean in to inspect the grille. I check for any debris caught in the radiator fins. It is clear. I run my hand along the hood latch to ensure it is secure. I move to the steer tires. I crouch down. The rubber is hot to the touch. I look at the tread depth, checking for any uneven wear that might indicate an alignment issue. I inspect the lug nuts. I look for the rust trails that would suggest a loose nut. They are all clean and tight. I stand and retrieve my tire thumper from the side box. It is a weighted wooden baton, stained dark with oil and age. I walk down the length of the truck. Thud. I strike the outer drive tire. The sound is a sharp, resonant report. It tells me the air pressure is good. A low, dull sound would mean a leak. Thud. The inner tire resonates with the same pitch. I move to the trailer. I check the landing gear. The handle is folded and locked in its cradle. I check the side lights. The amber plastic covers are intact. Thud, thud. The trailer tires sing their response. I walk to the rear of the trailer. I check the door latch. The heavy steel bar is seated in the cam, and the padlock is secure. I give it a firm tug. It does not budge. I wipe the taillights with my glove, clearing a thin film of road grime to ensure they will shine bright when the sun sets. I circle back up the passenger side. I check the fuel tanks. I unscrew the cap on the diesel tank. I look inside, visually confirming the fuel level matches the gauge on the dash. The blue-green liquid swirls gently. I replace the cap, tightening it until it clicks. I check the lines connecting the tractor to the trailer. The glad hands, the coupling devices for the air hoses, are coupled tightly. I run my fingers over the rubber seals. They are supple, not cracked. The electrical pogo stick holds the green cable high and clear of the deck plate. The inspection is complete. The machine is sound. The load is secure. I climb back into the cab. The air conditioning feels profoundly cool after the heat of the tarmac. I strip off my gloves and stow them in the door pocket. I sit in the driver's seat. It welcomes me back. I adjust the air suspension in the seat, finding that perfect height where my knees are level with my hips. I check my logbook on the tablet mounted to the dash. I tap the screen to update my status. The digital interface confirms I have completed the required rest period. I take a moment to plan the next leg. I consult the atlas, tracing the red line of the interstate with my finger. The next 4 hours will be a climb. I will be ascending into the foothills. The terrain will change. The demands on the engine will increase. I visualize the route. I anticipate the gear changes. I reach for my water bottle and take a long drink. Hydration is key for focus. I screw the cap back on and place it in the cup holder. I slide the key into the ignition. I turn it to the on position. The dashboard lights up, a constellation of amber and red checks. The needles on the gauges sweep all the way to the right, then settle back to 0. The computer runs its diagnostics. I wait for the check engine light to extinguish. I press the clutch pedal to the floor. It is heavy, requiring a firm, deliberate push. I turn the key. The starter motor whines, a high-pitched torque, and then the engine catches. Vroom, rumble, rumble. The cab vibrates as the 6 cylinders wake up. The oil pressure gauge rises steadily to 60 pounds per square inch. The air pressure gauges climb, the compressor chugging rhythmically to refill the tanks I depleted during parking. I listen. I am listening for anything unusual. A belt squeal, a misfire, a rattle. There is nothing but the steady, powerful idle of a well-maintained diesel engine. It is a sound of capability. I release the tractor parking brake first. P-H-H-H pop. I wait a second to let the tractor settle against the trailer brakes, testing the connection one last time. It holds. Then I push the red valve. P-H-H-H pop. The trailer brakes release. The whole rig is now free. I shift into low gear. I check the left mirror. I check the right mirror. I signal my intention to leave the space. Slowly, I let out the clutch. The friction point engages. The truck shudders slightly as the torque transfers to the wheels. We begin to roll. I navigate the parking lot, moving at a walking pace. I weave through the rows of parked trucks, respecting the size of my vehicle. I yield to a driver walking toward the building with his shower bag. He nods. I lift 2 fingers from the steering wheel in return, a silent acknowledgement of the shared profession. I I approach the on-ramp. The sign indicates the interstate is ahead. I check the traffic flow. The highway is a river of metal and rubber, and I am about to merge back into the current. My foot finds the throttle. The engine note rises. The turbocharger begins to whistle. A high, keen sound of building pressure. I shift. Second gear. Revs rise. Shift. Third gear. I am no longer resting. I am no longer a chef or a mechanic. I am a driver once more. The lull is over. The work resumes, and it feels good. The sun begins its slow, heavy descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in bands of bruised purple and burnt orange. Inside the cab, the shift in light changes the atmosphere entirely. The glare on the windshield softens, fading into a clarity that makes the road ahead look crisp and inviting. I reach for the switch on the dashboard to engage the running lights. There is a solid, tactile click, and I know that outside, the amber marker lights along the roof, and the sides of the trailer have flickered to life, outlining my shape in the gathering dusk. This is the final stretch. The GPS indicates 40 miles to the distribution center. My body knows these miles. My shoulders have settled into a relaxed, permanent posture, melded with the high-backed seat. My hands rest lightly on the wheel, guiding rather than forcing. The 18 wheels beneath me are humming a consistent, low-frequency note, a drone that vibrates gently through the floorboards and into the soles of my boots. It is a comforting sensation, the feeling of a massive machine operating in perfect equilibrium. I check the gauges one more time. Oil pressure is steady at 45 pounds per square inch. Water temperature holds firm at 180 degrees. The voltage meter shows a healthy charge. Everything is green. Everything is working exactly as designed. The highway traffic has thinned out, leaving me with long stretches of open asphalt. I listen to the turbocharger whistle as I ease off the throttle to manage the grade of a long, gentle hill. The engine brake engages with a low, throaty rumble, holding the truck back, maintaining my speed without me ever needing to touch the brake pedal. It is a dance of momentum and friction, controlled entirely by the tips of my fingers and the soles of my feet. 10 miles out, I see the exit sign reflecting my headlights. I flip the turn signal stalk. The rhythmic ticking fills the cabin, a metronome counting down the final minutes of the haul. I check the right mirror, then the convex spot mirror. Clear. I guide the truck into the exit lane, feeling the shift in gravity as we bank onto the ramp. I downshift. The gear stick moves with a fluid, oiled precision. Range selector down. Splitter back. I find the gear effortlessly. The engine matching the revolutions per minute with a satisfying growl. The distribution center looms ahead, a sprawling grid of concrete and sodium vapor lights. It is an island of industry in the twilight. I roll down the driver's side window, letting in the cool evening air. It smells of damp earth and diesel, the perfume of the logistics world. I pull up to the guard shack. The brakes hiss as I come to a complete halt. I do not rush. I reach for my clipboard, the paperwork neatly organized, the bill of lading on top. I hand it to the guard, a man I recognize by face, if not by name. He nods, stamps the time in on the document, and hands it back. Door 42, he says. I acknowledge him with a wave and roll the window up, sealing the cabin once more. I release the parking brake. The air exhausts with a sharp PSHHHD, and we creep forward. Navigating the yard requires a different kind of focus. Here, the movements are slow, deliberate, and surgical. I weave through the rows of parked trailers, watching the numbers painted on the yellow lane markers. 38, 40, 42. The bay is open. I pull past it, swinging the tractor wide to the left, setting up the angle. I put the transmission into reverse. The backup alarm begins its steady, warning beep. I look into my left mirror, watching the rear of the 53-foot trailer begin its arc. This is the part I love most. It is geometry in motion. I turn the steering wheel to the right, pushing the tail of the trailer to the left. I watch the tires pivot. I aim for the narrow gap between two yellow lines, a space only slightly wider than the truck itself. Slowly, ideally, I want to do this in one smooth motion without pulling forward to correct. I watch the trailer sidewall slide parallel to the dock seal in the mirror. I straighten the wheel. The tractor lines up with the trailer. We slide back, straight and true. I wait for the gentle thud that tells me the rubber bumpers on the dock have met the rear frame of the trailer. Contact. I set the tractor brakes. I set the trailer brakes. The two yellow and red knobs on the dash pop out with a definitive snap. I put the transmission in neutral. The driving is done. I open the door and climb down, my boots crunching on the gravel, grit of the docking bay. The air is cooler now. I walk to the back of the trailer, unlatch the swing doors, and secure them to the sides with the chain hooks. I verify the dock plate is engaging. I walk back to the landing gear crank handle. I grip the cold metal handle and begin to turn it. It offers resistance, then moves smoothly. I crank it down until the feet touch the concrete, taking the weight off the truck's suspension. I disconnect the glad hands, the air lines connecting the truck to the trailer. Red line first, then blue. I stow them in their holster behind the cab. I pull the fifth wheel release handle. It gives way with a metallic clank, unlocking the kingpin. Back in the cab, I pull pull forward a few feet, just enough to separate from the trailer, but leaving it parked at the dock for unloading. I listen. Behind me, I hear the electric whir of a forklift driving into the trailer. The cab rocks gently side to side as the weight is removed, pallet by pallet. This is my downtime. I pick up my logbook tablet. I change my status from driving to on duty, not driving. I review the day's graph. It is a clean, jagged line of blue blocks representing hours of perfect compliance. 11 hours of driving, 3 stops, 0 incidents. I feel a wave of professional satisfaction wash over me. I delivered the load safely, on time, and intact. 40 minutes pass. The forklift noise stops. The dock manager taps on my door and hands me the signed bill of lading. I scan it into the company system immediately, watching the progress bar fill up until it says upload complete. The job is finished. Now the transition begins. I drive the tractor away from the dock, heading toward the designated overnight parking area at the back of the lot. It feels strange to drive without the weight of the trailer behind me. The truck is bouncy, eager, unburdened. I find a spot in the back row, away from the floodlights, pointing the nose of the truck toward a line of trees that mark the edge of the property. I park. I set the brakes for the final time today. I let the engine idle for 5 minutes. This is crucial for the health of the turbocharger, allowing it to cool down gradually after the hard work of the day. I sit in the captain's chair, hands in my lap, listening to the diesel engine settle into its rhythmic, clattering ide. It is a heartbeat I have known for 20 years. While the engine cools, I begin the shutdown ritual. I turn off the CB radio. The static hiss vanishes. I turn off the GPS tablet. The screen goes black. I wipe down the steering wheel with a microfiber cloth, removing the oils from my hands. I trace the rim of the wheel, polishing the logo in the center. I wipe the dashboard, dusting off the instrument cluster, the gear shift knob, and the door handle. I like my workspace spotless. It resets the mind. 5 minutes are up. I turn the key to the off position. The engine shudders once and falls silent. The sudden quiet is profound. For the first time in 12 hours, there is no vibration. The world stops shaking. I can hear the wind rustling the leaves in the trees nearby. I can hear the ticking of the metal engine block as it contracts in the cooling air. I engage the privacy locks on the doors. I slide the heavy, pleated curtains around the windshield and side windows. They meet in the middle with a magnetic click, shutting out the sodium lights of the warehouse yard. The cab transforms instantly. It is no longer a workspace. It is a cocoon, a small, private studio apartment on wheels. I move from the driver's seat to the sleeper berth in the back. stand up in the space between the seats. There is plenty of headroom here. I stretch my arms toward the ceiling, feeling my spine elongate, hearing a satisfying pop in my lower back. I rotate my neck, left then right, releasing the tension held in the muscles. I switch on the ambient lighting. It is a warm, soft amber glow, located near the floor, designed not to be harsh on tired eyes. I open the small refrigerator tucked under the bunk. The compressor hums quietly. I take out a bottle of water and a container of overnight oats I prepared this morning. I sit on the edge of the bed, eating slowly. The oats are cool and sweet. I drink the water, feeling it hydrate my system. I am not thinking about tomorrow's load. I am not thinking about traffic or weather or way stations. I am simply being. I am present in the safety of my cabin. After eating, I tidy up. I place the empty container in the trash bag, tie it off, and set it by the door to toss in the morning. I wipe the small fold-out table. I pull my wash bag from the overhead cabinet. I use a cleansing wipe to wash my face, scrubbing away the road grit and the fatigue. The cool moisture feels incredible. I dry off with a soft towel. I change out of my work clothes, the sturdy denim jeans and the flannel shirt, and fold them neatly, placing them in the locker. I put on a pair of soft, loose cotton shorts and a fresh t-shirt. The fabric feels light and airy against my skin. I turn down the bedding. I have a high-quality memory foam mattress back here, fitted with flannel sheets that I change every week. I fluff the pillows. I straighten the heavy quilt. I check the thermostat for the bunk heater. It is set to 68 degrees. Perfect. The auxiliary power unit under the bunk hums almost imperceptibly, maintaining the climate without the main engine running. It provides a steady white noise backdrop that I have come to associate with deep rest. I sit back on the bunk and plug my phone into the charger. I check the battery level, charging. I set my alarm for 7 hours from now. That gives me a full sleep cycle, plus time for coffee in the morning. I turn off the amber floor lights. Now it is truly dark. The darkness is velvety and absolute. I crawl under the quilt, pulling it up to my chin. The weight of the blanket is grounding. I stretch my legs out fully, my feet reaching the end of the mattress. My toes wiggle, enjoying the freedom from the heavy work boots. I sink into the memory foam, feeling it contour to support my hips and shoulders. I lay on my back for a moment, staring up into the darkness. I take a deep breath in through my nose, filling my lungs completely, holding it for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. I exhale slowly through my mouth, pushing out every last bit of air. With that breath, I release the highway. I release the white lines. I release the focus. I roll onto my side, tucking one arm under the pillow. The cabin is silent, save for the faint, rhythmic whir of the heater fan and the occasional distant sound of another truck passing on the highway miles away, a sound like the ocean, rising and falling. My body feels heavy, a pleasant heaviness born of good, honest work. My eyelids flutter and then stay closed. The tension in my jaw unspools. The muscles in my hands relax, fingers curling loosely. I am safe. I am parked. I am done. The darkness wraps around me, warm and familiar. My breathing slows, matching the imaginary rhythm of the road that still echoes faintly in my inner ear. The drift begins. It is a slow, spiraling descent into comfort. The world outside the curtain ceases to exist. There is only the warmth of the bunk, the hum of the air, and the peace of a job completed. I sleep. The room is perfectly dark. It is a manufactured darkness, held in place by heavy, slate gray blackout curtains that seal the edges of the window frame against the afternoon sun. Outside, London is awake. The city is in the throes of the late afternoon rush, the time when office workers are beginning to glance at their watches, thinking of trains and pubs. But in here, the air is cool, still, and silent. My eyes open. There is no alarm today. My internal clock is calibrated to this rhythm, a precise biological mechanism that shifts and rotates with the roster. It is 5 in the afternoon. I lie still for a moment, feeling the weight of the duvet. The cotton sheets cool against my legs. I stretch, extending my arms, feeling the satisfying pop of a joint in my shoulder, the lengthening of muscles in my back. I am rested. I am ready. I sit up and swing my legs over the side of the bed. My feet find the sheepskin rug on the floor, the deep pile soft between my toes. I stand and walk to the window, peeling back the edge of the curtain just an inch. A slice of gray London light cuts across the floorboards. It is raining, a gentle, persistent drizzle that slicks the slate roofs of the terraced houses opposite. The world looks washed clean. I let the curtain fall back. The darkness returns. The first ritual is water. I walk to the bathroom, the tiles cool underfoot. I turn the handle of the shower, finding the exact point of resistance that I know yields the perfect temperature. Not scalding, but hot enough to loosen the sleep from my pores. The pipes groan softly, a deep, mechanical sound deep within the walls of the old building, before the water hisses from the head. Steam begins to fill the small room. I step in. The noise of the world is drowned out by the white noise of the water. I use a bar of unscented soap. It is a solid, rectangular block, milled and dense. I lather it between my palms, the foam thick and white. I wash methodically. Arms, chest, neck, hands, especially the hands. It is a precursor to the hundreds of times I will wash them tonight. I scrub my fingernails with a small brush, feeling the bristles against my skin. Cleanliness is not just a requirement, it is a baseline. It is the 0 point from which the shift begins. I dry off with a heavy towel, the fabric rough and absorbent. I wrap it around my waist and move to the bedroom to dress. My uniform is waiting. I laid it out before I slept. It is navy blue, a color that hides shadows and stains, a color of authority and calm. The scrub top is a polyester cotton blend, crisp but softened by countless industrial washes. I pull it over my head. It settles onto my shoulders with a familiar weight. Next, the trousers. They have a drawstring waist, and I tie the knot with practiced ease, a flat, secure bow that will not slip. There are pockets, many pockets, and every pocket has a purpose. I move to the dresser where my gear is arranged. This is a process of assembly. I pick up my fob watch. It is silicone, dark blue to match the scrubs, with an upside-down face, so I can read it when I look down at my chest. I pin it to my left tunic shoulder. The pin slides through the fabric with a tiny snagging sound, then locks. Next, the shears. They are trauma shears with black handles and serrated stainless steel blades capable of cutting through denim, leather, or a seatbelt. They slide into the right cargo pocket of my trousers. They fit perfectly, the handle hooking over the edge of the fabric. My stethoscope is a Littman Cardiology 4. The tubing is hunter green. I check the earpieces, ensuring they are free of lint. I tap the diaphragm lightly. It is ready. I coil it and place it in the deep left pocket of the scrub top. It is heavy, a dense weight that balances the shirt. Finally, the pens. 4 of them. 2 black ballpoints, retractable. 1 red. 1 permanent marker. I click each one to test the spring, then click them back. Clicking, 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 clicking. They slide into the chest pocket slot. I am dressed. I am equipped. I move to the kitchen. The flat is quiet. The refrigerator hums, a low, steady vibration. I open the cupboard and take out a bag of coffee beans. They are a dark roast, oily and fragrant. I pour a precise measure into the grinder. I press the lid down. The motor whirs, a sudden burst of energy that pulverizes the beans into a coarse sand. The smell hits me immediately: earth, chocolate, smoke. It is the scent of the night shift. I use a French press. I pour the grounds into the glass cylinder. The kettle, which I had set to boil while I dressed, clicks off. I wait 30 seconds for the water to cool slightly, so as not to scorch the coffee. Then I pour. The water swirls with the grounds, creating a thick, tan foam. I place the plunger on top, but do not press it down yet. I set the timer on the microwave for 4 minutes. While the coffee steeps, I pack my food. I prepared it yesterday. Glass containers with locking lids. Snap, 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 snap. Inside, there is roasted chicken, sweet potatoes, and steamed broccoli. Simple fuel. I place the containers into my insulated bag. I add a bottle of water, condensation already forming on the plastic, and a crisp green apple. The timer beeps. 4 minutes. I press the plunger down. It moves slowly. The mesh filter separating the liquid from the grounds with a satisfying resistance. I pour the coffee into a travel mug. It is black, hot, and strong. I screw the lid on tight. I step into the hallway and put on my shoes. They are black running shoes, engineered for distance. The soles are thick foam, designed to absorb the impact of 12 hours on linoleum and concrete. I tie the laces tight, double knotting them. I put on my coat, a waterproof shell against the London damp. I grab my backpack, slinging it over one shoulder. I check my pocket for my ID badge and swipe card. The hard plastic rectangle is there. I open the front door and step out. The air outside is cool and smells of wet pavement and exhaust. It is 6:30 in the afternoon. The streetlights have just flickered on, casting amber pools on the glistening sidewalk. I walk to the tube station. The rhythm of my walking is brisk. Heel toe, heel toe. I am moving against the flow. The station entrance is a mouth breathing out warm, stale air. I tap my Oyster card on the yellow reader. It beeps, a high, sharp note, and the gates paddle open. I descend the escalator. I stand on the right. On the left, people are rushing upwards, their faces tired, ties loosened, makeup worn from the day. They are finishing. I am starting. I reach the platform. A gust of wind pushes through the tunnel, smelling of ozone and dust, signaling the arrival of the train. The rumble starts low, a vibration in the soles of my shoes, then builds to a roar as the headlights sweep across the tiled walls. The train slides into the station, the brakes screeching a high-pitched metal song. The doors hiss open. I step inside because it is heading away from the city center at this hour. There are seats. I sit. The fabric of the seat is a geometric pattern of blue and red moquette. The doors chime and slide shut. The train lurches forward. For 20 minutes, I am in suspension. The carriage rocks gently side to side. The rhythmic clack-clack of the wheels over the tracks is hypnotic. Clack-clack, clack-clack. I close my eyes for a moment, listening to the automated voice announce the stations. South Kensington, Gloucester Road, Earl's Court. The names are familiar, a litany of the route I have taken 1,000 times. I feel the sway of the train in my core, a gentle rocking that bridges the gap between my home and the hospital. I get off at the stop nearest the hospital. The escalator takes me up, back into the cool evening air. The hospital looms ahead, a massive complex of brick and glass, a city within a city. It glows with light, while the rest of London is dimming, preparing for dinner and sleep. The hospital is incandescent. Windows stack upon windows, rows of yellow squares against the dark sky. I bypass the main entrance where the visitors and patients go. I walk around the side, down a pathway lined with manicured hedges to the staff entrance. It is a heavy steel door with a black card reader. I pull my lanyard from my pocket. I hold the card to the reader. There is a pause, a red light, and then a beep and a green light. The magnetic lock disengages with a heavy thunk. I pull the door open and step inside. The atmosphere changes instantly. The air here is conditioned, filtered, and smells faintly of floor wax and antiseptic. It is a sterile, neutral scent. The temperature is constant, set to 68 degrees. I walk down the long, linoleum-lined corridor. My shoes squeak softly on the polished floor. I pass the porter's lodge. A man named George is there, reading a newspaper. He nods at me. I nod back. No words are needed. We are the night watch. I reach the changing rooms. I enter the locker room, which is lined with rows of gray metal lockers. I find mine, number 104. I dial the combination on the padlock. 3, 8, 2. The shackle pops open. I open the metal door. It swings with a slight creak. I hang up my coat and place my backpack on the bottom shelf. I take a moment to drink from my travel mug. The coffee still hot. It warms my chest. I check my appearance in the small mirror, taped to the inside of the locker door. Badge visible, hair secured, pen light clipped. I am a unit of the hospital now. I close the locker and snap the padlock shut. I give it a tug to ensure it is locked. I walk out of the locker room and head towards the emergency department. We call it A and E. The corridors widen. I pass the double doors that lead to the department. I press the silver plate on the wall with my hip. The doors swing open automatically with a pneumatic hiss. I am on the floor. The soundscape of the A and E is a complex layer of noises. It is not loud, not yet, but it is busy. There is the underlying hum of the air handlers, a constant white noise. Over that, the rhythmic beeping of cardiac monitors from the bays. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a printer churning out labels. The squeak of trolley wheels. The low murmur of voices. Doctors dictating notes. Nurses giving handover. patients answering questions. I walk to the central station. It is an island in the middle of the department, a fortress of desks, computers, and screens. The day shift team is there. They look tired. Their shoulders are slumped, their eyes a little glassy. They have survived the day. I find Sarah, the nurse I am relieving. She is sitting at a computer, finishing a note. She sees me and smiles, a look of relief washing over her face. "You are here," she says. "I am here," I reply. We begin the handover. This is a sacred ritual, the transfer of responsibility. We walk together to the bay I will be covering tonight. It is the resuscitation area, or resues. It is the deep end. There are 4 beds in resues. Currently, 2 are occupied. We stand at the foot of bed 1. Sarah speaks in a low, even tone, consulting her clipboard. Bed 1, male 54, chest pain, ECG shows inferior ischemia, troponin pending. He is on a monitor. BP is 140/90. Heart rate 88. He has had aspirin and nitrates. Pain is settling, awaiting the medical registrar. I look at the patient. He is sleeping or resting his eyes. I look at the monitor. The green line of his heart trace marches steadily across the black screen. I verify the numbers. I trace the line of the IV, fluids from the bag to his arm. I check the site. Clean, dry, intact. Got it, I say. We move to bed 2. Female 82. Fall from standing. Hip pain. X-ray confirms neck of femur fracture. She has had analgesia. Orthopedics have been bleeped. She is nil by mouth for theater tomorrow. I nod. I check her comfort. I check the bed rails are up. Safety is paramount. Beds 3 and 4 are empty. This is good. It gives me space to prepare. Sarah hands me the keys to the controlled drug cupboard. They are on a red bungee cord. I clip them to my waistband. The weight is familiar. "Have a good shift," she says. "Go home," I say. "Sleep well." She leaves. I am alone in my zone. I take a deep breath. The air is cool. I have 12 hours ahead of me. But before the first new patient arrives, before the chaos begins, I must perform my checks. This is the most satisfying part of the start, the ensuring of readiness. I walk to the empty bed 3. I check the suction unit on the wall. I flip the switch. It hums loudly, a vacuum sound. I place my thumb over the tubing. It grabs my skin instantly with a strong pull. Good. I turn it off. I check the oxygen. I turn the flow meter. The silver ball rises in the tube, floating on a stream of gas. It hisses softly. I turn it back to 0. I check the ambu bag, the manual resuscitator. It is hanging on the rail. I squeeze the blue silicone bag. It compresses and refills instantly. The valve clicks. It is working. I move to the crash cart. It is a red metal trolley with drawers. It is sealed with a plastic tag, numbered to ensure it hasn't been tampered with. I check the number against the logbook. It matches. I check the defibrillator sitting on top. The screen shows a green check mark. Battery full. Pads connected. I organize the workspace. I take a box of gloves and place them on the counter. I align the hand sanitizer dispenser. I check that the sharps bin is not full. I arrange the cables of the cardiac monitor, untangling a slight knot in the pulse oximeter probe. I drape the leads over the monitor arm so they hang straight, ready to be applied in seconds. I pull a tourniquet from the dispenser and tie it loosely to the side of the trolley, ready for the first cannula. The rubber snaps softly. I sit down at the desk in the corner of the bay. I log into the computer. The keyboard clacks as I type my username and password. The screen flickers and loads the tracking board. A grid of names, times, and complaints. I pick up my black pen. I click it open. I write the date and my name at the top of the nursing allocation sheet. The ink flows smoothly, dark and permanent. My area is set. My gear is checked. My mind is clear. I look up at the clock on the wall. The second hand sweeps around the face in a smooth, silent motion. It is 8 in the evening. The night has officially begun. I stand up and walk to the nurse's station to pour a glass of water. As I drink, I hear the distinct two-tone chime of the red phone. The red phone is the dedicated line for the ambulance service. It only rings when something significant is coming. The room goes quiet. The chatter stops. We all turn towards the sound. One of the senior nurses picks it up. He listens. He writes on a whiteboard. Blue call, he announces, his voice calm and projected. ETA 4 minutes. Male, cyclist versus car. Glasgow coma scale 12. Tachycardic, bringing to Rescues. He looks at me. Ready? He asks. I feel a calm focus settle over me, like a heavy blanket. The preparation is done. The machine is running. Ready, I say. I walk back to the bay. I pull on a pair of blue nitrile gloves. They snap against my wrists. I stand at the foot of the empty bed 3. I wait for the doors to open. I am awake. I am competent. I am the night. The heavy double doors swing shut behind the day team, and the air pressure in the department seems to shift. The frenetic energy of the evening handover dissipates, replaced by the humming, electric stillness of the night shift. This is the moment I love most. The transition is complete. The department is now ours. I stand at the central nurse's station, a circular fortress of high countertops and glowing monitors. My gaze sweeps across the unit. To my left, the triage doors are currently still. To my right, the majestic curve of the River Thames is hidden behind the rain-streaked darkness of the windows. But I know it is there, a silent, flowing companion to our work. My shift begins not with a sprint, but with a calibration. I am a pilot performing a pre-flight check, ensuring that if turbulence hits, the vessel is ready. I pick up my pen. It is a simple object, a retractable ballpoint with a rubberized grip. But it is the conductor's baton for the next 12 hours. I click it once. The sound is crisp and definite. I clip it onto my lanyard, right next to my ID badge, and the small red fob that grants me access to the drug cupboard. I move to Bay 1. The curtains are partially drawn, casting long shadows against the linoleum floor. The patient here, a gentleman in his 70s named Arthur, is dozing lightly. The rhythmic beep of his cardiac monitor is the metronome of the room. 72 beats per minute. Steady, reliable. My first task is the safety check. It is a ritual of touch and sight. I step up to the head of the bed, moving silently on my rubber-soled shoes. Mounted on the wall is the oxygen flow meter. I verify the dial is set to 0, but the tubing is connected, coiled neatly like a resting snake. I run my finger along the green plastic line, checking for kinks or cracks. It is smooth and cool. I locate the Hudson mask attached to the end, ensuring it is clean and within reach. Next, the suction. This is vital. I reach for the rigid plastic wand, known as the Yankor. It is still in its sterile paper and plastic peeling. I do not open it, but I check the date printed on the back. Valid. I look at the suction canister mounted on the wall. I flip the toggle switch. The machine hums to life. A low vacuum vibration that I feel in my fingertips as I place a thumb over the intake port. The needle on the pressure gauge swings clockwise, hitting the red zone. Good pressure. I flip the switch off. The silence returns. I move to the ambu bag, the manual resuscitator hanging on the rail. It is a football-shaped balloon of thick, transparent silicone. I give it a gentle squeeze. It resists, then refills instantly. The tactile feedback tells me the valve is working. Everything is ready. The environment is secure. I turn my attention to Arthur. It is time for his scheduled observations. I do not wake him. There is an art to nursing the sleeping, a way of moving that intrudes without disturbing. I slide the blood pressure, cuff up his left arm. The fabric makes a soft, rustling sound against his cotton hospital gown. I align the arrow marker with his brachial artery. Guided by the faint pulse, I feel a under my fingertips. I wrap the cuff snug, the Velcro tearing softly as I secure it. I press the start button on the observations machine. While the machine whirs and tightens, squeezing his arm with a firm, mechanical hug, I take his temperature. I lift the tympanic thermometer from its cradle. It chirps as it wakes up. I place a fresh plastic cover over the probe. A small, satisfying click ensures it is locked in place. Gently, I pull the top of Arthur's ear up and back to straighten the canal and insert the probe. 1 second. Beep. 36.7 degrees. Perfect. The blood pressure cuff deflates with a long, escaping hiss. 120/80. Textbook. I record these numbers on the chart at the end of the bed. My pen glides over the paper. The physical act of writing the numbers feels permanent and reassuring. I sign my initials, a quick, practiced scrawl that marks my presence in this timeline. I move to the intravenous line in his hand. The cannula is taped down with a clear dressing. I inspect the insertion site. No redness, no swelling. I take a 10 milliliter syringe of saline from my pocket. I remove the white cap from the cannula port and screw the syringe on. The threads catch and lock. I push the plunger. The saline flows easily, flushing the line. Arthur does not stir. The line is patent. I recap the port. I leave bay 1, the curtain swaying slightly in my wake. The rhythm begins to take hold. I am entering the flow state. It is a mental space where time distorts, where an hour can feel like 10 minutes. And yet, every minute is observed in high definition. I head to the medication room. This is the sanctuary of precision. The room is small, windowless, and bright. The air is cooler here, filtered and sterile. I punch the code into the keypad on the door. The lock disengages with a heavy clunk. I walk to the counter. It is stainless steel, wiped spotless, reflecting the fluorescent lights above. I wash my hands at the sink. The soap foam is thick and smells of industrial citrus. I rinse dry and reach for a pair of gloves. The box yields 2 blue nitrile gloves. I pull them on. The snap of the elastic against my wrist is the signal that a procedure is beginning. I need to prepare an antibiotic for the patient in bay 3. I open the cupboard. The shelves are lined with boxes, arranged alphabetically. I find the box labeled ceftriaxone. I check the expiration date. I check the dosage. 2 grams. I take 2 glass vials from the box. They are heavy for their size, filled with a white, compressed powder. I need to reconstitute them. I take a bag of saline and a large syringe. This is my favorite part of the process. It is pure mechanics. I take a blunt fill needle, a thick, red-hubbed needle designed for drawing up fluid, not for injection. I twist it onto the syringe. I pierce the rubber stopper of the saline bag. I draw back on the plunger. The clear liquid rushes into the barrel of the syringe, swirling and bubbling. I stop at 20 milliliters. I pick up the first glass vial. I pop the orange plastic cap off the top, revealing the gray rubber seal. I wipe it with an alcohol swab. The smell of isopropyl alcohol is sharp and clean, cutting through the neutral scent of the room. I let it dry for 30 seconds. I insert the needle into the vial. I push the plunger, forcing 10 milliliters of saline into the powder. I keep my thumb on the plunger, fighting the pressure building inside the glass. I withdraw the needle. Now the mix. I do not shake the vial. That would create bubbles. Instead, I roll it between my palms. The warmth of my hands helps the powder dissolve. I watch the white sediment swirl into the clear liquid, turning it a pale, translucent yellow. It is mesmerizing, like watching storm clouds dissolve into a sunset. I roll it back and forth, until the liquid is perfectly clear. No particles, just pure medicine. I repeat the process with the second vial. Now I draw the liquid back out. I invert the vial. I insert the needle. I pull the plunger back. The yellow fluid defies gravity, flowing up into the syringe. I tap the side of the plastic barrel with my fingernail. Ting, ting, ting. The small air bubbles rise to the top, joining together. I push the plunger slightly to expel the air until a single drop of yellow beads at the tip of the needle. I label the syringe. Patient name, drug name, time, my signature. I place it in a kidney dish, a kidney-shaped cardboard tray, along with a fresh saline flush and alcohol wipes. I leave the drug room. The door clicks, locked behind me. Back on the floor, the department has settled into a quiet hum. The charge nurse, David, is sitting at the central station, reviewing the bed status on the computer. The screen glows blue against his face. He looks up and gives me a small nod. We do not need to speak. The nod says everything is under control. The nod says he trusts me. I walk to Bay 3. The patient, a young woman named Sarah, is awake, scrolling on her phone. She looks up as I enter. I introduce myself softly. I explain the antibiotic. I check her wristband, reading the name and date of birth aloud, asking her to confirm. She does. I approach her IV line. I wipe the port, scrub the hub. That is the phrase we learn. Scrub the hub. 15 seconds of friction to ensure sterility. I attach the syringe. I set the rate on the infusion pump. I thread the tubing through the machine's sensors. Open the clamp. Close the door. Press start. The machine begins its work. Whir click. Whir click. The green light on the top of the pump flashes intermittently, signaling that the fluid is moving. I stand there for a moment, watching the drip chamber. Drop, drop, drop. Gravity and mechanics working in harmony to heal. I step out of the curtain and see the registrar, Dr. Patel, walking toward me. She holds a metal tray. She catches my eye. "Can you help me with a difficult blood draw in Bay 4?" she asks. Her voice is low, respectful of the quiet. "Of course," I say. We move together to Bay 4. Teamwork in the ER at night is like a dance. We anticipate each other's moves. The patient is dehydrated, his veins flat and hiding. I turn on the lights, but only the ones over the bed, keeping the rest of the room dim to preserve the calm. I gather the equipment, the tourniquet, the vacutainer tubes, purple top, blue top, yellow top, the butterfly needle. I wrap the tourniquet around the patient's upper arm. I pull it tight, the blue rubber stretching before I tuck the loop under. I wait. I look at the antecubital fossa, the inside of the elbow. Nothing visible. I use my fingers. I palpate. I close my eyes for a second to focus entirely on the sensation in my fingertips. I am looking for the bounce, the subtle, spongy resistance that distinguishes a vein from a tendon. There, deep but present, a faint rebound against my index finger. I clean the skin. Alcohol swab, cold and wet. I dry it with a piece of gauze. I take the butterfly needle. It is delicate, with 2 plastic wings that I pinch together. I remove the sheath. The needle is short, beveled, and silver. "Sharp scratch," I whisper to the patient. I anchor the skin with my left thumb, pulling it taut. With my right hand, I advance the needle at a 30-degree angle. I feel the resistance of the skin, then a sudden, subtle release as the needle enters the vessel. I look at the tubing attached to the needle. A flash. Dark, rich red blood flows into the clear line. Flashback. Success. I lower the angle and advance a millimeter more. I hold the wings steady against the skin. With my other hand, I take the yellow top tube and push it into the holder at the end of the line. The vacuum inside the tube pulls the blood in. Whoosh. The tube fills, the red liquid rising steadily against the glass. I switch tubes. Blue top. Click. It fills. Purple top. Click. It fills. I release the tourniquet. The tension on the patient's arm vanishes. I withdraw the needle quickly, covering the site with gauze immediately to stop the bleeding. I apply pressure. Dr. Patel is already labeling the tubes. She smiles. "Great catch," she says. "It was a good vein," I reply. "Just shy." We clean up the sharps. The needle goes into the yellow sharps bin with a final, solid clunk. The packaging goes into the bin. The tray is wiped down. I return to the nurse's station. It is 3 in the morning. This is the deepest part of the night. The city outside is asleep. The traffic on Westminster Bridge has thinned to the occasional black taxi or delivery truck. I sit down at the computer to document the last hour. The keyboard is mechanical, and the keys have a satisfying travel distance. Click, clack, click. I type my notes. 300. Patient resting comfortably. Antibiotics commenced. IV site patent. Vital signs stable. The words appear on the screen. Clean black text on a white background. It is a record of care, a log of safety. I look at the whiteboard that lists the patients in the department. The names are written in blue marker. Beside each name is a set of tasks. Bloods, ECG, X-ray, review. Most of the boxes are ticked. The board is a visual representation of order. We are winning. The chaos is contained. I decide to restock the cannulation trolley. It is a stainless steel cart on wheels that holds all the supplies for inserting IV lines. When things get busy, a well-stocked trolley saves precious seconds. I pull the trolley into a quiet corner. I open the top drawer. It slides out on smooth ball bearings. I arrange the cannulas by size. Orange is size 14, the biggest. Gray is 16. Green is 18. Pink is 20. Blue is 22. I line them up in their compartments. I make sure all the paper tabs are facing the same way. The uniformity pleases me. It looks like a box of crayons, but with a much more serious purpose. I refill the compartment for the dressings. I stack the transparent Tegaderm patches. I align the packets of gauze. I fill the jar with fresh tourniquets. I check the bottom shelf. Saline flushes. I take a box of 100 flushes and empty it into the plastic bin. The plastic syringes tumble over each other. A cascade of sterile water. I wipe down the surface of the trolley with a disinfectant wipe. It dries streak-free. I push the trolley back to its designated bay. It rolls silently. I stand for a moment and listen. The department is breathing. The ventilation system pushes air through the vents with a steady, white noise hiss. The monitor in bay 2 beeps once, a high-pitched tone, then settles back into its rhythm. Somewhere down the hall, the ice machine drops a fresh load of cubes into the bin with a heavy crash that echoes briefly before fading. I feel entirely awake. My mind is clear. The fatigue that sometimes haunts the early morning is absent. I am fueled by the process. I walk over to the window near the sluice room. It offers a sliver of a view toward the Houses of Parliament. The great clock face of Big Ben is glowing, a pale moon hovering over the city. It is a reminder of the history that surrounds us, the centuries of time that have passed on this spot. But inside here, time is measured differently. It is measured in milliliters of fluid, in beats per minute, in the completion of tasks. I turn back to the department. A light flashes above the entrance to the ambulance bay. The red phone at the charge nurse's desk begins to ring. It is a distinctive ring, louder and more urgent than the other phones. The bat phone, an incoming priority. David picks it up instantly. I see him grab a pen. He listens. He writes. I do not feel stress. I feel a shift in gear. My muscles tighten slightly, readying for action. The calm maintenance phase is pausing. The active phase is about to resume. I walk over to David. He hangs up the phone and looks at the whiteboard. 50-year-old male. Chest pain. Diaphoretic. ECG shows changes. 5 minutes away. Bay 1 is ready, I say. Arthur can move to the chair. He's stable. Good, David says. Take the lead. I move to Bay 1. I speak gently to Arthur, waking him. I explain we need the bed. He is groggy but cooperative. I help him into the armchair, wrapping him in a warm blanket. I strip the bed. I pull the sheets off in one fluid motion, bundling them into the laundry hamper. I wipe the mattress down. I snap a fresh sheet open. It floats down over the mattress, settling like a parachute. I tuck the corners. Hospital corners. Tight. Neat. I place a fresh pillowcase. I lay a clean gown at the foot of the bed. I pull the ECG machine closer. I check the electrodes. I check the paper supply. I pull the crash cart just an inch closer, orienting it toward the bed. I stand at the foot of the empty bed. The bay is prepared. The stage is set. The automatic doors of the ambulance bay slide open with a pneumatic hiss. The cool night air swirls in, mixing with the antiseptic smell of the ward. I hear the rattle of the stretcher wheels on the linoleum. I take a breath. I am ready. The flow continues. The clock on the wall above the nurse's station ticks over to 3 in the morning. This is the witching hour, the deep trough in the night shift, where the chaotic energy of the evening finally begins to settle into a steady, rhythmic hum. The waiting room has emptied out, leaving only a few quiet souls dozing in the plastic chairs. The ambulances have stopped arriving in rapid clusters, and the red phone that signals incoming emergencies sits silent and dormant on the desk. It is time for the lull. I catch the eye of David, the senior charge nurse. He nods, a small, silent gesture that needs no words. He knows the rhythm as well as I do. He moves to the central desk, taking possession of the floor plan and the pager. I am officially relieved of my command for the next 45 minutes. I step away from the monitors. The screens are still flickering with the green and amber tracings of heart rates and oxygen saturations, but they are no longer my immediate burden. I unhook my stethoscope from around my neck. The rubber tubing is warm against my skin, and I coil it carefully, tucking it into the deep cargo pocket of my navy blue scrub trousers. It slides in with a soft rustle of fabric. My movements are deliberate as I walk toward the staff room. I do not rush. The urgency of the earlier hours has evaporated, replaced by a heavy, peaceful stillness. The corridor is dimly lit. The overhead fluorescent panels powered down to their night setting. My shoes, sturdy and rubber-soled, make almost no sound on the polished linoleum floor. I can hear the faint, mechanical breathing of the hospital building itself, the low vibration of the ventilation system, the distant, rhythmic beep of an infusion pump in a side room, the soft squeak of a cleaning trolley moving somewhere on the floor above. I reach the heavy door of the staff room and push it open. It swings inward with a pneumatic sigh, sealing shut behind me and cutting off the ambient noise of the ward. The silence here is different. It is denser, more private. I walk to the sink in the kitchenette. Even on a break, the ritual of hygiene comes first. It is a reflex, ingrained deep in the muscle memory of my hands. I turn the tap, and the water flows clear and cold. I press the dispenser, catching a dollop of pearl white soap. I lather my hands, working the foam between my fingers, over my knuckles, and up to my wrists. The scent is familiar, a clean, clinical antiseptic smell that I associate with safety. I rinse, watching the suds swirl away down the drain, taking the residue of the last 6 hours with them. I dry my hands with a paper towel, the rough texture stimulating the circulation in my palms. I crumple the paper into a ball and drop it into the bin. Now I can attend to the needs of the body. I open the staff fridge. The motor hums, a domestic sound that feels comforting in this clinical space. I retrieve my lunch bag, a gray canvas satchel that sits on the middle shelf. It is cool to the touch. I take a seat at the small, round table near the window. I unzip the bag. The sound of the zipper is loud in the quiet room, a sharp, jagged noise that signals the start of my personal time. I pull out a glass container, heavy and solid. Inside is a roasted vegetable stew I prepared yesterday afternoon. I can see the layers of orange carrots, pale potatoes, and dark green kale pressed against the glass. I walk to the microwave and place the container inside, setting the timer for 3 minutes. I press the start button. The machine whirs to life, a low drone that fills the room. While the food warms, I turn my attention to the kettle. A night shift in London is fueled by tea. It is not just a drink. It is a punctuation mark in the sentence of the night. I fill the kettle at the sink, the water drumming against the metal bottom. I set it on the base and flick the switch. A small orange light illuminates, and within seconds, I hear the rising hiss of water beginning to boil. I select a tea bag from the jar on the counter. Earl Grey. I enjoy the floral, citrus note of the bergamot. It cuts through the sterile air of the hospital. I drop the bag into my ceramic mug. It is a thick, heavy mug, white with a chipped handle, one that has survived hundreds of shifts. The microwave dings. I retrieve my food. The glass is hot, and I use a napkin to carry it to the table. I peel back the lid. A plume of steam rises, curling into the cool air of the break room. The smell is rich and grounding. Rosemary, thyme, the earthy sweetness of roasted root vegetables. It smells like a kitchen, not a hospital. The kettle clicks off. I pour the boiling water over the tea bag. The dark liquid swirls, turning a deep, translucent amber. I add a splash of milk, watching it cloud and bloom through the tea, turning it the color of sandstone. I sit. I do not look at my phone. I do not look at a screen. I simply sit. I pick up my spoon. It is stainless steel, weighted and balanced. I take the first bite of the stew. It is hot, radiating warmth down my throat and into my chest. The potatoes are soft, yielding easily to the pressure of my tongue. The broth is savory and thick. I chew slowly. There is no need to rush. This is fuel, but it is also comfort. I focus entirely on the texture of the food, the interplay of the soft vegetables and the broth. I take a sip of the tea. It is scalding hot, just the way I like it. The bergamot rises in the steam, clearing my sinuses. I feel my shoulders drop an inch. The tension that accumulates in the trapezius muscles during a shift. The tightness from leaning over stretchers and typing notes begins to dissolve. I turn my chair slightly to face the window. We are on the 3rd floor. Outside, London is asleep. The window is cold, radiating a chill that contrasts pleasantly with the warmth of my tea. Rain is falling. I can see the droplets striking the glass, clinging there for a moment before sliding down in jagged, unpredictable trails. They refract the light from the street lamps below, turning the world outside into a blur of orange and gray. The street below is empty. A black taxi cab glides by silently, its tires hissing on the wet tarmac, its yellow roof light glowing in the mist. Across the road, the rows of Victorian terraced houses are dark. Their windows are black squares, the curtains drawn tight. Thousands of people are sleeping in those rooms, oblivious to the world of the hospital that operates just across the street. I watch the rain. It is hypnotic. The erratic tapping against the glass creates a natural white noise that layers over the hum of the refrigerator. I take another bite of stew. I watch a single raindrop merge with another, growing heavy and rushing down the pane. For 20 minutes, I am just a person eating a meal in a quiet room. I am not a nurse. I am not a decision maker. I am simply an observer of the rain. When the meal is finished, I wipe the bowl clean with a piece of crusty bread, savoring the last of the rosemary sauce. I rinse the container in the sink, the water washing away the remnants of the meal. I dry it and place it back in my bag. I finish the tea, the last few sips lukewarm and sweet. I stand up and stretch. I reach my arms overhead, feeling the vertebrae in my spine align with a series of soft pops. I roll my neck, once to the left, once to the right. It is time to go back. I wash my hands again. Soap, lather, rinse, dry. The ritual marks the transition back to the professional state. I leave the break room, the door sealing with that same pneumatic sigh. I walk back down the corridor. The air feels cooler here. I can feel my focus narrowing, sharpening. I am stepping back into the stream. When I return to the nurse's station, David looks up and smiles. "All quiet," he says softly. I nod. I take back the pager. I clip it to my waistband. I slide my stethoscope back around my neck. The weight of it is familiar, reassuring. Since the unit is calm, I decide to use this time for maintenance. This is one of my favorite parts of the night shift. When the patients are stable and the paperwork is caught up, we have the luxury of organization. I walk over to the resuscitation trolley, the crash cart. It sits in the corner of the bay, a red, multi-drawer tower of essential equipment. It is the most important object in the room, and keeping it pristine is a sacred duty. I break the plastic seal on the daily check log. I pick up a pen. I open the top drawer. It slides out on smooth ball bearings. Inside, the medications are arranged in neat rows. I run my finger along the tops of the boxes. Adrenaline, amiodarone, atropine. They are organized alphabetically. I check the expiration dates on the first box of adrenaline. It is good for another year. I check the quantity. 10 ampules. Correct. I make a small tick mark on the checklist. I move to the second drawer. This is for airway management. I see the laryngoscope handles and the blades. I pick up a handle and attach a size 4 blade. I click it into place. The light at the tip shines bright and white, a focused beam. The battery is strong. I snap the blade closed and disassemble it, placing both parts back into their foam cutouts. They fit perfectly, like puzzle pieces. I check the endotracheal tubes. They are still in their sterile plastic packaging, long and curved. I arrange them by size: 6.0, 7.0, 8.0. I align the edges of the packages so they are perfectly straight. There is a deep satisfaction in this geometry. The chaos of the emergency room is managed by the order of its tools. I close the drawer. Click. I move to the supply room at the back of the ward. This is a small, windowless room lined from floor to ceiling with wire racks and clear plastic bins. It smells of cardboard and sterile wrapping. The intravenous fluid shelf is looking a little depleted. I walk to the large cardboard boxes stacked on a pallet near the door. I use a box cutter to slice the tape on a case of sodium chloride. The blade slides through the tape with a sharp zip. I fold back the cardboard flaps. Inside, the 1-liter bags of saline are packed tight. They are heavy, cool, and dense, like bags of water-filled jelly. I lift them out 2 at a time. I walk to the shelf and stack them. I place them flat, one on top of the other, creating a stable tower of fluid. I make sure the labels are facing outward, the text legible and upright. I rotate the stock, moving the older bags to the front and placing the new ones at the back. First in, first out. The plastic bags make a soft, crinkling sound as I adjust them. I fill the row until it is solid and full. Next, I move to the cannula bin. The small plastic boxes are color-coded by gauge. Blue for 22 gauge, pink for 20, green for 18, gray for 16, orange for 14. The bin for the green needles is messy. Someone has reached in hurriedly and scattered them. I take a moment to fix it. I pick up the loose cannulas and stack them. I turn them so they all face the same direction. I organize them into neat rows within the bin. The plastic packaging is crisp and smooth. I fill the gaps with new stock from a box on the lower shelf. I enjoy the tactile sensation of the supplies, the smooth plastic of the syringes, the rough texture of the gauze packets, the metallic cool of the foil-wrapped scalpel blades. Each item has a specific weight and a specific purpose. They are tools of the trade, waiting to be used. I move to the bandage section. I replenish the stock of crepe bandages. I line up the rolls of micropore tape white, 1 inch wide. I stack the boxes of nitrile gloves, small, medium, large, extra large. I pull a box of mediums forward, tearing off the perforated cardboard opening to reveal the blue gloves inside, ready to be grabbed. I check the linen cart. I fold a stack of blankets that has started to lean. The cotton is thick and cellular, designed to trap warmth. I smooth the edges, pressing down on the stack to compress it. I align the pillowcases. I organize the patient gowns, making sure the ties are tucked in and not hanging loose. The room is silent, for the sounds of my work. The slide of a box, the rustle of plastic, the soft thud of a fluid bag being placed on a shelf, the rhythmic click of a cupboard, door opening and closing. I step back and look at the shelves. Everything is full. Everything is straight. Everything is ready. The visual noise has been reduced. The entropy has been reversed. The shelves look like a photograph in a catalog. It brings a sense of calm to my mind. If an emergency happens now, in 5 minutes or 5 hours, my hands will know exactly where to go. There will be no fumbling. There will be no searching. The path from thought to action will be clear. I break down the empty cardboard boxes, flattening them with a firm press of my foot. I fold them in half and slide them into the recycling cage. I leave the supply room and walk back out onto the floor. The unit is still quiet. The lights are still dimmed. The rhythm of the night continues. I walk to the nurse's station and sit in my chair. The ergonomic mesh supports my back. I pull the keyboard toward me. The keys are clean and white. I open the patient list. I scan the names. Everyone is accounted for. Everyone is stable. I pick up a black pen. I click the top. I open the handover sheet. Stock check completed, I write. My handwriting is small, neat, and legible. The letters are round and precise. I check the time. It is 4:15 in the morning. The lull is holding. The city outside is still sleeping, wrapped in rain and darkness. But inside, everything is prepared. I am rested. I am fed. My tools are sharp and organized. I uncap my water bottle and take a sip. The water is cool. I set it down on a coaster. I sit back, watching the monitors, listening to the hum, ready for whatever the rest of the night might bring. The silence is not empty. It is full of readiness. And for now, that is enough. The digital clock on the wall above the nurse's station shifts silently to 4 in the morning. This is the deepest part of the night, the hour where the city of London holds its breath before the slow exhale of dawn. Inside the emergency department, the frantic energy of the earlier hours has settled into a steady, rhythmic hum. It is a time for maintenance, for observation, and for the quiet satisfaction of keeping watch. My body has fully adjusted to the nocturnal schedule. I feel awake, capable, and clear-headed. I pick up my clipboard, the metal clip cold and solid against my thumb, and begin my final round of hourly observations for the patients in my bay. I move to the first cubicle. The curtain is drawn halfway, creating a cocoon of privacy. Inside, the patient is sleeping soundly, their chest rising and falling in a gentle, predictable cadence. I move with practiced silence, my rubber-soled shoes making no sound against the linoleum floor. I do not want to only want to ensure their stability. I approach the monitor tower. The screen glows with soft amber and green numbers. I verify the heart rate, tracing the peaks and valleys of the rhythm on the display. It is steady. I check the oxygen saturation, the number glowing a reassuring bright blue. I take my pen, a smooth ballpoint that fits perfectly in my hand, and uncap it. The cap makes a subtle friction sound as it slides off. I record the numbers on the observation chart, my handwriting small, neat, and deliberate. Every loop and line is precise. I turn my attention to the intravenous line, the bag of saline hanging from the metal stand is nearly empty. The clear fluid drained down to the last few inches. It is time to replace it. I step out of the cubicle and walk to the preparation room. The prep room is a sanctuary of order. It is bright, clean, and smells faintly of isopropyl alcohol and sterile packaging. I walk to the shelving unit where the fluids are stacked. I reach out and grasp a 1-liter bag of saline. It is heavy, cool to the touch, and yields slightly under the pressure of my fingers. I check the expiration date, the clear black text against the transparent plastic. It is good. I return to the patient's side. I engage the clamp on the tubing, feeling the plastic wheel roll under my thumb until it locks with a firm resistance. The flow stops. I remove the empty bag, unhooking it from the stand. With a fluid motion, I pull the safety tab off the new bag. It gives way with a clean, snapping sensation. I take the spike of the tubing, insert it into the port of the new bag, and twist. It requires a specific amount of force, a firm, screwing motion that I have performed thousands of times. The spike breaches the seal. I hang the heavy new bag on the hook. I squeeze the drip chamber, watching the clear liquid rush in to fill it halfway. I release the clamp. I watch for 10 seconds, counting the drops as they fall, ensuring the rate is perfect. 1, 2, 3. Gravity takes over, feeding hydration into the line. The process is complete. I move to the next cubicle, and then the next, repeating this ritual of care. It is a loop of verification and adjustment. There is a profound sense of peace in these small actions. The world outside is dark, but in here, everything is monitored. Everything is under control. By 5 in the morning, the clinical tasks are done. The patients are stable. The department is quiet, save for the low murmur of the ventilation system and the occasional rhythmic beep of a monitor. Now begins the process of closure, the administrative finish. I sit at the computer terminal at the central station. The chair supports my back as I settle in. The keyboard is waiting. I log in, typing my credentials. The keys have a satisfying, tactile travel, making a soft clacking sound that ripples through the quiet space. I open the digital records for my bay. I have 4 notes to complete. This is the consolidation of the night's work. I type out the narrative of the shift. I document the medications given, the response to treatment, the plan for the morning team. My fingers move instinctively across the keys. I do not need to look down. The words appear on the screen, black text on a white background, organizing the chaotic events of the night into a linear, logical story. I finish the first note. I move the mouse, the plastic sliding smoothly over the pad. I click Save. A small spinning icon appears for a fraction of a second, and then the file closes. A green checkmark appears next to the patient's name. It is a small visual reward, a signal of a job completed. I move to the second file. Type, review, save. The green check marks accumulate, a vertical line of completion. Once the digital work is done, I turn to the physical environment. A tidy workspace is the greatest gift I can leave for the morning staff. I adhere to the philosophy of the clean slate. I approach the supply cart. It has been depleted over the last 10 hours. I open the top drawer. It holds the cannulas. The compartments are half empty. I walk to the stockroom, carrying a small plastic basket. I locate the boxes of cannulas. I take handfuls of the color-coded packages, blue, pink, green. Back at the cart, I arrange them. I place the blue ones in the left compartment, stacking them neatly so the labels face upward. I place the pink ones in the center and the green ones on the right. I ensure they are level. I open the next drawer, syringes. I replenish the 10 milliliter syringes, the 5 milliliter syringes, and the 2 milliliter syringes. The plastic wrappers make a soft, crinkling sound as I settle them into their designated slots. I wipe down the counter of the nurse's station. I take a large disinfectant wipe from the canister. It is cool and damp. I run it over the desk surface in long, sweeping parallel lines, ensuring no spot is missed. The surface shines under the lights, drying rapidly to a streak-free matte finish. I align the stapler, the tape dispenser, and the pot of pens. I make sure the pens are all facing the same way. I throw away a few scraps of paper and empty coffee cups. The station is now pristine. It looks ready. It looks capable. At 6 in the morning, the lighting in the department changes subtly. The overhead lights bright automatically, shifting from the warmer night setting to a crisp daylight white. Through the high windows near the ceiling, I can see the sky shifting from black to a deep, bruised purple. The sun is beginning to crest over the Thames. The day staff begins to trickle in. They arrive with the energy of the morning, carrying travel mugs and wearing fresh, unwrinkled scrubs. The transition is gradual. The night team is seated, slightly slumped, radiating a calm fatigue. The day team is standing, stretching, adjusting their lanyards. My counterpart, Sarah, approaches the desk. She smiles, placing her bag in the locker. She smells of rain and fresh shampoo, a sharp contrast to the antiseptic air I have been breathing for 12 hours. "Morning," she says softly. "How was the night?" "Steady," I reply. "Managed." We begin the handover. This is the formal transfer of responsibility. I walk her through the board, patient by patient. I speak in a low, measured voice, summarizing the clinical picture. Bed 1, chest pain, troponins negative, awaiting a stress test. Stable. Sarah nods, taking notes on her sheet. Bed 2, nebulizers finished at 4. Breathing easier. Likely discharge after the consultant round. Bed 3, awaiting transport to the ward. They are packed and ready. As I speak, I feel the weight of these patients lifting from my shoulders and settling onto hers. It is a physical sensation of release. I am no longer the guardian. I have passed the watch. We finish the list. Sarah looks at the board, then at me. "Great handover," she says. "Go home. Sleep well." I stand up from the chair. My joints pop satisfyingly. I log off the computer, the screen returning to the generic login prompt. I clip my ID badge off my collar and wind the retractable cord until it snaps tight. I walk through the double doors of the department, leaving the hum of the ER behind. I navigate the corridors toward the changing rooms. The hospital is waking up. Porters are pushing large metal cages of clean linen. The smell of toast is drifting from the cafeteria. In the locker room, the air is still and quiet. I open my locker. Inside are my street clothes, the clothes of the civilian world. I sit on the wooden bench and untie my work shoes. I slide my feet out, wiggling my toes, enjoying the freedom. I peel off my scrub top, then the trousers. I place them in the laundry chute. They disappear with a soft whoosh. I dress slowly. Soft cotton socks, jeans that feel stiff and structured compared to the loose scrubs, a heavy wool sweater. I tie my trainers. I wash my face at the sink, the cold water shocking my skin and rinsing away the oily sheen of the night. I look in the mirror. My eyes are tired, but it is a good tired. It is the fatigue of application, of energy well spent. I grab my coat and my bag. I walk out of the hospital main entrance. The sliding glass doors part, and the London morning hits me. The air is crisp and cold, carrying the scent of damp pavement and vehicle exhaust. It is 7:30. The sky is a pale, watery gray. The streetlights have just flickered off. I join the flow of the city, but I am moving against the current. People are rushing toward the hospital, toward the tube station, holding cups of coffee, checking their phones, bracing themselves for the day ahead. I am done. My day is behind me. I feel a secret, quiet superiority in this detachment. The urgency of the rush hour does not apply to me. I walk to the bus stop. I prefer the bus in the mornings. The tube is too loud, too subterranean. I want to see the sky. The red double-decker bus pulls up with a pneumatic hiss of brakes. I tap my card on the reader, a single affirmative beep, and climb the stairs to the top deck. I take the front seat. It is empty. The bus lurches forward, joining the traffic. I lean my head against the cool glass of the window. The vibration of the engine is a deep, soothing rumble beneath the floor. We move through the streets. I watch the shop owners rolling up their metal shutters with a clatter. I see the baristas wiping down tables in the cafes. I see the commuters running for the crosswalks. The city is winding up a spring, tightening the tension. I am unwinding. The bus rocks gently as it navigates a corner. The movement is hypnotic. I let my eyes unfocus. The red brick buildings, the black taxis, the gray pavement, they all blur into a stream of color. I am merely a passenger now. No decisions need to be made. No alarms will sound. 20 minutes later, I step off the bus. My neighborhood is quieter. A residential street lined with trees that are just beginning to show the green buds of spring. I walk the final block to my building. The key is in my hand before I reach the door. I slide it into the lock, feel the tumblers align, and turn. The door opens. I step inside my flat. The air is still and smells of home old books and vanilla. I lock the door behind me, throwing the deadbolt. The click echoes in the hallway. That is the final barrier. The world is locked out. I drop my keys in the bowl. I take off my coat and hang it on the peg. I toe off my shoes, leaving them by the mat. My feet sink into the thick rug. I have a routine. It is essential for the transition. I go to the kitchen and fill the kettle. I switch it on. The water begins to boil. A rising roar that bubbles up and then clicks off. I pour a cup of herbal tea, chamomile and honey. I do not want caffeine. I want warmth. I hold the mug in both hands, letting the heat seep into my palms. I walk to the bedroom. It is filled with the morning light, but I am prepared for this. I pull the blackout curtains closed. They are heavy, thick fabric running on a smooth track. As I draw them together, the room transforms. The gray light of London is extinguished, replaced by a deep, velvety darkness. It is night again in here. I strip off my street clothes. I leave them in a pile. Tidiness is for the workspace, not for the decompression. I walk to the bathroom and turn on the shower. I set the temperature to hot. I step in. The water beats down on my shoulders, a relentless, pounding pressure. I close my eyes, and tilt my head back. I scrub my skin, washing away the invisible film of the hospital. I wash away the smell of the disinfectant, the dust of the commute, the memory of the sick and the injured. The steam fills the cubicle, wrapping me in a warm, white fog. I stand there for a long time, just breathing, feeling the heat loosen the knots in my back muscles. I turn off the water. The silence returns, heavier than before. My towel dry, the fabric rough and stimulating against my skin. I brush my teeth, the mint flavor signaling the end of the intake, the final cleanse. I walk back into the darkened bedroom. The bed is waiting. The sheets are cool, crisp cotton. The duvet is thick and heavy. I pull back the covers and slide in. The mattress rises to meet me, supporting every inch of my tired frame. I stretch my legs out, feeling the cool sheets against my skin. I pull the duvet up to my chin. The weight of it is grounding. It feels like a hug. I lay on my back, staring up into the dark. My mind usually races, but not today. Today, the checklist is complete. The patients were safe. The charts were saved. The bay was stocked. The handover was clear. The door is locked. I take a deep breath, inhaling through my nose, filling my lungs completely. I hold it for a second, then exhale slowly through my mouth. With the exhale, I let go of the last tension in my jaw. I let my shoulders drop away from my ears. I let my hands uncurl. My body feels heavy, sinking deeper into the mattress. The sounds of the street outside, a distant car horn, a siren far away, feel like they belong to a different planet. They cannot reach me here. I close my eyes. Behind my eyelids, I see faint afterimages of the night, the green line of a heart monitor, the blue glow of the computer screen. But they are fading, dissolving into the black. The rhythm of my own breathing slows down. In, out, in, out. It matches the slow, steady pace of the night shift I just left behind. I am a machine powering down. The systems are going offline. The warmth of the bed envelops me. My thoughts become slippery, losing their edges. I drift. The boundary between being awake and being asleep blurs. There is only the comfort, the warmth, and the immense, quiet satisfaction of a job well done. I am safe. I am resting. I sleep. The alarm on my bedside table vibrates. A low and steady hum against the wood that pulls me from the deep, heavy sleep of the afternoon. My eyes open to a room dimmed by thick, slate-gray blackout curtains. A single sliver of sunlight, fierce and orange, cuts across the carpet, telling me that outside, the day is ending. For the rest of the city, work is concluding. For me, the day is just beginning. I sit up and stretch, feeling the vertebrae in my spine realign with a series of soft, internal pops. There is no grogginess, only the practiced, deliberate transition from rest to readiness. I place my feet on the floor, the carpet fibers cool against my skin. I stand and walk to the window, peeling back the edge of the curtain just an inch. The street below is clogged with the red taillights of commuters heading home. A river of tired people flowing toward rest. I let the curtain fall back into place, sealing the room in twilight once more. My routine is a sequence of precise movements, honed over 5 years of night shifts. I move to the kitchen, the tile floor smooth under my bare feet. The kettle is stainless steel, cool to the touch. I fill it with cold, filtered water, the liquid rushing from the tap with a consistent, clear sound. I set it on the base and press the switch. A soft orange light illuminates, and the heating element begins its quiet hiss. While the water heats, I prepare the coffee. This is not a rushed caffeine fix. It is a ritual of calibration. I take the bag of beans from the cupboard. They are dark roast, oily and fragrant. I pour a measured amount into the grinder. I press the lid down. The motor whirs, a consistent drone that pulverizes the beans into a coarse, fragrant sand. The scent of roasted earth and cocoa fills the small kitchen, masking the stale air of the afternoon. I prepare the French press, dumping the grounds into the glass cylinder. The kettle clicks off. I wait exactly 30 seconds for the water to cool slightly off the boil, ensuring it does not scorch the beans. I pour. The water swirls with the grounds, creating a thick, tan foam at the top. I place the plunger on top, but do not press down yet. I set the timer on the microwave for 4 minutes. While the coffee steeps, I move to the bathroom to shave. The mirror is clean. I run the hot water until steam begins to fog the glass. I lather the shaving cream in a ceramic bowl using a badger hair brush, whipping it into a thick, stiff peak. I apply it in circular motions, softening the stubble. The razor is a heavy safety model, chrome-plated and balanced. I pull the skin tight. The blade glides over my jawline, the sound like sandpaper on wood, removing the shadow of the day. Rinse. Repeat. The result is skin that feels tight, clean, and awake. I return to the kitchen as the timer beeps. I press the plunger down slowly. The resistance is firm. The grounds are trapped at the bottom, leaving dark, rich liquid above. I pour the coffee into a heavy, double-walled travel mug. I screw the lid on tight, testing the seal with a twist of my wrist. It is secure. Now the uniform. I lay the pieces out on the bed. They are clean, pressed, and free of lint. The trousers are a dark navy polyester cotton blend, durable and resistant to wrinkling. I step into them, pulling them up and fastening the button. The zipper glides up smoothly. I thread my belt through the loops. It is a wide, basket weave leather belt, stiff and supportive. Next is the shirt. It is a lighter shade of blue, crisp with starch. I slide my arms through the sleeves. I button it from the bottom up, my fingers working nimbly. The buttons are small and pearlescent. I align the placket perfectly. I attach my nameplate above the right pocket. It has 2 pins on the back. I push them through the fabric and secure the clutches on the inside. I adjust the collar so it stands straight. I sit on the edge of the bed to put on my socks, thick wool that cushions the heel and toe. Then the boots. They are black tactical boots with a polish so deep it looks like liquid ink. I slide my feet in. I pull the laces tight, starting from the toe and working my way up the ankle, crossing the laces over the hooks with a rhythmic zip-zip sound. I tie them in a double knot, tucking the loops away so nothing can snag. I stand up and stomp my heels once, settling my feet into the insoles. I feel grounded, solid. I attach my gear to the belt. First, the radio holster, empty for now. Then the key keeper, a metal clip that will hold the weight of the museum. Finally, a small pouch containing latex gloves and a notebook. I check my reflection. The silhouette is sharp. The lines are vertical and orderly. I am ready. I grab my travel mug and my keys. I lock my apartment door, testing the handle to ensure the bolt has thrown. I walk down the hallway, the sound of my boots muffled by the corridor carpet, and step out into the evening air. The temperature has dropped. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of exhaust and cooling asphalt. I walk to my car, a reliable gray sedan parked under street lamp. I unlock it, the mechanism thumping inside the door panel. I slide into the driver's seat. The upholstery is cool. I place the coffee mug in the center console holder. It fits with a snug friction. I insert the key and turn the ignition. The engine catches immediately, settling into a low, steady idle. I check the mirrors. Rear view clear. Side mirrors angled to show the lane markers. I shift into reverse, backing out slowly, then shift into drive. The commute is a reversal of the natural flow. The inbound lanes are empty, stretching out before me like an open runway. The outbound lanes on the other side of the divider are a bumper-to-bumper ribbon of red lights. Cars inching forward, drivers exhausted from their 9-to-5. I glide past them at 45 miles per hour. The hum of my tires on the pavement is a constant, soothing drone. I take a sip of coffee. It is hot, strong, and bitter in the best way. The drive takes 30 minutes. I watch the sky transition from a bruised purple to a deep, velvety indigo. The streetlights flicker on in sections, illuminating the road in pools of sodium orange light. I pass the shopping districts, where shopkeepers are pulling down metal grates rattle of security gates echoing faintly. I pass the parks, now empty shadows of green. I approach the museum district. The architecture here changes. The buildings become grander, set back from the road behind wrought iron fences and manicured hedges. The library, the courthouse, and finally, my destination, the Museum of Antiquities. It is a massive structure, built of pale limestone that glows softly under the uplighting. Huge Corinthian columns line the front portico, supporting a triangular pediment filled with stone carvings of gods and scholars. It looks impenetrable, a fortress of history. I do not drive to the main entrance. I turn down a side street, lined with oak trees, and approach the rear of the building. There is a gated lot reserved for staff. I roll down my window. The air is quieter here, removed from the highway. I reach out and scan my ID badge against the reader mounted on a steel post. Beep. The gate motor engages with a heavy clank, and the chain link barrier slides open on its track. I drive through, the gravel crunching softly under my tires. I park in my assigned spot, number 4, right next to the loading dock. I turn off the engine. The silence rushes in to fill the cabin. I sit for a moment, finishing the last of my coffee, watching the steam rise from the cup and vanish against the windshield. I exit the car, closing the door with a solid thud. I lock it and walk toward the staff entrance. It is a heavy steel door, painted a nondescript gray, tucked away in the shadow of the loading bay. There is no handle, only a keypad and a card reader. I tap my card. The light on the reader turns from red to amber. I punch in my personal code, 7249. The keys are metal and have a satisfying tactile click when pressed. The light turns green. A heavy magnetic lock disengages with a loud thwack. I pull the door open. The smell hits me first. It is the specific, unmistakable scent of a museum. It smells of old paper, floor wax, climate-controlled air, and cold stone. It is a dry, preserved smell. I step inside and let the door close behind me. The magnetic lock re-engages automatically. I tug on the door handle to verify it is locked. It does not budge. I am in the lower corridor now, the bowels of the building. The floors are polished concrete. Overhead, fluorescent lights hum with a faint buzz. I walk down the hallway, my boots echoing slightly. I pass the janitorial closets, the restoration labs with their windows darkened, and the break room. I enter the security office. It is a compact room, the nerve center of the building. The air conditioning is colder here, kept brisk to protect the server racks that line the back wall. Sitting at the main desk is Marcus, the day shift supervisor. He looks tired. His uniform is slightly wrinkled from 8 hours of sitting. He sees me and nods, swiveling his chair around. "Evening," Marcus says. His voice is raspy. "Evening, Marcus. How was the day?" I ask, placing my travel mug on the side table and moving to the locker bank. "Quiet. 2 school groups. 1 delivery in the loading dock. Maintenance fixed the humidity sensor in the Egyptian hall around 2 o'clock. Everything is green on the board." I open my locker. It is narrow and tall. Inside, I hang up my car keys and my jacket. I take out my utility belt. It is heavy, loaded with the tools of the trade. I wrap it around my waist, over my trouser belt, and buckle it. The weight settles on my hips, familiar and comforting. I reach for the mag light. It is a 4-cell flashlight, black aluminum, with a knurled grip. It is cold and heavy, doubling as a baton if necessary, though it never is. I check the lens. It is clean. I press the rubber button. A bright, focused beam cuts through the fluorescent light of the room. I turn it off and slide it into the ring on my belt. I turn to Marcus. "Keys." Marcus unclips the master ring from his belt. It is a large steel ring holding 20 keys of various sizes and shapes. Some are small and brass, for filing cabinets and display cases. Others are long and intricate, skeleton keys for the original 1920s doors. The most important one is the Grand Master, a square-headed key that opens the internal zone barriers. He holds the ring out. The keys jingle, a chaotic melody of metal. I take them. The transfer of weight is the official start of the shift. "All yours," Marcus says. He stands up, stretching his back. He grabs his bag and heads for the door. "Have a good night. Keep it safe." "Drive safe, Marcus." The door clicks shut behind him. I am alone. I sit in the chair Marcus vacated. The mesh fabric is still warm. I adjust the height, lowering it an inch to suit my frame. I pull the logbook toward me. It is a large, bound ledger with numbered pages. I pick up a black ballpoint pen. I look at the clock on the wall. It is exactly 800 hours. I write the date in the top left corner. Under the time column, I write 2000. Under the activity column, I write shift start. Master keys received. Perimeter secure. My handwriting is small, blocky, and precise. I look up at the monitor bank. There are 12 screens, each split into 4 quadrants, displaying 48 different views of the museum. Most of the feeds are gray and black, showing dark galleries illuminated only by emergency exit signs or low-level security lighting. I scan them methodically, row by row. Monitor 1, the main hall. The marble floor reflects the green glow of the exit signs. The dinosaur skeleton in the center is a hulking silhouette. Monitor 2, the east wing. Renaissance paintings line the walls, visible only as dark squares in frames. Monitor 3, the loading dock. Empty. The gate is closed. Monitor 4, the roof. The HVAC units are spinning slowly. Everything is static. Everything is still. I reach for the radio on the desk charger. It is a Motorola handheld unit. I slide my fully charged battery into the back until it clicks. I turn the volume knob. It beeps a sharp digital chirp. I clip it to my belt holster and run the acoustic tube earpiece up the back of my shirt, hooking it over my ear. The coil is tight, but not uncomfortable. I lean back in the chair. The room is filled with the white noise of the cooling fans from the server rack. It is a rhythmic, rushing sound, like a mechanical waterfall. I need to do the initial perimeter check. This is the lockdown round. The museum is closed to the public, but the cleaning crews have just finished and left. I need to ensure every external door is bolstered, every window is intact, and every alarm zone is armed. I stand up. The leather of my belt creaks softly. I pick up a set of checklist cards, laminated sheets held together by a metal ring. I don't really need them. I know every inch of this building, but the process demands verification. I walk out of the security office and into the main corridor. The lights here are set to night mode. Every second fixture turned off to save power. The hallway is a tunnel of alternating light and shadow. I approach the first checkpoint, the North Fire exit. It is a double door with a panic bar. I grip the handle and pull. It is solid. I look at the magnetic sensor at the top of the frame. The small LED light is red, indicating the circuit is closed. Secure. I continue walking. The sound of my boots on the polished floor is the only noise in the building. Step clack. Step clack. It is a slow, measured cadence. I am not patrolling yet. I am securing. I reach the connection to the main lobby. The doors here are glass, tall and frameless. I push through them. The great hall opens up before me. It is vast. The ceiling is 3 stories high, a vaulted dome of glass and steel. Moonlight filters through the skylights, painting the floor in shades of silver and blue. The air here is different, more open, slightly cooler. In the center stands the Titan, the museum's centerpiece, a cast of a Diplodocus skeleton. In the moonlight, the bones look like bleached driftwood. I walk past it, my reflection moving ghost-like across the glass of the display cases lining the walls. I approach the main entrance doors, the grand brass doors that face the street. I check the deadbolts. They are thrown. I check the floor bolts, sliding the metal rods down into the brass cups set into the terrazzo floor. I twist the locking screws to keep them in place. I move to the alarm panel, mounted on the wall behind the ticket desk. It is a keypad with a small LCD screen. It reads, "System ready to arm." I type in the code for the perimeter zones. The keys beep softly. Zone 1, armed. Zone 2, armed. Zone 3, armed. The panel emits a long, steady tone for 2 seconds, then goes silent. The green ready light turns off, and the red armed light illuminates. The building is now a sealed box. If a door opens, if glass breaks, the silence will shatter. I take a deep breath. The air is still. The dust motes dancing in the moonlight seem suspended in time. I head toward the escalators. They are turned off, frozen stairs leading up into the darkness of the second floor. I choose to walk up them rather than take the elevator. I like the physical act of climbing, of ascending into the history stored above. My hand glides along the rubber handrail. It is cool and smooth. I reach the landing of the second floor, the medieval gallery. Here, the shadows take on shapes. Suits of armor stand in glass cases, holding halberds and swords. The moonlight catches the curve of a helmet, the polish of a breastplate. I walk down the center of the aisle. I do not rush. I look at the locks on the cases. Secure. I look at the humidity monitor's digital readouts, glowing faintly red. 45%. Perfect for steel and leather. I walk to the far end of the wing, to the heavy oak door that leads to the administrative offices. I try the handle. Locked. I take the master ring, find the silver key with the blue dot, and insert it. It turns smoothly. I open the door, peek inside the corridor. Dark, empty. I close it and lock it again. I continue my round, moving from the medieval gallery to the hall of ceramics. The floor changes from wood to carpet. My footsteps become silent. Thousands of eyes watch me, painted eyes on Greek vases, hollow eyes of clay figurines. I check the fire extinguishers, ensuring the pressure gauges are in the green. I check the emergency strobe lights. I reach the West Wing, the modern art section. The shapes here are abstract, jagged shadows against the white walls. I check the rear service elevator. I press the call button. Nothing happens. Good. The service elevators are locked out for the night. I descend the back stairwell, the concrete steps echoing with a sharper sound. I hold the rail, descending 2 flights back to the ground level, then 1 more flight down to the basement level. The basement is where the physical plant lives. The boiler room, the electrical room, the storage archives. I open the door to the boiler room. The noise is immediate, a low, powerful rumble. 3 massive boilers sit like sleeping giants, wrapped in silver insulation. I check the pressure gauges. The needles are steady. I check the floor for leaks. Dry. I move to the electrical room. Rows of breaker panels panels line the walls. The transformers hum with a high-pitched vibration that I feel in my teeth. The smell of ozone is faint but present. Everything is operating within normal parameters. I return to the corridor and head back to the security office. The walk back feels different. The building is buttoned up. It is secure. It is mine. I enter the office and sit back down at the desk. I look at the clock. 8:45. The initial lockdown took exactly 45 minutes. I open the logbook again. 20:45. Perimeter lockdown complete. All external doors secure. Alarm zones 1-4 armed. HVAC nominal. No anomalies. I pick up the radio and press the transmit button just to test the frequency. Control to central, I say, my voice low. A second later, the dispatcher at the remote monitoring station downtown responds. The voice is tinny in my earpiece. Central copies control. Signal is 5x5. Have a quiet one. Roger that. Out. I lean back, the chair creaking softly. The monitors bathe the room in a cool blue light. I pick up my thermos and unscrew the lid. I pour a small amount of coffee into the cup cap. Steam rises, curling in the blue light. I take a sip. The museum is sleeping. The city outside is winding down. Thousands of people turning off their lights, locking their doors, and drifting into dreams. But here, amidst the artifacts of civilizations long gone, I am the watchman. I look at the camera feed of the Egyptian hall. The stone sarcophagus sits motionless in the dark. It has been there for 3,000 years. It is not going anywhere. I settle in. The night stretches out before me. A long, quiet road of hours to be filled with the rhythmic click of boot heels and the silent communion with history. I am awake. I am ready. The shift has begun. The shift officially begins not with a bang, but with a series of distinct mechanical clicks. It is 11 o'clock at night. The museum has been closed to the public for 6 hours, and the cleaning crews have just departed, leaving the polished terrazzo floors gleaming under the emergency lighting. The air inside the grand rotunda is cool, conditioned to a precise 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and it carries the faint, sterile scent of floor wax and old stone. I stand at the security console, the nerve center of the building, preparing for the first full circuit of the night. This is the morning of my shift, the time when the mind is clearest and the body is most ready to move. The lethargy of the day has been washed away by a hot shower and the crisp night air during my commute. Now I am purely an instrument of observation. My utility belt is heavy, a familiar weight settling against my hips. It is a dense, woven nylon web, stiff and supportive. I run my hands along the circumference, checking the placement of each tool by touch alone, a ritual of muscle memory. On my right hip sits the radio, a Motorola handheld with a textured, rubberized grip. I lift it from its holster, feeling the resistance of the clip, and turn the volume knob at the top. It offers a satisfying resistance before clicking on. A short burst of static washes through the earpiece I have looped over my left ear, followed by the clear, calm voice of the dispatch center conducting the hourly roll call. I press the side button. The rubber depresses with a firm snap. I speak my code, clear and low. The confirmation comes back instantly. The channel is open. The link is established. Next to the radio is my flashlight. It is not a small plastic thing, but a machined aluminum cylinder, anodized in matte black. It is cold to the touch. The barrel has a knurled pattern, a cross-hatching of diamond shapes cut into the metal to ensure a perfect grip, even with gloved hands. I slide it out, enjoying the smooth friction of metal against the nylon pouch. I press the tail switch. It has a long travel, a heavy spring that requires deliberate pressure. Click. A focused beam of pure white light cuts across the dim console desk. I inspect the lens for dust, wipe it with a microfiber cloth from my pocket, and slide the light back into its home. Finally, the keys. The master ring. This is the anchor of the job. There are 12 keys on the ring, each one brass or steel, their edges worn smooth by years of turning in tumblers. They jingle softly, a metallic chime that will accompany me for the next 8 hours. I clip them to the retractable tether on my belt. I give the wire a test pull. It zips out smoothly, 24 inches of Kevlar cord, and snaps back with a quiet thwack. I am ready. The first task is the perimeter lock check of the Grand Rotunda. The museum is a fortress of neoclassic stone, and the front doors are massive, oak-paneled slabs reinforced with steel cores. I walk across the open floor, my rubber-soled boots making no sound on the marble. The acoustics here are incredible. During the day, they amplify the chatter of hundreds of tourists, but at night, they amplify the silence. The silence feels heavy, like a velvet blanket draped over the architecture. I approach the main entrance. There are 3 sets of double doors. I start on the left. I take the largest key from my ring, a long silver key with a square head. I insert it into the deadbolt of the first door. The mechanism is well oiled. The key slides in with a glide that feels like a piston entering a cylinder. I turn it to the right. The tumblers inside the lock align. Click, 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 and the bolt engages. I feel the solid thud of the steel rod sliding into the doorframe. It is a sensation of absolute closure. I pull the key out and press my shoulder against the wood, testing the lock. It is immovable. I move to the center doors. Insert, glide, turn, thud, test. Then the right doors. Insert, glide, turn, thud, test. The rhythm is hypnotic. It is a physical confirmation of safety. With each turned bolt, the separation between the chaotic outside world and the ordered interior of the museum becomes more absolute. I am sealing the vessel. I turn away from the doors and face the rotunda. The shadows of the Corinthian columns stretch long across the floor, cast by the streetlights filtering in through the high clear-story windows. I unclip the RFID wand from my belt. This is a black, baton-like device with a silver tip, used to log my patrol electronically. I walk to the small, coin-sized button mounted discreetly on the wall near the security desk. This is the first checkpoint. I press the silver tip of the wand against the button. A tiny red LED on the wand flashes once, then turns green. A soft beep echoes in the hall. The system has logged my presence. 11:15 p.m. The patrol has begun. I move toward the East Wing, home to the Ancient Civilizations exhibit. The transition is palpable. I leave the echoing openness of the rotunda and enter a corridor carpeted in a dense, plush wool of deep burgundy. The air changes here. It is drier, controlled by rigorous humidity systems to preserve the fragile papyrus and linen wrapping of the artifacts. Walking here is different. The carpet absorbs the energy of my stride, making the movement feel fluid, almost floating. I draw my flashlight. I do not point it straight ahead, but sweep it low, scanning the floor, then the corners, then the display cases. The beam catches the glass of the vitrines, creating momentary flares of white light. I stop at the first major display, the sarcophagus of a minor noble. It rests in the center of the room, encased in a seamless box of tempered glass. My job is to inspect the seal. I lean in close, the flashlight beam narrowing to a tight circle. I trace the edge where the glass meets the pedestal. I am looking for anything out of order, a crack, a shift in the silicone seal, a speck of dust that shouldn't be there. The glass is pristine. The cleaner has done excellent work. There are not even streaks to catch the light. I move to the side of the case where the humidity sensor is mounted. It is a small digital box with a gray liquid crystal display. The numbers are black and sharp against the gray background. 45%. I pull a small notepad from my breast pocket. It is a spiral-bound notebook with waterproof paper. I take my pen, a metal-bodied ballpoint with a pressurized cartridge, and click the top. I write the time, the location, and the humidity reading. The pen glides over the paper with a scratchy, tactile friction that vibrates up through my fingers. Writing these numbers is not strictly necessary, as the digital sensors log directly to the server. But the manual log is a fail-safe. It forces me to look, to process, to acknowledge the reality of the environment. It is a ritual of mindfulness. I click the pen closed and replace it. I holster the light. I move on. The flow state begins to set in. This is the zone where time ceases to be a burden and becomes a fluid medium through which I move. The museum is a series of loops and checks, a complex geometry that I know by heart. I know exactly how many steps it takes to cross the Hall of Statues, 42. I know that the floorboard near the Grecian urn creates a soft creak if I step on the left side. So I step on the right. I know the way the air currents shift near the ventilation returns, cooling the back of my neck. I enter the Hall of Armor next. This is a favorite of mine. The room is long and narrow, lined with suits of plate mail standing guard in eternal vigilance. The smell here is distinct gun oil, iron, and leather. It is a masculine, sharp scent. I bring the flashlight up again. The beam plays over the curved surfaces of polished steel breastplates and visors. The light ripples across the metal like water. I am checking the mounting wires. These suits are heavy, suspended by high-tensile cables that are nearly invisible. I approach a suit of Japanese samurai armor. The lacing is silk, dyed a deep indigo. I lean in, inspecting the knots. They are tight, undisturbed. I check the sword, the katana, resting on the rack. The peace tie, a small loop of cord that secures the hilt to the sheath, is intact. I give the display case a gentle tug to ensure it is locked. The glass rattles almost imperceptibly against the frame, a solid, secure sound. I verify the checkpoint button on the wall. Touch, beep, green light. Moving deeper into the building, I approach the maintenance corridor that runs behind the main galleries. This is the backstage area, the skeleton of the museum. The floor changes to sealed concrete, gray and smooth. The walls are painted a utilitarian white. The silence here is different. It is filled with the hum of machinery. I can hear the rhythmic chugging of the air handlers, the lungs of the building. They push thousands of cubic feet of filtered air through the ducts every minute. I stop at the fire control panel. It is a large red box covered in gauges and lights. This is a technical check. I scan the array of small LEDs. They are all glowing a steady green. A yellow light would mean a fault. A red light would mean an alarm. It is a sea of green. I check the pressure gauges for the sprinkler system. The needle on the main riser gauge sits perfectly steady at 120 psi. I tap the glass face of the gauge with my fingernail tink, just to make sure the needle isn't stuck. It doesn't move. The pressure is holding. I continue down the corridor. My boots squeak faintly on the polished concrete. I reach the rear exit door, the one that leads to the loading dock. This is a critical vulnerability point. I grab the crash bar, the horizontal metal bar that spans the width of the door. I push against it. It should be locked from the outside, but openable from the inside. But for tonight, I am checking the deadbolts that secure it completely. I look at the top and bottom rods. They are engaged. I verify the magnetic contact sensor at the top of the frame. The two halves of the magnet are perfectly aligned, touching. If the door were even a millimeter ajar, the circuit would break and the alarm panel would show a fault. It is seamless. I turn back, retracing my steps to the gallery. The transition from the stark brightness of the utility corridor back to the shadowed mystery of the museum floor is jarring for a second, then soothing. My eyes adjust instantly. I head up the grand staircase to the second floor. The handrail is wide, carved from mahogany, cool and smooth under my palm. I slide my hand along it as I ascend, feeling the grain of the wood. 1 flight, 2 flights, the landing. The second floor houses the 19th century European paintings. The Impressionists. The lighting here is kept very low to prevent fading of the pigments. I switch my flashlight to its low-power setting. The beam softens, becoming a warm halo rather than a piercing lance. I walk slowly past the frames. Gold leaf glimmers in the periphery of my vision. I am not looking at the art, not really. I am looking at the physical objects. Is the wire secure? Is the canvas hanging straight? I pause in front of a large landscape. I can smell the age of it, varnish and canvas. I take a deep breath. The air is still. I check the motion detectors mounted in the corners of the ceiling. A tiny red light blinks on the sensor unit every time I move. It sees me. I see it. We are acknowledging each other. I reach the far end of the West Wing. Here lies the door to the archives, a restricted area that requires a higher level of clearance. I reach for the ID card on a lanyard around my neck. It is a hard plastic card with a magnetic strip and an embedded chip. I hold the card up to the black reader box mounted on the wall. Beep. The light turns green. I hear the heavy electromagnetic lock disengage with a loud clack, followed by the hiss of the pneumatic closer releasing. I pull the heavy door open. The archives smell of paper dust and vanilla, the scent of lignin breaking down over centuries. It is the most comforting smell in the world. Rows of mobile shelving units stand like monoliths in the dark. I do not walk down every aisle. That is for the deep patrol later in the shift. For now, I walk the central aisle, shining my light down the gaps. The shadows of the crank handles on the shelves create geometric patterns on the floor. Everything is still. I check the temperature logger on the wall. 65 degrees. Perfect for paper. I exit the archives, letting the door close behind me. The magnet engages again. Thud click. Locked. I check my watch. It is a heavy diver's watch with a luminous dial. The hands glow a pale green in the dark. 11:55. The first loop is nearly complete. I make my way back toward the central rotunda, taking the route through the Hall of Gems. This is the most secure room in the building. The walls are reinforced. The glass is ballistic grade polycarbonate. As I walk, I am hyper-aware of the floor. In here, there are pressure sensors under the carpet. I have to walk on the designated path, a strip of flooring that is marked only on the internal schematics, though I know it by heart. If I step off the path, the silent alarm trips in the control room. I place my feet deliberately, heel toe, heel toe. I am walking a tightrope that lies flat on the ground. The gems in the cases catch the stray light from the exit signs and my passing flashlight. Deep blue sapphires, fiery opals, cold clear diamonds. They sparkle in the dark, awake while the world sleeps. I check the glass. I check the seals. I check the cameras. There are more cameras here than anywhere else. I look up at the black domes on the ceiling. I give a small nod. I step out of the Hall of Gems and back onto the marble of the rotunda. I have come full circle. I walk back to the security console. The chair is high-backed, mesh ergonomic. I sit down, the gas cylinder sighing as it takes my weight. I place the flashlight back on the desk, standing it on its lens so it doesn't roll. I unclip the RFID wand and place it into its docking cradle, connected to the computer. The computer screen flickers as it downloads the data from the wand. A progress bar fills up blue, steady. Upload complete. A list of checkpoints appears on the screen. Every single one is marked with a green checkmark and a timestamp. Rotunda, 11:15 p.m. Egypt, 11:22 p.m. Armor, 11:30 p.m. Maintenance, 11:38 p.m. European art, 11:45 p.m. Archives, 11:50 p.m. Gems, 11:55 p.m. The symmetry pleases me. The timing was perfect. I pick up the logbook, a large bound ledger that stays on the desk. I open it to the current date. I smooth the paper with the side of my hand. I pick up the pen again. Under the entry for the start of the shift, I write in neat, block capital letters. 0000. First patrol complete. All secure. Perimeter locked. Systems normal. I set the pen down. I lean back in the chair. I take a sip from my insulated water bottle. The water is ice cold. The museum breathes around me. The refrigerator in the break room hums. The monitors emit a low-frequency buzz that is almost below hearing. The radio on my hip gives a soft chirp, just a system check from the network. I look at the bank of monitors, 12 screens, each showing a different grayscale view of the empty halls I just walked through. I see the armor, the paintings, the statues. They are safe. They are watching the dark, and I am watching them. The morning flow is established. The jitters of the commute are gone. The stiffness of the day is gone. There is only the rhythm. The next hour will bring the same tasks, the same walk, the same checks. But the repetition is not boring. It is deepening. It is polishing a stone. I rest my hands on the cool laminate of the desk and watch the timestamp on the monitor tick over. 0001. The new day has technically begun. The night stretches out before me, a long, quiet road that I know how to navigate perfectly. I am the keeper of the quiet, and everything is exactly where it should be. The digital clock on the security console reads 2 in the morning. This is the anchor point of the night, the fulcrum where the shift tips from the late evening into the deep, quiet stretch of the early morning. It is time for the scheduled pause. I do not leave my post abruptly. Even the act of taking a break requires a protocol, a series of small, deliberate movements that ensure the museum remains secure, even while I step away. I reach out and toggle the switch on the main control panel. It is a satisfying, heavy switch that moves with a solid mechanical thud. This transfers the primary alert feed to the handheld unit, clipped to my belt. The screens in front of me remain active, casting their cool blue glow across the desk. But the audio alerts will now travel with me. I stand up. My joints pop softly, a familiar release of tension after hours of sitting. I adjust my belt, feeling the reassuring weight of the flashlight, the keys, and the radio. I slide my chair back, the wheels rolling smoothly over the anti-static mat. I align the chair perfectly with the desk edge. A tidy workspace is a vigilant workspace. I pick up my thermos and my lunch container. They are stacked neatly to the side of the monitors. I walk out of the main security office, the door sealing behind me with a magnetic clack that echoes briefly in the corridor. The walk to the break room is a journey between worlds. I leave the high-tech hum of the control center and step into the velvet silence of the grand hall. The moonlight filters through the high glass dome above, painting long, pale rectangles on the polished marble floor. My boots are rubber-soled, designed for stealth and comfort. They make almost no sound, just a faint, rhythmic squeak that is absorbed instantly by the vastness of the room. I pass the statue of the discus thrower. In the daylight, he is surrounded by tourists and noise. Now he is alone, frozen in eternal concentration. I nod to him as I pass. We are co-workers of a sort. We both hold our positions in the silence. I turn down the service corridor, located behind the Egyptian wing. The atmosphere changes here. The marble gives way to industrial linoleum, waxed to a high shine. The air is slightly warmer, smelling faintly of floor cleaner and old paper. This is the heart of the building's infrastructure, hidden away from the public eye. I arrive at the break room door. It is a plain beige metal door with a small reinforced window. I swipe my badge against the reader. The light turns green. I push the handle down and step inside. The break room is a sensory reset. It is small, bright, and functional. The lighting here is fluorescent, a stark contrast to the moody shadows of the galleries. It hums with the life of appliances. The refrigerator cycles on with a low, vibrating purr. The vending machine in the corner emits a soft, electric buzz. I place my lunch container on the round white table in the center of the room. I set my thermos down beside it. I unclip the radio from my belt and place it upright on the table, turning the volume knob down just enough so that static is inaudible, but a voice call would still be clear. I place the handheld monitor next to it. The small screen shows the cycling camera feeds, a miniature version of the world I just left. I take a seat. The chair is simple, molded plastic, but it offers a different posture than the office chair. I lean back and exhale, long and slow. This is the lull. I begin the ritual of the meal. I brought a stew tonight. It is a hearty beef and barley stew, prepared specifically for the sustainment required on a night shift. I walk to the microwave and place the glass container inside. I press the buttons. Beep, beep, beep. Start. The microwave begins its rotation. I stand before it, watching the plate spin. I do not check my phone. I do not look at a magazine. I simply wait. There is a meditative quality to the waiting. I listen to the fan whirring. I watch the steam begin to rise inside the chamber, fogging the glass door. When the timer ends, the machine chimes. I open the door, and the aroma hits me instantly. Rosemary, thyme, savory broth. It is a grounding scent, warm and domestic, pushing back against the sterile smell of the museum archives. I carry the hot container back to the table, using a folded paper towel to protect my fingers. I sit down. I open my thermos. It contains black tea, kept at a scalding temperature. I pour the amber liquid into the steel cup that serves as the lid. Steam curls up in delicate, swirling ribbons, disappearing into the fluorescent light above. I pick up my spoon. It is a heavy, stainless steel spoon I brought from home. I dislike the flimsiness of plastic cutlery. I want to feel the weight of the tool in my hand. I dip the spoon into the stew. The first bite is a study in temperature. The heat spreads through my chest, chasing away the chill of the air-conditioned galleries. The barley provides a pleasant, chewy resistance. The vegetables are soft. I eat slowly. There is no rush. The museum is not going anywhere. The artifacts have waited thousands of years. They can wait for me to finish my dinner. I take a sip of the tea. It is bitter and clean. It sharpens my senses. As I eat, I look out the small window on the far wall of the break room. It faces the rear alleyway of the museum. It is raining outside. I can see the raindrops streaking against the glass, illuminated by the security light mounted above the loading dock. They look like streaks of molten silver. I watch the patterns they make. Some drops merge and run down quickly. Others cling stubbornly to the glass. I am safe inside. The building is a fortress, and I am in its keep. The separation between the wet, chaotic world outside and the dry, ordered world inside is absolute. I appreciate the thickness of the walls. I appreciate the complexity of the locks. I finish the stew. I wipe the container clean with a piece of bread, ensuring nothing is wasted. The crust of the bread crackles softly as I break it. I eat the last piece, savoring the texture. I stand up to clean my station. I walk to the sink. I run the water until it is hot. I wash my container and my spoon. The sponge creates a soft, foaming lather. I rinse the soap away, watching the bubbles swirl down the drain. I dry the items with a paper towel, wiping until the steel of the spoon shines and the glass of the container is streak-free. I place them back in my bag. The meal is done, but the break is not over. I have 20 minutes remaining. This is the time for maintenance. I sit back down at the table and unzip the front pocket of my gear bag. I remove a small zippered pouch and a microfiber cloth. It is time to inspect my equipment. I start with the flashlight. It is a heavy-duty tactical light, machined from aircraft-grade aluminum. The black anodized finish is cool to the touch. The knurling on the handle is rough, providing a perfect, non-slip grip. I unscrew the tail cap. The threads are smooth and well-oiled. They turn with a silent, gliding precision. I inspect the rubber O-ring that seals the battery compartment. It is intact, flexible, and free of dust. I take the batteries out. They are heavy, dense cylinders. I check the contacts. They are clean. I slide the batteries back in. 1, 2. They slide into the tube with a pneumatic sigh as the air is displaced. I screw the cap back on. I twist it until it meets resistance, then give it one final, firm quarter turn to lock it in place. I depress the button on the tail cap. Click. A beam of intense, white light hits the far wall. The circle is perfect. There are no dark spots. The lens is clear. turn it off. Click. Next, I pick up my keys. This is the master ring. It holds the keys to the internal doors, the maintenance closets, and the administrative offices. There are 15 keys in total. I lay them out on the microfiber cloth. They are brass and steel, their edges jagged with the unique codes of their locks. I pick up the cloth and begin to wipe them down, one by one. I remove the oil from my fingers, the dust from the pockets. I polish the brass until it gleams under the break room lights. There is a deep satisfaction in caring for these tools. They are the extensions of my will. They allow me to pass through walls. They allow me to bring light to the dark. If I take care of them, they will not fail me when I need them. I check the key ring itself. It is a braided steel cable with a screw lock. I test the screw lock to ensure it is tight. It is secure. The keys jingle softly as I gather them up, a sound like wind chimes made of solid earth. I clip them back onto my belt. I look at the clock on the wall. It is now 2:40 in the morning. I have time for one last task, the organizational task. I pull a small, leather-bound notebook from my pocket. This is my personal log, separate from the official digital reports. I use it to track observations, small anomalies, and maintenance requests that do not require immediate escalation. I open the book to the bookmark, a thin ribbon of red silk. The paper is cream-colored and smooth. I take my pen from my shirt pocket. It is a metal click pen with a fine point and black gel ink. I click the pen. I write the date at the top of the page. I write the time, 2:40 a.m. Break concluded. Perimeter secure. Rain continues. My handwriting is small and blocky. I focus on the shape of each letter. The vertical lines are straight. The curves are consistent. The ink flows onto the paper without skipping, leaving a dark, wet trail that dries instantly. I reflect on the first half of the shift. I recall the flickering light I noticed in the east wing corridor. I write it down. East wing, corridor 4. Overhead track light fixture 3 is flickering intermittently. Request bulb replacement. I recall the sound of the HVAC system in the modern art gallery. It seemed slightly louder than usual, a faint rattle in the vent. Modern art gallery. Vent above the abstract sculpture. Low frequency vibration detected. Check filter seating. Writing these things down clears my mind. It externalizes the details. I do not have to carry them in my head anymore. They are captured on the paper, safe and recorded. I am freeing up mental bandwidth for the second half of the night. I close the notebook. The leather cover feels soft and worn under my fingertips. I slide it back into my pocket. I clip the pen back into place. The break is drawing to a close. I can feel my body shifting gears. The digestion mode is ending. The vigilance mode is re-engaging. I stand up and push the chair back under the table. I align it perfectly, just as I did with the chair in the control room. I check the table surface. It is clean. I check the floor. It is clear. I have left no trace of my presence. I pick up the radio. I turn the volume knob back up to the operational level. It gives a quick squelch of static, then settles into silence. I clip it to my belt. I pick up the handheld monitor. I glance at the screen. The cameras are still cycling. The museum is still sleeping. I walk to the door. I place my hand on the handle. Taking a breath, I prepare for the transition. I am leaving the bright, warm, small box of the break room. I am returning to the vast, cool, shadowed cathedral of history. I press down on the handle. The latch retracts with a sharp metallic snap. I open the door and step out into the hallway. The air is cooler here. The smell of the floor wax greets me again. The hum of the refrigerator is cut off as the door closes behind me. I am back in the silence. I stand for a moment in the service corridor, letting my eyes adjust to the lower light levels. I blink slowly. My pupils dilate, taking in the shadows. My hearing expands, reaching out to the corners of the building. I can hear the rain drumming on the roof, far above. It is a distant, soothing rhythm, a white noise that blankets the entire structure. I begin the walk back to the control center. My steps are purposeful. The brake has done its work. My legs feel fresh. My mind is clear. The heaviness of the midnight hour has lifted. I walk past the loading dock entrance. I check the door handle as I pass. I do not need to, but I do it anyway. I grip the cold metal lever and pull. It is locked tight, solid, immovable. I continue down the hall. I re-enter the grand hall. The discuss thrower is still there, still waiting. The shadows have shifted slightly as the moon has moved across the sky, but the silence remains the same. I approach the security office. Through the glass walls, I can see my desk. The monitors are glowing, a beacon of blue light in the dark. They are waiting for me. I enter the office. The air is filtered and cool. I walk to my chair. I sit down. I reach out and toggle the main switch on the control panel. The heavy thud of the switch, returning to its primary position, is the final note of my break. The audio feed transfers back to the room's speakers. The hum of the hard drives becomes the dominant sound once again. I place my hands on the desk. The surface is smooth and cool. I look at the screens. Camera 1, Camera 2, Camera 3. All clear. I am back at the helm. The ship is steady. The night continues. I am ready for the hours that remain. digital clock on the console wall shifts silently from 3:59 to 4 o'clock. This is the beginning of the final descent, the slow and steady glide path toward the end of the shift. The museum feels different at this hour. The heavy, settled silence of the deep night begins to lift, replaced by a subtle, anticipatory energy. The building knows that the sun is approaching, and my role shifts from guardian to custodian, preparing the space for the waking world. I pick up the heavy, black flashlight, feeling the cold, machined aluminum against my palm. I do not turn it on yet. The emergency track lighting provides just enough amber glow to navigate the corridors, and my eyes have long since adjusted to the gloom. I stand up from the ergonomic chair, enjoying the stretch in my lower back, and adjust my belt. Every clip, every key ring, every pouch is exactly where it should be. My final round is the most detailed of the night. It is not just about security. It is about presentation. I leave the control room, the door clicking shut with a solid mechanical latch sound behind me. My boots strike the polished terrazzo floor of the central rotunda. Step, step, step. The rhythm is slow, deliberate. I am not rushing to leave. I am savoring the completion of the work. I head toward the East Wing, home to the 19th century collections. The air here is kept slightly cooler, a precise 68 degrees, to preserve the oil paintings and heavy velvet tapestries. I stop at the entrance to the gallery. I take a moment to breathe in. The air smells of floor wax and old canvas, a dry, dusty, comforting scent. I move to the humidity monitors, mounted discreetly near the floorboards. I kneel on one knee, the fabric of my uniform trousers stretching taut. I press the small gray button on the side of the digital reader. The screen illuminates with a soft green backlight. 45% relative humidity. Perfect. I take out my small notebook and my ballpoint pen. I click the pen open. I write the time 4:10 and the reading 45%. The ink flows smoothly, leaving a clean, dark line on the paper. I click the pen closed and clip it back into my breast pocket. Moving down the long hallway, I inspect the velvet ropes. During the day, crowds can jostle these stanchions, shifting them out of alignment. I approach the first post, a heavy brass cylinder topped with a round finial. It is slightly askew. I grip the cold brass with both hands. It is heavy, weighted at the base. I lift it just a fraction of an inch and set it down, aligning it perfectly with the seam in the floor tiles. I move to the next one. Lift, aligned, set. The velvet rope between them creates a perfect, symmetrical swoop. It is a small detail, but satisfaction comes from the geometry of it. I reach the Hall of Sculpture. This is my favorite room to check in the pre-dawn hours. The statues, white marble and dark bronze, stand motionless in the shadows. I walk the perimeter. My task here is to check the uplights. I approach the control panel, hidden behind a false wall panel near the emergency exit. I slide the panel back. It moves on well-oiled tracks, revealing a row of breakers and dimmer switches. I reach out and slide the master dimmer up, just to test the circuit. Slowly, the room begins to glow. Beams of light shoot up from the floor, catching the chin of a Roman senator, the outstretched arm of a dancer, the folds of a marble toga. I watch the light play across the stone surfaces, looking for any flickering bulbs or dark spots. The illumination is steady. The light is warm and clean. Satisfied, I slide the dimmer back down to its night setting, plunging the room back into its protective gray twilight. I slide the wall panel shut. Click. It is now 4:45. I make my way to the grand foyer. This is where the day begins for the public, and it must be flawless. The floor here is vast, a sea of polished stone. I walk to the main information desk. It is a sweeping arc of mahogany. I run my hand along the surface. It is cool and smooth, but I spot a smudge near the telephone, likely left by the evening staff. I pull a microfiber cloth from my utility pouch. I do not use spray. The cloth alone is enough. I fold the blue fabric into a neat square. I apply steady, circular pressure to the wood. Round and round. I can feel the friction reducing as the oil from the smudge is lifted away. I wipe until the mahogany shines like glass, reflecting the exit signs above. I refold the cloth and tuck it away. I move to the glass doors of the main entrance. There are 8 of them, tall and imposing. I check the locking bolts at the bottom of each door. I crouch down. I verify that the steel pins are fully extended into the floor sockets. I give the first door a gentle push. It does not budge. I move to the second. Solid. The third. Secure. I repeat this process for all 8 doors, a rhythmic ritual of verification. Push. Check. Move. Push. Check. Move. The perimeter is inviolate. By 5:15, I am back in the control room. The physical work is done. Now the digital cleanup begins. I sit down and wake the computer monitors. The screens hum to life. I open the nightly log file. It is a spreadsheet with rows for every hour of my shift. I begin to type. My fingers find the keys instinctively. The sound of the keyboard is a rapid, soft clatter, like rain on a tin roof. I document the humidity reading in the east wing. I document the lighting check in the Hall of Sculpture. I note that the perimeter check was completed and that all secure points are holding. I type out a brief note for the morning supervisor about a flickering bulb in the second floor hallway. identifying it by its serial number so maintenance can find it easily. I review the text. No typos, no ambiguity, just clear, concise data. I move the mouse, the cursor gliding across the screen, and click Save. A small progress bar fills up instantly. The file is stored. The night is recorded. I close the window and open the email client to send the handover report. I attach the log. I type a standard greeting to the day shift team. I hit send. The message sent notification appears. A small banner of accomplishment. At 5:30, the sky outside the security camera feeds begins to change. The deep ink black turns to a bruised purple, then a steel gray. The streetlights outside flicker off, one by one. The city is waking up. I see the headlights of a car pull into the staff lot on monitor 4. It is Miller, the morning guard. He is early, as always. I watch him park, turn off his lights, and step out of his car. He carries a thermos and walks with a brisk, morning energy. I pick up the ring of keys from the desk. I stand and wait by the employee entrance door. I hear the buzzer sound, a short, sharp tone. I look through the peephole to confirm it is him, though I already know. I turn the thumb turn on the deadbolt. It retracts with a heavy clunk. I depress the lever handle and pull the heavy steel door open. Miller steps in, bringing with him the smell of cool, damp morning air and fresh coffee. "Morning," he says, his voice gravelly but cheerful. "Morning, Miller," I reply. Quiet night. Humidity is good. One bulb out on the second floor logged it. "Sounds good," he says. We walk together to the control room. I unclip the main master key from my belt. It is the only key that stays with the station. I hand it to him. The metal is warm from my body heat. He takes it and clips it to his own belt. The transfer of authority is complete. The museum is his now. I go to the locker room. The fluorescent lights hum overhead. I open my locker, number 12. The metal door swings out on squeaky hinges. I sit on the wooden bench and begin to untie my boots. The laces are thick and strong. I loosen them rung by rung. I pull my left foot out, then my right. The release of pressure is immediate and blissful. My feet expand, breathing in the cool air. I peel off my uniform shirt, folding it carefully, even though it will go into the wash. I place it in my gym bag. I put on my personal clothes, a soft, gray cotton t-shirt and loose sweatpants. The fabric feels impossibly light compared to the structured uniform. I slide my feet into my sneakers. They feel like clouds. I close the locker. I spin the dial on the combination lock. 0, 10, 20. It clicks shut. I walk out of the locker room, past the control room, where Miller is already settling into the chair, and head for the exit. I push the door open and step out into the morning. The sensory shift is profound. Inside, the air was conditioned, filtered, and still. Outside, the air is alive. It is cool, crisp, and carries the scent of dew on the ornamental grass, and the faint, acrid smell of distant city traffic. The light is pale and blue. The sun has not fully breached the horizon, but the world is illuminated. I walk to my car, parked in the corner of the lot. The dew has settled on the windshield, a layer of thousands of tiny, perfect beads of water. I unlock the door and slide into the driver's seat. The car is cold, but it is a private cold. I turn the key in the ignition. The engine catches immediately, settling into a low, steady idle. I turn on the wipers. Swish, swish. The glass is cleared. I pull out of the lot and onto the main avenue. This is the best part of the commute. I am driving against the flow. In the opposite lanes, cars are packed bumper to bumper, red taillights stretching out in a long, frustrated ribbon. People are gripping steering wheels, checking watches, rushing toward stress. But my lane is empty. It is a wide, open road of gray asphalt. I drive at a steady 40 miles per hour. The tires hum against the road surface. The suspension absorbs the minor bumps. I do not turn on the radio. I do not need music or news. The hum of the engine and the rhythm of the road are enough. I watch the city slide by, the bakeries rolling up their metal shutters, the joggers waiting at crosswalks, the steam rising from manhole covers. I am a ghost passing through their morning, an observer heading towards sanctuary. The drive takes 20 minutes. I turn into my neighborhood. It is quiet here. The suburban streets lined with trees that are just beginning to catch the first golden rays of the actual sunrise. I pull into my driveway. I put the car in park. I turn the key. The engine cuts out. Silence rushes back in to fill the space. I sit for a moment, listening to the ticking of the cooling engine. I gather my bag and step out. The walk to the front door is short. I unlock the door, the key sliding into the lock with familiar ease. I step inside and lock the world out behind me. Home. The smell is specific: laundry detergent, old books, and the faint trace of vanilla from a candle burned days ago. I drop my keys in the ceramic bowl on the table. Clink. I hang my jacket on the hook. I head straight for the kitchen. I am not hungry for a heavy meal, but my body needs a signal that the day is done. I fill the electric kettle with water and flip the switch. I hear the water begin to agitate, the low rumble growing to a boil. I take a mug from the cupboard. I place a single bag of chamomile tea inside. The kettle clicks off. I pour the water. The steam rises, curling in the morning light, filtering through the blinds. I let it steep. While the tea cools, I go to the bathroom to wash away the shift. I turn on the shower, setting the temperature to hot. I undress and step under the spray. The water is a physical weight, drumming against my shoulders, running down my back. I scrub my hands with a bar of rough, exfoliating soap, washing away the feel of brass keys, plastic keyboards, and cardboard boxes. I close my eyes and let the water run over my face. The tension in my neck, the vigilance I hold in my posture for 8 hours, begins to melt. It swirls down the drain. I dry off with a thick, heavy towel. It feels rough and grounding against my skin. I brush my teeth, the minty foam sharp and cleansing. I put on clean boxers and a fresh, oversized t-shirt. I am clean. I am soft. I am ready. I take my mug of tea and walk to the bedroom. This room is my fortress. I have invested heavily in this space. The walls are painted a deep, soothing slate blue. But the most important feature is the window. I walk over and pull the blackout curtains closed. The effect is instant. The bright morning sun is extinguished. The room plunges into a deep, cave-like darkness. It is not pitch black, but a heavy, restful shadow. The world outside, the traffic, the construction, the leaf blowers, is muffled and distant. I pull back the duvet. The sheets are percale cotton, cool to the touch and crisp. I sit on the edge of the mattress. It sinks slightly under my weight, a memory foam embrace. I finish the last sip of tea, feeling the warmth travel down to my stomach. I set the mug on the nightstand. I swing my legs up and slide under the covers. The weight of the duvet settles over me, a heavy, protective layer. I adjust the pillow, punching it once to get the perfect loft. I lay my head down. My ear presses against the cool fabric. I close my eyes. My body feels heavy, sinking into the mattress. My legs, tired from walking the marble floors, throb with a dull, pleasant ache of exertion. I let my muscles go loose. I start with my toes, unclenching them, then my calves, my thighs. I unclench my hands, letting the fingers curl naturally. I drop my shoulders away from my ears. I relax my jaw. In the darkness, my mind begins to replay the highlights of the shift, but not in a way that keeps me awake. It is a review of success. The click of the lock, the perfectly aligned velvet rope, the clean shine of the mahogany desk, the green light on the humidity monitor, the file saved, the door locked. Everything is secure. The museum is safe. My duty is discharged. There is nothing left to check. There is nothing left to watch. The responsibility has been passed on. My breathing slows. In, out, in, out. The sound of my own breath is the only thing I hear. It is a slow, rhythmic tide. The darkness behind my eyelids begins to soften, turning into swirling patterns of gray and blue. The bed feels like a raft, drifting on a calm, dark ocean. I am warm. I am safe. I am done. The thoughts become fragmented, losing their edges. The image of the Roman statue in the Hall of Sculpture appears for a second, bathed in amber light, then fades into the dark. The sound of the rain on the skylight from the start of the shift echoes faintly, a soothing white noise. My body gives one last twitch, a final release of energy, and then settles into total stillness. The line between waking and sleeping blurs. The heavy, sweet gravity of sleep pulls me down into the quiet, down into the rest I have earned. And then there is nothing but the peace of the deep, dark drift. The digital display on the bedside table shifts silently from 3:44 to 3:45. I am already awake. My eyes open to the familiar, cool darkness of the room. My internal clock synchronized perfectly with the rhythm of the shift. There is no jarring alarm, no desperate scramble for the snooze button. There is only the quiet transition from rest to readiness. I slide the duvet back. The sheets are soft, cool cotton, whispering against my skin as I move. I sit up and place my feet on the floor. The hardwood is solid and cold, a grounding sensation that signals the beginning of the operational cycle. I stand and stretch, feeling the vertebrae align. A slow, deliberate expansion of the chest and shoulders. The house is silent. The world outside is silent. This is the hour of stillness, the time before the chaos of the morning rush, a private window of existence where I can be purely methodical. I move to the bathroom. The tile floor is cooler than the wood, crisp against my soles. I turn the faucet handle. The water flows clear and steady. I splash it onto my face, the temperature shocking the last remnants of sleep from my system. I pat my face dry with a thick towel, the fabric rough and invigorating. I apply shaving cream, working the lather into a thick white foam. The razor is heavy in my hand, a precision instrument. I pull the skin taut. The blade glides over the contours of my jaw, removing the stubble with a satisfying, rasping friction. One pass, rinse. Another pass, rinse. The result is smooth, clean, professional. I am preparing the surface, removing the variables. I walk to the closet. My uniform is hung with care. The fabric, a sturdy, fire-resistant blend that feels substantial to the touch. I step into the trousers. They are stiff but yielding, designed for movement and safety. I fasten the button and slide the zipper up. The sound is a short, low zip. I thread my belt through the loops, the leather worn soft from years of use, the buckle fastening with a metallic click. Next, the shirt. I button it from the bottom up. Each button slides through its hole with a slight resistance, locking the garment into place. I tuck the shirt in, ensuring the line is straight, the fit tailored. I sit on the edge of the bed to put on my socks. Thick wool, gray, and cushioning. Then the boots. They are composite toe, black leather, polished to a dull shine. I slide my foot in, feeling the heel lock into the cup. I pull the laces tight, weaving them through the eyelets with practiced dexterity. Left cross over right. Pull, loop, knot. The pressure around my ankles is secure. A firm embrace that promises stability. I move to the kitchen. The linoleum is smooth. The refrigerator hums. A low, constant vibration that is the heartbeat of the house. I open the cabinet and take out the coffee grinder. It is a burr grinder, precise and adjustable. I measure the beans. 20 grams. I pour them into the hopper. The beans are dark and oily, smelling of roasted earth and chocolate. I press the button. The machine whirs. A consistent, mechanical drone that pulverizes the beans into a uniform sand. I heat the water. I watch the kettle, waiting for the exact moment the water begins to boil. Then I let it sit for 30 seconds. Temperature is critical. Too hot and the coffee is bitter. Too cool and it is sour. I pour the water over the grounds in the French press. The water hits the coffee, and a bloom of foam rises, releasing a plume of steam that smells of warmth and alertness. I set a timer. 4 minutes. While it steeps, I pack my lunch. A rigid plastic container. A sandwich cut diagonally. An apple. A bottle of water. Everything has its place in the canvas bag. The timer chimes. I press the plunger down. The resistance is hydraulic, smooth and heavy. I pour the coffee into a travel mug, the black liquid swirling as it fills the stainless steel vessel. I screw the lid on tight. It locks with a final twist. I am fueled. I am dressed. I am ready. I pick up my keys and my wallet. I step out the front door and lock it behind me. The deadbolt slides home with a heavy thud, sealing the domestic world away. The air outside is crisp, carrying the scent of dew and damp asphalt. The sky is a deep, bruised indigo, the stars fading but still visible. The streetlights cast pools of orange sodium glow on the empty sidewalks. I walk to my car. The door handle is cold metal. I pull it, and the door opens with a solid creak. I slide into the driver's seat. The upholstery is firm. I insert the key and turn it. The engine catches immediately, settling into a low, steady idle. I check the mirrors. I check the gauges. Fuel is full. Oil pressure is normal. Temperature is rising. I engage the transmission. and roll out of the driveway. The drive to the plant is 45 minutes. It is a meditation. The roads are empty ribbons of gray stretching out under the headlights. I keep the car at exactly the speed limit. The tires hum against the pavement, a white noise that clears the mind. I pass sleeping subdivisions, darkened storefronts, and fields where mist clings to the low ground. The heater fan blows softly, warming the cabin. I take a sip of coffee. It is hot, strong, and complex. As I leave the town behind, the landscape opens up. The road widens. I am approaching the exclusion zone. The trees here are dense, a buffer of nature surrounding the heart of industry. I crest a hill, and there it is. The station. It rises from the tree line like a fortress. The two cooling towers are massive silhouettes against the pre-dawn sky. Their hourglass shapes perfect and imposing. A plume of pure white steam rises lazily from the top of the nearest tower, drifting upward to join the clouds. It is not smoke. It is water vapor, clean and harmless, the breath of the giant. Below the towers, the containment buildings are domes of reinforced concrete, pale and stoic. Floodlights illuminate the perimeter fences, creating a harsh, secure boundary between the wild woods and the controlled facility. I slow down as I approach the main access road. The asphalt here is perfectly maintained, smooth and black. I drive toward the first checkpoint. The red stop sign reflects my headlights. I bring the car to a complete halt. I roll down the window. The air here smells different, cleaner, sharper. Perhaps the scent of ozone, or just the absence of city dust. The security guard steps out of the booth. He wears a heavy vest and carries a flashlight. I know the routine. I hold up my identification badge. He shines his light on it, then on my face. He nods. It is a small, respectful gesture. He waves me through. I roll the window up and proceed. I navigate the winding road to the employee parking lot. It is a sea of asphalt, largely empty at this hour, though the cars of the night shift are still parked in neat rows. I find my spot. It is the same spot I use every day. I back in. I align the car perfectly between the white lines. I turn the ignition off. The engine dies, and silence rushes back into the cabin. I sit for a moment, listening to the ticking of the cooling metal. I take a breath. I am no longer a civilian. I am an operator. I grab my bag and my coffee. I step out of the car and close the door. The sound echoes slightly in the open space. I walk toward the main security building. The wind is stronger here, channeling between the massive structures. It pushes against my jacket, but I lean into it, my boots striking the pavement with a rhythmic cadence. Left, right, left, right. The entrance to the plant is a wall of glass and steel. I pull the heavy door open and step into the vestibule. The air inside is conditioned, filtered, and maintained at a constant 68 degrees. It smells of floor wax and electronics. I approach the turnstiles. This is the hard line. I reach for my lanyard. My badge is a hard plastic rectangle containing a microchip and a holographic photo. I hold it up to the black sensor pad. The reader flashes red, then green. A sharp electronic chirp sounds. I push against the metal bar of the turnstile. It rotates with a heavy, lubricated clunk, allowing me to pass through. I walk down the long corridor. The floor is polished terrazzo, speckled with gray and white chips. The lights overhead are fluorescent tubes, humming at a frequency just on the edge of hearing. I pass safety posters on the walls. Days without a lost time accident. 1,412. The number is updated daily. It is a point of pride. It is a statistic that requires constant vigilance. I reach the locker room. I find my locker, number 304. I spin the combination dial. Right to 12, left to 38, right to 5. The lock disengages. I open the metal door. Inside, I place my car keys and my wallet. I take out my specific planned equipment. First, the dosimeter. It is a small gray box, about the size of a pager. It measures ionizing radiation. I check the screen. It reads 0.00. The battery indicator is full. I clip it onto the breast pocket of my shirt, ensuring it is secure. It is my constant companion, a silent guardian that watches the invisible world. Next, I grab my flashlight, a high-intensity LED model with a rubberized grip. I test it. The beam is tight and bright. I holster it on my belt. Finally, my radio. I turn it on. It beeps and crackles with static before settling into the quiet hum of the operations channel. I clip the microphone to my shoulder epaulette. I am fully equipped. I close the locker. I walk out of the locker room and toward the protected area access. Another badge scan. Another turnstile. Another heavy clunk. I enter the elevator. I press the button for the control room level. The doors slide shut with a pneumatic hiss. The elevator rises smoothly. There is no shaking, only a sensation of gentle pressure in the soles of my feet. The numbers above the door light up in sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4. The doors open. The atmosphere here is different. The air pressure is slightly higher than the rest of the building, designed to push air out rather than let it in. I step onto the sticky mat that captures any dust from my boots. I peel my feet off the adhesive surface and step onto the thick, anti-static carpet of the hallway. It muffles my footsteps. The silence here is profound. It is a heavy, expectant silence. I approach the blast doors of the main control room. They are thick steel, painted a calming beige. There is a small window of leaded glass. I look through. I see the night shift crew. They are sitting at the consoles, their postures relaxed but attentive. I swipe my badge one last time. The magnetic lock releases with a heavy thud. I push the door open and step inside. The control room is a cathedral of technology. It is vast, cool, and bathed in a soft, even light that casts no shadows. The walls are lined with panels, floor to ceiling, stretching out in a massive horseshoe shape. Thousands of switches, gauges, dials, and lights. It is a panorama of information. The background noise is a soothing, complex chord. It is the hum of cooling fans, the whir of hard drives, the distant vibration of the turbines transmitted through the very structure of the building. It is the sound of 600 megawatts of electrical power being generated, controlled, and distributed. I walk toward the central desk. The carpet feels plush under my boots. The smell here is distinct, warm electronics, ozone, and the faint, bitter scent of old coffee. The lighting is designed to reduce glare. The panels are a sea of soft green and amber lights. Green for closed, red for open, white for status. Everything is steady. Everything is stable. I approach Mark, the operator I am relieving. He is sitting in the high-backed ergonomic chair, his eyes scanning the reactor coolant system monitors. He sees me and rotates the chair. He looks tired, the subtle fatigue of the graveyard shift around his eyes, but he smiles. Morning, he says softly. His voice is low, respecting the quiet of the room. Morning, I reply. We begin the turnover. This is a sacred ritual. It is not just a greeting. It is the transfer of responsibility for the core. Mark stands up and hands me the turnover sheet. It is a clipboard with a checklist. We walk the boards together. We start at the left wing. Electrical distribution. We look at the voltage meters. 4,160 volts on the safety buses. The needles are steady, pinned exactly where they should be. We check the breaker flags. Green, green, red, green. All alignment is correct. We move to the center. The reactor control. This is the heart. I look at the digital displays, showing the average coolant temperature, 587 degrees Fahrenheit. I check the pressurizer level, 53%. I check the control rod positions. They are withdrawn, parked at the upper limit. The reactor is critical, operating at 100% power. It is a stable, self-sustaining reaction, held in perfect equilibrium by physics and engineering. We check the alarms. The annunciator panels are dark. No flashing lights. No lit tiles. This is what we call a blackboard. It is the ideal state. It means the plant is happy. It means the systems are functioning within their design parameters. We move to the right wing, the secondary system, the turbines and generators. I look at the vibration monitors. The turbines are spinning at 1800 revolutions per minute. The vibration is negligible, a testament to the balance of the massive rotors. The generator output is steady, 620 megawatts. Mark points to a small note on the log. We are doing a surveillance test on the standby diesel generator later today, he says. The paperwork is prepped on the desk. I nod. I understand. Everything else is quiet, he says. Lake temperature is stable. Grid demand is rising slowly as the city wakes up, but automatic control is handling it fine. I take the clipboard from him. I sign my name at the bottom of the sheet, noting the time. 0600 hours. With the stroke of my pen, I accept custody. The plant is now mine. The safety of the public is now my burden and my privilege. Mark claps me on the shoulder. Have a good shift, he says. Go home. Sleep well, I reply. He gathers his bag and walks toward the exit. The heavy door opens and closes, sealing me in. I am alone at the console. I walk to the center of the horseshoe and sit in the chair. I adjust the height. I adjust the lumbar support. I place my coffee mug on the designated coaster, far away from any electronics. I place my radio on the desk. I take a deep breath, inhaling the conditioned air. I look out at the boards. Thousands of components, miles of wiring, millions of gallons of water moving through pipes. The energy of the atom, harnessed and tamed, flowing out through the transmission lines to wake up the world. I rest my hands on the desk. My fingers brush the smooth laminate. I look at the digital clock on the main panel. It flips to 0605. The room hums. The lights blink softly. The day has begun. I am the operator, and the watch is set. The chair is the first tool of the trade, and perhaps the most important. It is an ergonomic masterpiece, a high-backed mesh structure designed for 12-hour shifts. I settle into it, adjusting the lumbar support with a small ratcheting wheel on the side. The resistance is stiff, reassuring. I slide the seat forward until my knees are at a 90-degree angle. My feet flat on the anti-static carpet. The casters roll silently. A smooth glide that positions me perfectly in the center of the horseshoe. I am the reactor operator for Unit 2. Before me lies the control board. It is a sweeping curve of steel and plastic, a panoramic altar of instrumentation that wraps around my field of vision. It is colored a soft, industrial beige, designed to be easy on the eyes under the fluorescent lights. The board is not just a surface, it is a landscape of information. Hundreds of switches, dials, gauges, and digital displays are arranged in precise, logical groupings. The shift turnover is complete. The previous operator has walked out the heavy, soundproof door, leaving the silence to me. My morning flow begins with the board walkdown. Even though the electronic logs say everything is nominal, my eyes need to touch every sector. It is a ritual of ownership. I stand up, leaving the comfort of the chair, and move to the far left of the panel. I start with the electrical distribution section. My eyes trace the lines of the mimic bus, the painted black strips on the panel that represent the flow of massive amounts of electricity. I look at the breaker control switches. They are pistol grip handles, shaped like the handle of a heavy revolver, made of black bakelite. They feel cool and solid to the touch. Above each switch are two small indicator lights, red and green. In our plant, red means the breaker is closed and power is flowing. Green means it is open. It is the heartbeat of the grid. I verify the lineup. The main generator output breakers are red. The steady crimson glow is a promise of continuity. The reserve auxiliary transformers are green, sitting in standby, ready but resting. I nod to myself. The grid voltage is stable at 525 kilovolts. The needle on the analog gauge barely trembles. It is pinned to the center of the scale, locked in a magnetic dance with the demand of the city far away. I move a step to the right. The feed water control system. This is the hydraulic muscle of the plant. Here, the switches are different. They are smaller, rectangular toggles with a satisfying snap when actuated. I check the flow controllers. They are set to automatic. The digital readouts glow in soft amber. Steam flow equals feed flow. The numbers match perfectly. 4.2 million pounds per mass per hour. The symmetry is pleasing. It means the water we are boiling away into steam is being replaced at the exact same rate. Equilibrium. I lean in closer to inspect a strip chart recorder. While most data is digital now, we still keep these paper recorders for trend monitoring. There is something deeply satisfying about the physical trace of ink on paper. A small pen holding a reservoir of blue ink hovers over a scrolling sheet of graph paper. The paper moves imperceptibly slow, inching forward millimeter by millimeter. The blue line it draws is ruler straight. No deviations, no spikes, just a continuous, unwavering testament to stability. I verify the ink level. It is full. Moving further right, I reach the reactor control section. This is the center of the horseshoe. The core. I check the rod position indicators. There are 53 control rod banks. The indicators are vertical columns of light, glowing orange bars that show exactly how far withdrawn the cadmium and silver rods are from the nuclear fuel. They are currently at 220 steps. Fully withdrawn, the reactor is running at 100% power. I sit back down. The physical inspection is done. Now the mental synchronization begins. I pull the keyboard closer. It is a mechanical keyboard, heavy and robust. I type in my credentials to unlock the digital logbook. The keys have a long travel and actuate with a muted, hollow thock sound. THOCK. It is a rhythmic percussion that punctuates the quiet of the control room. I enter the first entry of the morning, 0700 hours. Assumed the watch. Unit at 100% power. All parameters stable. I save the entry. The screen blinks once, confirming the record is locked in history forever. Now I enter the flow state. The job of a nuclear operator is 99% monitoring and 1% action. But the monitoring is active, not passive. I am not just watching. I am anticipating. I am scanning the screens in a specific pattern. A T-shaped scan that covers the most critical parameters: reactor power, pressurizer level, reactor coolant, average temperature. I notice a very slight trend. The reactor coolant average temperature has dropped by 0.1 degrees. It is the natural result of the fuel burning up, losing a tiny fraction of its potency as the hours tick by. As the uranium splits, the physics of the core change, requiring minute adjustments to keep the temperature perfectly flat. It is time for a dilution. This is a routine task, performed almost daily. We need to add pure water to the system to slightly lower the concentration of boron, which acts as a neutron absorber. By thinning out the boron, we let the reaction breathe a little easier, bringing the temperature back up to the target. I reach for the procedure binder. It lives in a dedicated slot on the desk. It is a 3-inch thick binder with a white spine. I pull it out, the plastic cover sliding smoothly against the desk surface. I open it to operating procedure 301. The rings snap open with a sharp metallic crack as I insert a placekeeping circle, then snap shut again. I read the step. Verify the makeup water flow controller is set to the desired rate. I look at the panel. I verify the controller is set to 10 gallons per minute. I read the next step. Set the batch integrator to the desired volume. I calculate the volume needed. 15 gallons should do it. I rotate the small thumb wheel on the counter. The numbers click into place with a tactile ratchet. Clicking, clicking, clicking. 1, 5, 0. I read the next step. Start the makeup pump. I place my hand on the switch. It is a rotary switch with a knurled black knob. I feel the ridges against my fingertips. I pause for a second, verifying the label above the switch matches the procedure in my mind. Makeup pump A. I turn the switch to the right. There is no roar of an engine, no shaking of the floor. The pump is far away, deep in the auxiliary building. But here, the indicators tell the story. The red light above the switch illuminates instantly. The flow gauge jumps from 0 to 10. The needle sweeps up smoothly, damped by oil, and settles on the line. I watch the batch counter count down. Clicking, clicking, clicking. 14 gallons remaining. I lean back, watching the digital readout of the reactor temperature. It is a slow process. The fresh water has to travel through hundreds of feet of stainless steel piping, mix with the primary coolant loop, and enter the reactor vessel. 10 gallons remaining. I pick up my coffee mug. It is a heavy ceramic vessel, insulated with a locking lid to prevent spills on the controls. I slide the tab open and take a sip. The coffee is lukewarm, exactly how I like it. It tastes of roasted beans and the clean, processed air of the control room. 5 gallons remaining. I watch the temperature readout. 585.6 degrees. 3 gallons. 585.7 degrees. 0 gallons. The pump automatically stops. The red light extinguishes. The green light glows. The flow needle drops back to 0. The silence remains unbroken. I wait. The water is mixing. 585.8 degrees. Perfect. The temperature is exactly on the reference line. The machine is happy. I log the action. 07:45. Added 15 gallons of primary water. TAVG restored to program. The rhythm of the morning settles in. Time behaves differently here because there are no windows, no changing sunlight, no traffic noise. The passage of time is measured only by the completion of tasks and the slow rotation of the digital clock on the wall. It is time for the sensor check. Every shift, we verify that the redundant channels of our instrumentation are reading within a tight tolerance of each other. We have 4 separate channels for everything. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta. They vote on the truth. I pull up the comparison screen. Columns of numbers populate the monitor. Pressurizer pressure. Channel Alpha, 2,235 pounds per square inch. Channel Bravo, 2,234 pounds per square inch. Channel Charlie, 2,235 pounds per square inch. Channel Delta, 2,235 pounds per square inch. They are in harmony. I scan down the list. Steam generator levels, feed water temperature, turbine impulse close pressure, line by line, I confirm that the four distinct brains of the plant agree on reality. My eyes move to the turbine vibration monitors. The main turbine is a massive machine, a shaft of steel weighing hundreds of tons, spinning at 1,800 revolutions per minute. It is located in the building next door, a cavernous hall of noise and heat. But here, it is represented by a series of small green bars on a screen. Vibration is measured in mils, thousandths of an inch. Bearing 1, 2 mils. Bearing 2, 1.5 mils. Bearing 3, 1.8 mils. The bars are low, deep in the green zone. The machine is spinning on a film of oil, perfectly balanced. I can almost feel the smoothness of it, the heavy, gyroscopic stability of that massive rotor spinning endlessly. It is a comforting thought. A light flashes on the communications panel. It is a call from the field. I pick up the handset. It is an old-school telephone receiver, beige and heavy, with a coiled cord. I press the button. "Control room operator," I say. My voice is low, calm. "Control, this is the auxiliary operator at the demineralizer station." A voice comes through. It is Miller. He sounds clear, the background noise of the plant filtered out by his noise-canceling headset. "Go ahead, Miller," I say. "I am ready to perform the valve lineup for the resin transfer. I need you to verify the position of valve 804 on your board." This is three-way communication, a formal dance of words. "Copy, Miller," I reply, verifying position of valve 804. I stand up and walk to the waste processing panel on the far right of the horseshoe. I find the valve control. It is a small switch with a schematic line running through it. The green light is lit. The line on the schematic is perpendicular to the pipe flow, indicating a block. "Miller," I say into the handset. "Control room indication shows valve 804 is closed. Green light is on." "I copy," Miller replies. "Control room sees valve 804 closed. I am proceeding to open manual isolation valve downstream." "Copy. Proceed." I hang up the phone. The interaction was efficient, stripped of all unnecessary words. It is satisfying to know that Miller is out there, a mile of walking distance away, moving through the labyrinth of pipes and steel, acting as my hands in the field. We are coordinated, a single organism. I return to the center desk. The air conditioning hums, a white noise that wraps around me like a blanket. The lighting in the control room is indirect, bouncing off the acoustic tiles of the ceiling, creating a shadowless environment. It is designed to reduce glare on the glass faces of the gauges. I pick up a pen, a fine point, black ink gel pen. I open the paper narrative log, a hardbound book with numbered pages. Even with the digital logs, we keep a legal paper record. I write the date at the top of the page. The pen glides over the high-quality paper. The friction is pleasant. 0830 hours. Plant status stable. Resin transfer lineup in progress. My handwriting is block print, all capital letters. Uniform. Legible. Every letter touches the line. I check the electrical output again. 1250 megawatts. That number is abstract to most people, but to me, it is tangible. It is 1,000,000 toasters. It is the streetlights of the entire county. It is the hum of refrigerators and the glow of televisions in living rooms 50 miles away. I am pushing that energy down the wires. I am holding the pressure that makes it possible. I lean forward and adjust the focus on one of the secondary monitors. The screen sharpens. I bring up the core flux map. This is a visualization of the neutron activity inside the reactor. It looks like a topographical map, a grid of hexagons colored in shades of blue and red. The center is warmer, the edges cooler. I look for symmetry. The burn should be even. I see a perfect circle of activity. The axial offset, the difference between the power at the top of the core and the bottom, is -3%. Ideally, we want the power slightly towards the bottom of the core to stabilize the xenon gas distribution. -3 is perfect. It means the physics are locked in. I do not need to touch anything. This is the golden hour of the shift. The morning maintenance meetings are finished. The major evolutions are planned for later in the week. Right now, it is just the machine and me. I watch the seconds tick by on the digital clock. 0900, 0901. The silence is not empty. It is full of potential energy. It is the sound of 3,000 pounds per square inch of pressure being held in check by 3 inches of carbon steel. I perform a mental check of the safety systems. I look at the safety injection panel. 2 rows of switches, all in the auto position. All lights green. The accumulators, massive tanks of pressurized water, ready to flood the core in an emergency, are sitting at full pressure. 600 pounds per square inch. I verify the nitrogen cover pressure. It is steady. I take a deep breath. The air is cool, filtered, and dry. I reach for a microfiber cloth kept in the drawer. I gently wipe a smudge off the glass face of the main turbine speed indicator. I rub in small circles until the glass disappears, leaving only the needle floating in space. I check the delta T, the difference in temperature between the water entering the reactor and the water leaving it. Inlet temperature, 557 degrees. Outlet temperature, 621 degrees. Delta T, 64 degrees. That 64-degree rise is where all the energy comes from. It is the heat harvest. I feel a profound sense of competence. I know every wire, every pipe, every logic gate that leads to these numbers. If a needle were to twitch, I would know why before it even settled. If a pump were to cavitate, I would see the amperage fluctuate on the meter. But nothing twitches, nothing fluctuates. The flow state deepens. I am not thinking about the grocery list or the weather outside. I am thinking about loop transit times and steam coefficients. The world outside the heavy blast doors ceases to exist. There is only the board. I check the condenser vacuum. 29 inches of mercury. A near-perfect vacuum, pulling the steam through the turbine blades, eager to turn it back into water. The efficiency is high today. The cooling water from the lake must be cold. I glance at the lake water temperature monitor. 45 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes, cold water makes for a strong vacuum. Thermodynamics in action. I settle deeper into the mesh chair. The morning is passing in a blur of steady green lights and flat lines. It is boring, and it is magnificent. It is the boredom of a job well done. It is the quiet hum of a civilization, powered by the splitting of atoms, managed by the gentle turn of a black bakelite switch. I check the time. It is already 10 o'clock. 2 hours have vanished. I pick up the logbook again. 1,000 hours. All parameters stable. The ink dries instantly. The line is straight. The flow continues. The digital clock on the main display wall silently shifts. It is 1,200 hours. The shift in time is not marked by a bell or a whistle. In the control room, the passage of time is measured only by the steady accumulation of data and the slow, predictable depletion of fuel rods deep beneath my feet. The morning has been a masterpiece of stability. The reactor is holding steady at 100% power, a perfect thermal equilibrium that requires no intervention, only observation. I lean back in my chair, the mesh fabric giving slightly under my weight. My spine aligns with the ergonomic curve of the backrest. I take a moment to stretch, extending my arms forward, interlacing my fingers, and pushing my palms away until I feel a pleasant tension release across my shoulders. It is time for the midday rotation. I hear the heavy, pressurized seal of the control room door disengage behind me. It is a specific sound, a pneumatic hiss followed by a solid mechanical thud. I do not turn around immediately. I finish typing the final entry of the morning log, my fingers moving rhythmically over the mechanical keys. Unit 2, status nominal, I type. Primary coolant flow stable. Turbine vibration within normal limits. I press the enter key with a definitive tap. Behind me, Sarah approaches. She is the relief operator for the lunch rotation. Her footsteps are soft on the anti-static flooring, a muffled cadence that blends with the low-frequency hum of the ventilation system. She steps up to the side of the horseshoe desk, placing her clipboard on the surface. I rotate my chair to face her. We do not need to speak loudly. The room is designed for clear, calm communication. All parameters are green, I say softly. I point to the primary display. Reactor power is 100%. The generator output is steady at 1150 megawatts. I completed the control rod drive mechanism flush at 10:30. No anomalies. Sarah nods, her eyes scanning the bank of monitors. She is as methodical as I am. She checks the pressure readings. She checks the temperature gradients. She looks at the alarm panel, which is dark and silent, exactly as it should be. I have the desk, she says. Her voice is level. I stand up. The transition is smooth. I step away from the console, leaving the sphere of immediate responsibility in her capable hands. For the next hour, the heartbeat of the grid is hers to monitor. I walk toward the exit. The air in the control room is kept at a constant 68 degrees, cool and dry to protect the electronics. As I reach the door, I press the large square release button. The mechanism cycles. The door swings outward with a feeling of significant weight. I step into the corridor, and the door seals itself behind me, cutting off the view of the blinking lights and scrolling graphs. The corridor is brighter than the control room. The walls are painted a pale, industrial cream, interrupted only by safety placards and the occasional fire extinguisher. The floor is polished linoleum, buffed to a high shine that reflects the long tubes of fluorescent light overhead. I walk down the center of the hall, my boots making a rhythmic squeak click on the clean surface. This is the lull, the physiological shift from high alert monitoring to the restoration of the body. I reach the break room and swipe my identification badge against the black card reader. The light turns green with a small chirp, and the lock disengages. The break room is a sanctuary of a different kind. It smells faintly of coffee and toasted bread. One wall is dominated by a wide window that looks out not over the reactor containment building, but over the administrative parking lot and the dense forest that surrounds the exclusion zone. I walk to the lockers. The metal is cool to the touch. I dial the combination on my padlock. 3 turns right, 2 turns left, 1 turn right. The shackle pops open. I open the locker door and retrieve my lunch container. It is a heavy glass vessel with a locking plastic lid, contained within an insulated gray bag. I move to the kitchenette counter. It is a pristine surface of speckled gray laminate. I set the container down. I unzip the bag The sound of the zipper is loud in the quiet room. Inside, I have packed a dense, hearty stew. It is cold now, a solid mass of roasted vegetables and broth. I unclip the 4 locking tabs of the glass container. Snap, 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 snap. I lift the lid. I place the glass vessel into the microwave. I press the time cook button, then the number 2, then 0, then 0. 2 minutes. I press start. The microwave begins its hum. It is a different frequency than the turbine generator. It is domestic, oscillating, familiar. I lean my hip against the counter and wait. I do not look at my phone. I do not look at a screen. I simply watch the glass plate rotate inside the machine. Round and round. The light inside illuminates the stew as it begins to warm. The broth liquefying, small bubbles beginning to form at the edges. While it heats, I retrieve a metal spoon from my bag. I run my thumb over the handle, feeling the smooth, polished steel. I take a paper napkin from the dispenser, folding it neatly into a triangle, then a smaller triangle. The microwave beeps. 3 short tones. I open the door. A cloud of steam rolls out, carrying the scent of rosemary, thyme, and beef broth. It is a rich, grounding smell. I use the edges of the napkin to grip the hot glass container, carefully lifting it out and carrying it to a small round table near the window. I sit down. The chair is simple, firm. I settle in. For the next 30 minutes, my world contracts to the square foot of space in front of me. I stir the stew. The spoon scrapes against the bottom of the glass bowl. A tactile vibration that travels up the handle to my fingers. The steam rises in a vertical column, twisting slightly in the air conditioning current. I take the first spoonful. It is hot. I blow on it gently. The liquid ripples. I place the spoon in my mouth. The warmth spreads instantly. It is savory and thick. I chew slowly, focusing entirely on the texture of the carrots, the tenderness of the meat, the resistance of the potatoes. This is fuel, just as the reactor needs uranium pellets to generate heat. I need this caloric intake to maintain focus. I eat methodically. I do not rush. I take a spoonful. I lower the spoon. I look out the window. Outside, the sky is a piercing, cloudless blue. The sun is high. I can see the distant tree line, a wall of deep green pines. They are motionless. There is no wind today. From this angle, I cannot see the cooling towers, but I can see the transmission lines. The massive steel lattice towers march away toward the horizon, draped with heavy cables that carry the electricity we are generating right now. I follow the lines with my eyes. They dip and rise, dip and rise. It is satisfying to know that the soup I am eating, the light above my head, the coolness of the room, all of it is powered by the physics happening a few hundred yards away. I finish the stew. I scrape the last drop from the corner of the container. I stand up and walk to the sink. I rinse the container. The water rushes out of the faucet, clear and cold. I watch it swirl around the glass, washing away the remnants of the meal. I squirt a drop of soap onto a sponge. I scrub the glass until it squeaks under my fingers. I rinse it again. I dry it with a paper towel, wiping until no streaks remain. I pack the clean, empty container back into my bag. I place the bag back in the locker. The lock clicks shut. I have 20 minutes remaining in my break. I decide to brew a cup of tea. The process is a ritual. I select a tea bag from the communal box, Earl Grey. I fill the electric kettle at the sink. I set it on the base and flip the switch. The water begins to boil, a rising roar that starts as a whisper and grows to a turbulent bubble. Click. The switch flips off automatically. I pour the water into a ceramic mug. The dark tea bag swirls in the current, releasing ribbons of amber color into the clear water. I watch the diffusion. It is fluid dynamics on a micro scale. I let it steep. I carry the mug to the window and stand there. I place both hands around the warm ceramic, letting the heat seep into my palms. It is comforting. I look down at the parking lot. A maintenance truck drives slowly across the asphalt, its orange light flashing silently. It stops near the warehouse. A figure gets out, wearing a hard hat and a high-visibility vest. They walk with purpose, carrying a toolbox. Everyone here has a purpose. Everyone is moving within a procedure. I take a sip of the tea. It is tannic and bright, with a hint of bergamot. It clears the palate. I breathe in deeply, counting to 4. I hold the breath for 4 counts. I exhale for 4 counts. The reset is complete. The biological needs have been met. The mental cache has been cleared. I check my watch. It is 12:45. It is time to return. I wash the mug. I dry it. I place it upside down on the drying rack, aligned perfectly with the other mugs. I leave the break room. The walk back to the control room feels different than the walk away. It is more purposeful. I am re-engaging. The squeak of my boots on the floor is a cadence of return. I reach the heavy door. I press the button. The seal breaks. I step inside. The hum surrounds me again. The air is cooler here. The lights are dimmer, focused on the displays. Sarah is sitting in the chair. I approach the desk. I stand beside her. Status? I ask. She looks up. Stable, she says. No changes. I logged the hourly readings at 12:30. Generator output is constant. I nod. I will take the desk. She stands. I sit. The chair is still warm. I adjust the height slightly. I pull the keyboard closer. I place my hands on the desk surface. I scan the boards. Left to right. Reactor vessel level, normal. Pressurizer level, normal. Steam generator pressure, normal. The green lights are solid. The digital readouts are steady. Sarah leaves. The door thuds shut. I am alone with the machine again. The early afternoon stretches out before me. This is often the quietest part of the shift. The morning maintenance meetings are over. The major surveillances are complete. The plant has settled into its midday rhythm. The demand on the grid is high, but steady, with the immediate monitoring requiring only my peripheral attention. I turn my focus to the secondary tasks, the organizational work that keeps the station running smoothly. I open the drawer to my right and pull out the physical logbook for the control rod drive mechanisms. While the digital logs are primary, the hard copy backup is a legal requirement and a failsafe. I open the book to the current date. The pages are thick, high-quality paper. I take my black ballpoint pen. I click the top. The tip extends. I begin to transcribe the calibration data from the morning's test. I write in block letters, ensuring that every character is legible and distinct. CRDM dash LPHA. I write the numbers carefully. 0.52. The scratching of the pen on the paper is a satisfying, gritty sound. It is permanent. There is no delete key here. Every entry must be perfect. If I make a mistake, I must draw a single line through it, initial it, and date it. I do not make mistakes. I work down the column. I verify each number against the digital record on the screen before committing it to the paper. It is a slow, dual verification process. Look at the screen. Memorize the value. Look at the paper. Write the value. 20 minutes pass in this meditative state of transcription. The logbook is neat, the columns aligned, the ink consistent. I close the book. The cover makes a soft thud. I place it back in the drawer. Next, I turn my attention to the alarm response procedure manuals. We are required to review a random section of the procedures weekly to ensure our knowledge remains fresh. It is a maintenance task for the mind. I pull the heavy binder from the shelf above the console. It is 3 inches thick, filled with plastic-sleeved pages. I open it to Section 4, Secondary Coolant Loop Anomalies. I read the text silently. Condition: loss of feedwater flow. Immediate action: verify reactor trip. Immediate action: verify turbine trip. Immediate action: verify auxiliary feedwater pumps start. I visualize the panel in front of me as I read. I look at the reactor trip switch. The handle is shaped like a pistol grip. I look at the turbine controls. I look at the auxiliary pump indicators. I trace the path my hand would take if this alarm were to sound. I practice the movement without touching the controls. My hand hovers, moving from point A to point B to point C. It is a rehearsal. Muscle memory is built in these quiet moments. I read the subsequent steps, the diagnostic logic, the flow charts. It is a logic puzzle where the pieces are pumps and valves and pressures. I follow the lines on the page, tracing the flow of water and steam. It all makes perfect sense. The system is designed with redundancy upon redundancy. I turn the page. The plastic sleeve crinkles softly. I continue reading for another 30 minutes. The control room remains quiet. The only sounds are the fans of the computer towers and the occasional click of a relay in the back panels. At 13:45, the phone on the console blinks. A silent light. I pick up the receiver. Control room, I say. It is the maintenance supervisor, David. His voice is clear in the earpiece. Afternoon, he says. We are finishing up the preventative maintenance on the backup diesel generator air intake. We need you to clear the tag out. Copy that, I say. I am pulling up the clearance order now. I cradle the phone against my shoulder and type the clearance number into the system. The schematic for the diesel generator building appears on my screen. I see the digital tags hanging on the intake fans. I see them, I say. Clearance order 4492. You are clear of the equipment. We are clear, David confirms. Locks are off. Tools are stored. Understood, I say. I am removing the tags from the system. I click on the first tag. Remove. I enter my password to authorize. The red icon on the screen turns to gray, then disappears. I do the same for the second tag. Clearance is lifted, I say. You are good to return the system to standby alignment. Thanks, David says. Have a good shift. I hang up the phone. I have one more task to complete for this interaction. I open the operations log. I type 1350 hours. Clearance order 4492 released. Diesel generator B intake maintenance complete. I press enter. The system timestamps the entry. The afternoon sun is shifting now. The light hitting the sensors outside is changing the angle of the shadows. Inside, nothing changes. The artificial light remains constant. The temperature remains constant. I lean forward and check the rod control master cylinder. I make a micro adjustment to the trim, tapping the insert key once. The system responds instantly. The rods move inward a fraction of an inch to compensate for the slight fuel burnup that has occurred over the last 4 hours. The reactor power display flickers from 100.01 to 100.00. Perfect alignment. I feel a profound sense of order. The plant is a massive, complex organism, but it is docile under this steady hand. There is no chaos here. There is only physics, procedure, and the quiet satisfaction of a job being done correctly. I take a sip from my water bottle. It is room temperature. I cap it. I look at the clock. 1400 hours. 2 in the afternoon. The lull is deepening. The digestion of lunch is complete, providing a steady stream of glucose to the brain. The caffeine from the tea is operating at peak efficiency, sharpening my focus without inducing jitters. I decide to organize the digital file directory for the shift turnover reports. Over the last month, a few files have been saved with inconsistent naming conventions. This is a small detail, but details matter. I open the file manager. I scroll through the list. Report 512. That is correct. Report 513 final. That is incorrect. I right-click the file. Rename. I delete the word final. I ensure the underscore is in the correct place. I press enter. The file snaps into chronological order with the others. I find another one. Shift log May 14. Incorrect. I rename it. Report 514. Enter. I work through the folder, correcting 5 or 6 inconsistencies. When I am done, the column of files is a perfect, uniform soldier line of data. Dates descending in perfect order. File sizes consistent. It is visually pleasing. It is optimized for retrieval. I close the window. The desktop is clean. I sit back again. I watch the main turbine vibration monitor. It draws a flat green line across the screen. It is hypnotic. It tells the story of a 20-ton metal shaft spinning at 1800 revolutions per minute, balanced so perfectly that a coin could stand on its edge on the turbine casing. I am watching that balance. I am the guardian of that spin. The afternoon flows by. It is not a rush of water, but a slow, viscous movement of time. Productive, calm. I pick up a microfiber cloth from the drawer. I gently wipe the dust from the bezel of the primary monitor. I wipe the surface of the desk where my wrists rest. I wipe the number pad of the keyboard. Cleaning the workspace is part of the work. A clean console ensures no distractions. I put the cloth away. I check the quadrant power tilt ratio. It is 1.00. I check the pressurizer level. 53%. I check the containment pressure. 0.2 pounds per square inch. Everything is exactly where it belongs. I rest my hands on the armrests. I breathe in the filtered air. I listen to the silence, that is not really silence, but the sum of 1,000 machines working in harmony. The break is over, the lunch is finished, the logs are updated, and the plant is humming. The afternoon lies ahead, a long, straight road of green lights and steady numbers. I am ready to drive. The artificial daylight of the control room remains constant, a steady, unblinking illumination that exists outside of time. However, my internal clock knows that the shift is drawing to a close. The rhythm of the room has shifted. The heavy, focused silence of the midday operations has softened into the anticipatory hum of the evening transition. I turn my attention to the final major task of the rotation, which is the verification of the secondary loop chemical feed rates. It is a precise, delicate process, a matter of ensuring the water chemistry remains perfect to protect the steam generators. I pull up the trend data on the center monitor. The graph is a clean green line moving horizontally across the black grid, representing stability. I reach out to the control interface. My fingers find the smooth, cool surface of the trackball. I navigate the cursor to the injection flow setpoint. It requires a microscopic adjustment, a mere 0.1% increase to account for the slight temperature variance we logged 3 hours ago. I click the dialog box. I type the numbers using the keypad. Clicking, clicking, clicking. The system asks for confirmation. I pause. This is the operator's pause, the breath taken to verify intent before action. I look at the number I typed. I look at the current flow rate. I look at the procedure open on the left screen. They align perfectly. I press the Enter key. On the panel above, a small digital readout flickers once, then settles on the new value. The flow controller adjusts a valve somewhere deep in the plant's labyrinthine piping. A movement I cannot see, but can visualize with absolute clarity. A valve stem turning a fraction of a degree. Fluid dynamics responding instantly. The green line on my graph ticks upward, barely a pixel, and flattens out again. Perfect. With the active adjustments complete, I begin the process of closure. This is the consolidation of the day's labor. I open the digital logbook. The cursor blinks, waiting for the final entries. I type with a rhythmic, practiced cadence. 1,800 hours. Reactor power steady at 100%. Generator output 1,250 megawatts. Primary coolant system pressure stable. Secondary loop chemistry adjusted and verified. All annunciator panels clear. The words are simple, but they carry the weight of a 12-hour vigil. They are the proof of a safe, efficient day. I save the file. The progress bar fills instantly. A flash of blue, and the record is locked into the plant's permanent history. Now the physical cleanup begins. This is a ritual of respect for the incoming operator. I cannot leave a cluttered desk. The workspace must be a blank slate for the next mind that will inhabit this chair. I gather the 3 pens I have used throughout the day. I click the black ballpoint shut. I cap the red marker used for highlighting the procedure steps. I align them in the tray to the right of the keyboard, parallel to one another. I take a microfiber cloth from the dispenser. I spray a small amount of anti-static cleaner onto the fabric, not the screens. I wipe the 3 main monitors in front of me. The dust, invisible until disturbed, vanishes. The glass becomes a deep, flawless black, where it is not illuminated. I wipe the keyboard, running the cloth over the rows of keys, removing the oils from my fingertips. I wipe the smooth surface of the desk, sweeping from left to right, ensuring no crumbs, no dust, no residue remains. The console is now pristine. It looks exactly as it did when I arrived in the pre-dawn hours. The circle is complete. I hear the heavy thud of the control room door opening behind me. It is the sound of the relief shift. I do not turn immediately. I finish aligning the mouse on its pad. Then I swivel my chair. Sarah is there, carrying her bag, looking rested and ready. She nods to me, a quiet gesture of camaraderie. She places her bag in the cubby by the door and walks over to the horseshoe, the central desk. We begin the turnover briefing. This is a sacred exchange of custody. I stand up, giving her the chair, but I remain close as we walk down the panels. I point to the chemical volume control system. I explain the adjustment I just made. She nods, repeating the values back to me to ensure understanding. We look at the core power map together. We look at the turbine vibration stats. Everything is nominal, I say. She scans the boards, her eyes moving with the same practiced pattern I used all day. She checks the alarms. She checks the clearance tags. She looks at me and offers a small smile. I have the watch, she says. I relieve you, I reply. The responsibility lifts from my shoulders. It is a physical sensation, a sudden lightness in the chest and neck. The reactor, the turbine, the millions of gallons of water, the heat, the power, it is all hers now. I am just a person again. I walk out of the horseshoe area. I head to the locker room, located just outside the main control envelope. The air here feels slightly different, less charged with the immediate focus of operations. I open my locker. The metal latch clicks. I remove my headset and hang it on its hook. I take off my badge, the lanyard slipping over my head. I place my personal dosimeter in its charging cradle. A small light turns green, confirming it is reading the data and recharging for tomorrow. I sit on the wooden bench to change my shoes. I unlace my work boots, the heavy, steel-toed safety footwear that has grounded me all day. I slide my feet out, wiggling my toes in my socks. I slip into my street shoes, which feel incredibly light, almost like slippers in comparison. I grab my jacket. I close the locker. The sound of the metal door shutting is the final period at the end of the work sentence. I navigate the corridors of the administration building. The floors are polished linoleum, reflecting the overhead lights. I pass the break room empty now, the coffee pot cleaned and drained. I pass the safety posters on the walls, the same ones I see every day, familiar landmarks on the journey to the exit. I reach the security checkpoint. The turnstile stands as the barrier between the secure world of the atom and the open world of the evening. I swipe my key card. The machine beeps a high, clear tone. The heavy metal bars unlock. I push through, the mechanism rotating with a solid, oiled smoothness. I push open the exterior door and step outside. The sensation is immediate. The air is cool and smells of damp earth and distant pine, a stark contrast to the filtered, climate-controlled atmosphere of the plant. It is twilight. The sky is a gradient of deep indigo, fading into a soft, bruised purple at the horizon. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs with the natural air. I exhale slowly, letting the last tension of the shift flow out with the breath. I walk across the parking lot. The plant looms behind me, a massive silhouette against the darkening sky. The containment dome is a curve of concrete, solid and enduring. The cooling towers rise like cathedral spires, wisps of pure white steam drifting lazily from their tops, catching the last light of the hidden sun. They are silent giants, working tirelessly while I go to rest. My car is waiting in the row where I left it. The metal is cool to the touch. I unlock the door and slide into the driver's seat. The interior is familiar, a personal capsule. I toss my bag onto the passenger seat. I insert the key and turn it. The engine catches with a soft growl, a combustion engine that feels quaint and simple compared to the nuclear fire I have been tending. I do not turn on the radio. I prefer the quiet for the first part of the drive. I pull out of the lot, passing the final guard post. The guard waves. I wave back. The gate arm lifts, and I accelerate onto the access road. The drive home is a decompression chamber. The road winds through the buffer zone, a stretch of preserved forest that surrounds the facility. The trees are tall walls of shadow on either side. My headlights cut a cone of clarity through the dusk, illuminating the asphalt and the reflective markers that flash by in a hypnotic rhythm. Zip, zip, zip. I focus on the motion of the car, the steering wheel vibrating gently under my palms, the suspension absorbing the minor imperfections of the road. I am still in a mode of monitoring, but the stakes are low. I am monitoring speed, lane position, following distance. It is an easy, flowing task. I reach the highway and merge into the flow of traffic. It is light this late in the evening. I settle into the right lane, setting my cruise control to the speed limit. I am in no rush. The urgency of the day is gone. Now I turn on the radio. I keep the volume low. It is a classical station, a cello suite playing in a minor key. The deep, resonant notes of the instrument fill the cabin, matching the frequency of my tired body. The music washes over me, scrubbing away the technical jargon, the acronyms, the digital readouts. I watch the red taillights of the cars ahead of me. They are like embers, trailing into the distance. The world is slowing down. 20 minutes later, I exit the highway. The streets become narrower, the lights warmer. I drive through the suburbs, past houses with windows glowing yellow. Glimpses of other lives unfolding in the evening. I turn into my driveway. The tires crunch softly on the pavement. I shift into park. I turn the key. The engine silence is sudden and absolute. I sit for a moment in the quiet car, listening to the ticking of the cooling engine block. I am home. I gather my things and walk to the front door. The key slides into the lock with a familiar scrape. I step inside. The house is still. The air is warm and smells of lavender and old wood. I lock the door behind me, engaging the deadbolt. The world is locked out. I drop my keys into the ceramic bowl on the entry table. Clattering, I take off my shoes, placing them on the mat. I walk into the kitchen in my socks, the hardwood floor smooth and solid beneath my feet. I pour a glass of water from the filter pitcher. The water is cold and clear. I drink it standing at the sink, looking out the window into the dark backyard. I can see the outline of the oak tree, the slight movement of leaves in the breeze. I finish the water, feeling it hydrate my system. I rinse the glass and place it in the rack. I move to the bathroom to wash away the day. I turn on the shower, adjusting the handle until the temperature is hot, steaming hot. I undress, placing my clothes in the hamper. I step into the spray. The water hits my shoulders, running down my back. It is a thermal release. I close my eyes and let the heat penetrate the muscles of my neck. The tension points where I hold the responsibility of the control room. I scrub with a bar of soap that smells of oatmeal and honey. I wash my hair, massaging the scalp. The water swirls down the drain, taking with it the phantom sensation of the headset, the dry, recycled air, the mental fatigue. I turn off the water. The pipes shudder once and go silent. I towel off, the fabric rough and absorbent. I put on loose, soft cotton pajamas. The fabric feels kind against my skin, unrestricted and comfortable. I walk to the bedroom. The room is cool. the blackout curtains drawn tight. The bed is waiting. I pull back the duvet. The sheets are crisp and cool. I slide in, the mattress accepting my weight, contouring to support my spine. I pull the heavy blanket up to my chin. The weight of it is grounding, a heavy, comforting pressure that signals safety to my nervous system. I lie on my back, staring up at the dark ceiling. I let my body go limp. I perform a mental scan, starting at my toes. I relax my feet. I relax my ankles. I let my calves sink into the mattress. I release the tension in my thighs. My hips settle. My stomach rises and falls with slow, deep breaths. I relax my hands, my fingers curling naturally. I drop my shoulders away from my ears. I unclench my jaw. I smooth the skin of my forehead. My mind drifts back to the plant one last time, but not with worry. I see the green lines on the black screens. I see the steady glow of the indicator lights. I see Sarah in the chair, capable and watchful. The machine is humming. The reaction is controlled. The power is flowing out to the grid, lighting the lamps in the houses I passed, keeping the world running in the dark. It is done. The work is finished. My breathing slows. The rhythm of the day, the checklists, the clicks, the hum fades into a soft, white noise. The darkness of the room wraps around me like a velvet coat. I am heavy. I am warm. I am at peace. The thoughts fragment and dissolve. The transition is seamless. From the focused operator to the resting sleeper. Drifting, floating, sinking. Sleep takes me. The alarm on the bedside table does not beep. It hums, a low, rising vibration that I feel in my bones before I hear it with my ears. It is 3:30 in the morning. The world outside the window is pitch black, a heavy velvet curtain drawn tight against the glass. I slide my hand over the device and silence it before the second pulse can begin. I do not linger in the warmth of the sheets. To linger is to invite negotiation, and my mornings are not a democracy. They are a sequence of events, a chain of dominoes that falls the same way every single day. I swing my legs out of bed and place my feet on the hardwood floor. The wood is cool, grounding. It sends a signal up my spine that the rest cycle is complete. The operational cycle has begun. I move through the dark house by memory. I know exactly where the door frame is, where the hallway runner ends, and where the tiles of the bathroom begin. I do not turn on the lights. My eyes are already adjusting to the shadows, finding the grayscale outlines of the towel rack and the mirror. The water from the faucet runs cold, then lukewarm, then hot. I wash my face with a bar of unscented soap. The lather is thick and white in the dim light coming from the street lamp outside. I rinse feeling the shock of the temperature tighten my skin, waking the nerves. I dry my face with a rough cotton towel, pressing the fabric into my eyes, erasing the last traces of sleep. Shaving is a tactile ritual. I use a safety razor, a single blade of chrome steel. I apply the cream in slow, circular motions with a badger hair brush, working it into a dense foam. The sound of the blade against the stubble is like sandpaper on wood, a rhythmic rasping. Scrape, rinse, tap. Scrape, rinse, tap. I run my hand over my jawline. Smooth, glass smooth. I walk to the closet in the spare room. This is my staging area. My uniform hangs on a dedicated rack, separated from my civilian clothes. The shirt is navy blue, a polyester and cotton blend that resists wrinkles, but I iron it anyway. I set up the ironing board and plug in the iron. I wait for the small orange light to turn off, indicating the heat is ready. The hiss of the steam is the first loud noise of the morning. I press the iron down on the sleeve. I move it with deliberate, heavy strokes. I am creating a crease so sharp it could cut paper. This is not vanity. It is presence. When I walk onto the block, my appearance dictates the atmosphere. A sloppy guard invites chaos. A pristine guard commands order without speaking a word. I press the collar. I press the pockets. I inspect the buttons. Every thread must be aligned. I dress slowly. First the socks, black wool, pulled up over the calf. Then the trousers, fastened with a sturdy hook and eye. Then the shirt. I button it from the bottom up. I step into my boots. They are black leather, polished to a mirror shine the night before. I tie the laces tight, pulling them until the leather creates a firm embrace around my ankles. I tuck the laces in. Nothing hangs loose. The belt is next. It is the heaviest part of the wardrobe. It is wide, thick leather, reinforced to carry weight. I thread it through the loops of my trousers. The sound of leather sliding against fabric is a soft SHHH. I buckle it. Then I begin to attach the equipment. The radio holster snaps into place on my left hip. The pouch for my latex gloves goes on the back. The key ring holder, a solid metal clip, goes on the right. I do not carry a weapon. On the row, we do not bring guns inside. My authority is my voice, my posture, and the keys. I pick up the keys from the dresser. They are not the work keys. Those stay at the facility. These are the car keys, but they have a similar weight. I check my pockets. ID card, wallet, a small black notebook, a pen. I move to the kitchen. The house is still silent. The refrigerator hums, a steady companion. I take a canister of coffee beans from the pantry. I measure out exactly 40 grams of beans. I pour them into the grinder. I hold the button down for 12 seconds. I know the sound of the grind, changing from coarse chunks to fine sand. I pour the water into the reservoir of the machine. While it brews, I pack my lunch. It is the same meal I have packed for 8 years. A turkey sandwich on whole wheat bread, wrapped tightly in wax paper. An apple, green and tart. A bottle of water. I place them into a small cooler. The coffee finishes with a gurgle. I pour it into a stainless steel travel mug. The steam rises, smelling of roasted nuts and dark chocolate. I screw the lid on tight, checking the seal. I drink a glass of cold water standing at the sink, rinsing the interior of my mouth. I check the clock on the microwave. It is 4:15. I am exactly on schedule. I pick up my cooler and my mug. I walk to the back door. I punch the code into the security alarm panel to disarm it. The keypad beeps a confirmation. I step out into the garage. The air is cold and still. I get into my car, a reliable sedan with gray interior. I place the mug in the holder and the cooler on the passenger seat. I turn the key. The engine catches immediately, settling into a low idle. I do not turn on the radio. I prefer the quiet. I back out of the driveway, the tires crunching softly on the gravel before hitting the smooth asphalt of the street. The drive is 45 minutes. The first 10 minutes are through the sleeping suburbs. The houses are dark shapes against the sky, their windows black squares. The streetlights cast pools of orange light that I glide through, one by one. Light, dark, light, dark. The rhythm is hypnotic. I merge onto the highway. There are very few cars. I see the red taillights of a semi truck half a mile ahead, and the white headlights of a delivery van in my rearview mirror. We are the night shift, the early risers, the keepers of the infrastructure. I set the cruise control to exactly the speed limit. The car feels like it is floating, suspended on the road. The tires hum a constant note, a drone that vibrates gently through the steering wheel. I sip my coffee. It is hot and bitter, just right. The landscape changes as I leave the city limits. The concrete sound barriers and shopping centers give way to open fields and dense tree lines. The darkness here is deeper. The sky is a vast, starless expanse. I am driving into the void, moving away from the chaotic energy of the population centers and toward the isolated, controlled environment of the facility. I roll down the window an inch, the air rushing in smells of damp earth and pine needles. It is fresh and clean. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs, then roll the window back up, sealing the cabin. I see the facility before I arrive. It is a cluster of lights on the horizon, brighter than anything else for miles. It looks like a stadium or a small city. The sodium vapor lights wash everything in an amber glow. As I get closer, the details emerge. The high fences topped with razor wire that glint like silver thorns. The concrete watchtowers standing like silent sentinels. The massive, blocky shapes of the housing units. I turn off the highway and onto the access road. The surface changes here. It is smoother, maintained with federal precision. I approach the first checkpoint. A red stop sign stands illuminated by a floodlight. I bring the car to a complete halt. I roll down my window. The air here smells different. It smells of ozone and industrial cleaner. A guard steps out of the booth. I know him. It is Miller. He nods. I hold up my plastic ID card. He shines his flashlight on it, then on my face. The beam is bright, blinding for a second. "Good morning," he says. His voice is flat, professional. "Good morning," I reply. He waves me through. The heavy metal gate slides open on a motorized track. It rumbles, a deep mechanical growl. I drive through, and I watch in the rearview mirror as it slides shut behind me. I am inside the perimeter. I park in my assigned spot. It is the same spot I have used for 3 years. I turn off the engine. The silence rushes back in, ringing in my ears. I sit for a moment, finishing the last of my coffee. I take a breath, centering myself. I leave the civilian world in the car. The worries about bills, the leaky faucet at home, the news on the television. It all stays here, locked behind glass and steel. I step out. The wind is brisk. I grab my cooler. I walk toward the staff entrance. My boots strike the pavement with a solid, authoritative cadence. Click, click, click. The staff entrance is a heavy steel door with a small, reinforced window. I swipe my ID card through the reader. The light turns green. The magnetic lock disengages with a loud clack. I pull the handle. The door is heavy. It requires intention to open. I step into the vestibule. It is bright inside. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting a stark, shadowless illumination. The floors are linoleum, waxed to a high sheen, reflecting the lights like a frozen lake. I walk to the metal detector. I place my keys, my belt, and my cooler on the conveyor belt. I walk through the archway. It remains silent. I collect my items on the other side. I put my belt back on. I feel the weight settle on my hips. It feels correct. It feels like armor. I walk down the long central corridor. It is wide enough to drive a truck through. The walls are painted a two-tone scheme, glossy white on the top, slate gray on the bottom. My reflection walks beside me in the polished glass of the control room windows. I pass other staff members, a nurse in blue scrubs, a maintenance worker in green. We exchange nods. No one speaks loudly. The acoustics of the hallway amplify every sound. So, we have learned to move quietly. I reach the locker room. It smells of stale coffee and boot polish. I open my locker. The combination is a sequence of turns I can do with my eyes closed. Right 3, left 2, right 1. The lock pops open. I hang up my car keys. I take out my duty gear. First, the stab vest. It is a heavy Kevlar vest that goes under my shirt. I unbutton my shirt, slide the vest on, and fasten the Velcro straps across my ribs. Re-up stick. Re-up stick. It hugs my torso tight. It is a constant pressure, a reminder of where I am. I rebutton my shirt. I check my appearance in the small mirror, taped to the inside of the locker door. Perfect. I take my duty belt from the hook. This one holds the handcuffs, the pepper spray canister, and the heavy brass whistle. I swap it with my leather belt. The click of the buckle is sharp. I walk to the shift briefing room. It is 4:45. The night shift supervisor is there, along with the other officers coming on duty. We stand in rows. The briefing is short. Count is clear, the supervisor says. He reads a few notes from a clipboard. Maintenance is working on the ventilation in C block. Inmate Johnson has a medical appointment at 1000 hours. Keep it quiet today. We nod. We are dismissed. I head toward the S unit. This is my post. Death row. It is the most secure part of the facility. To get there, I have to pass through 3 more gates. I approach the first internal gate. I press the button on the intercom. S unit, day shift, I say. The voice from central control crackles back. Copy that. The buzzer sounds, a harsh electric vibration that lasts for 3 seconds. The lock releases. I slide the gate open. It is heavy steel bars, painted gray. It rolls on a track that is greased and smooth. I step into the sally port, a small cage between 2 gates. The first gate slides shut behind me and locks. Clang. I am trapped in the box for a moment. This is the safety protocol. Only 1 gate opens at a time. I wait. I hear the pneumatic hiss of the second gate unlocking. It slides open. I step out into the corridor of the S unit. The atmosphere here is different from the rest of the prison. In the general population blocks, there is always noise. Shouting, televisions, the slap of playing cards. But here it is quiet. It is a library quiet, a church quiet. The inmates here are in single cells for 23 hours a day. I walk to the control bubble at the center of the unit. The night shift officer, a man named Henderson, is sitting in the chair. He looks tired. His eyes are red-rimmed. He sees me and smiles, a genuine expression of relief. Morning, he says. Morning, I reply. How was the night? Quiet, he says. Not a peep. The radiator in cell 12 is clanking a bit, but that is it. He stands up and unclips the master keys from his belt. This is the most important moment of the morning. The transfer of control. The keys are on a large steel ring. There are 6 of them. They are oversized, made of brass, with complex teeth. They are the only things that open the doors in this unit. I hold out my hand. He drops the keys into my palm. They are heavy, cold, and smooth from years of handling. The metal warms instantly against my skin. I clip them onto my belt holder. The weight pulls at my right side. I am now in charge of the unit. Henderson gathers his things. Have a good one, he says. Get some sleep, I tell him. He walks out. I hear the Sally Port gates open, and close behind him. Buzz, clang, hiss, clang, then silence. I am alone in the bubble. I look out through the reinforced glass. The unit is a semicircle of cells, 2 tiers high. The lights are dimmed to a low setting, a soft blue night mode. I can see the shadows of the bars on the polished concrete floor. I sit down in the chair. It creaks softly. I adjust the height. I look at the monitors. 8 screens show me every corner of the unit. The showers, the exercise yard, the corridors. Nothing is moving. It is a still life painting of steel and concrete. I reach for the logbook. It is a large, bound ledger with lined pages. I pick up a black ballpoint pen. I check the digital clock on the wall. It is exactly 5 o'clock. I open the book to a fresh page. The paper is crisp. I press the pen to the paper. The ink flows smoothly. 0500, I write. Officer on duty. Count clear. Unit secure. I set the pen down. I lean back. I take a slow breath, smelling the floor wax and the faint, metallic scent of the ventilation system. The air conditioning hums a steady, white noise drone. It is a comforting sound, a sound of systems functioning perfectly. I look at the rows of cell doors. They are solid steel with small viewing windows. Behind them, 60 men are sleeping or awake, staring at the ceiling. It does not matter. They are secure. The walls are thick. The locks are engaged. I pick up my thermos and unscrew the lid. I pour a small cup of coffee. I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic. This is the best part of the day. The anticipation. The machine is running. The gears are meshed. I am the operator, and for now, everything is in its place. I watch the empty corridor. I listen to the hum. I wait for the day to begin. The transition from the administrative corridor to the housing unit is marked by the sound of air pressure. I stand before the heavy steel slider, waiting for the buzz. It comes, a low electrical hum, that vibrates through the soles of my boots. I pull the door open. It glides on a well-greased track, heavy but balanced. I step through, and the door slides shut behind me with a definitive, solid thud that seals the atmosphere. The air inside the unit is different. It is cooler, scrubbed clean by industrial filtration systems, carrying the faint, sterile scent of floor wax and stainless steel polish. This is my domain for the next 8 hours. This is the pod. I approach the control picket, a glass-enclosed booth that serves as the nerve center of the unit. The officer I am relieving, a man named Miller, is already standing, his logbook closed. We do not need to speak much. The transfer of authority is a ritual of objects and postures. First, the equipment. I unclip my personal keys from my belt loop and place them in my bag. I will not need them here. Here, I need the heavy brass. Miller hands me the Folger Atom key ring. It is a formidable loop of steel, holding 5 distinct keys. The primary key is large, oversized, with deep teeth cut into the brass. It is heavy in the palm, a tool designed for leverage and durability. The brass has warmed from his handling. It will cool as I carry it. I clip the ring to the leather keeper on my duty belt. The weight settles against my right hip, a familiar anchor. Next is the body alarm, a small black box that clips to the front of my shirt. I press the test button. A singular red light blinks once. Silence is confirmed. Miller points to the logbook. I pick up the black ballpoint pen, checking the tip to ensure no dried ink impedes the flow. I write the date and the time. 600 hours. Officer on duty. All secure. My handwriting is precise. Block letters staying strictly within the blue lines. There is a profound satisfaction in the uniformity of the text. Miller nods, gathers his things, and leaves the bubble. I am alone in the glass box, looking out over the 2 tiers of cells. The unit is silent. It is a silence constructed of thick concrete and heavy metal. The lights are dimmed to the night setting, a soft amber glow that washes over the polished concrete floor of the day room. The floor is impeccable. It reflects the amber, lights like a dark, still lake. My first task is the initial security check. I step out of the bubble and lock the door behind me. The click of the latch is sharp and crisp. I begin on the bottom tier. The walk is a rhythmic exercise. My boots are made of soft rubber soles that absorb the impact, allowing me to move almost soundlessly. I walk with a measured pace, my hands clasped loosely behind my back. I approach cell 1. I do not look through the bars. There are no bars here. There are solid steel doors with a narrow, vertical window of reinforced glass. I unclip my flashlight, a machined aluminum cylinder with a textured grip that feels rough and secure against my skin. I hold it in an overhand grip. I step up to the window. I do not shine the light directly into the sleeper's face. That is amateur work. I shine it at the ceiling of the cell. The beam hits the white concrete and diffuses, filling the small room with a soft, indirect glow. I look for the rise and fall of a chest. I look for skin tone. I look for the position of the hands. The inmate is asleep, lying on his right side, the gray wool blanket pulled up to his shoulder. I see the rhythmic expansion of his ribcage. In and out, in and out. Satisfied, I release the pressure on the flashlight button, and the darkness returns to the cell. I move to cell 2. Step, 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 pause. The rhythm takes over. It is a flow state of observation. Light on. Check the breathing. Light off. Move on. There is a meditative quality to this. The world outside does not exist. There is only the concrete path, the heavy steel doors, and the verification of life. I am the clockwork mechanism that keeps this world turning. I reach the end of the bottom tier. I turn and walk the stairs to the upper tier. The stairs are steel grating. They do not clang. They are bolted tight. My boots make a dull, thudding sound on the metal treads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. I turn at the landing. 5 more steps. The view from the top tier changes the perspective. I can see the geometry of the unit. The lines are straight. The angles are true. The symmetry appeals to the part of my brain that craves order. I continue the check on the top tier. Cell 12, Cell 13, Cell 14. At Cell 15, the inmate is awake. He is sitting on the edge of his bunk, reading a paperback book by the faint light coming from the gap under his door. I shine my light on the ceiling. He looks up, blinking slowly. He raises one hand, palm open, a universal sign of compliance and acknowledgement. I nod once. I release the light. I move on. The head count is perfect. Every soul is accounted for. Every lock is engaged. I return to the bubble. I sit in the ergonomic chair, the mesh backing supporting my spine. I look at the control panel. It is a board of buttons and lights. Every cell has a corresponding light. They are all green. Green means locked. Green means safe. I pick up the logbook again. 6:15. Head count completed. Count clear. I unscrew the top of my thermos. The steam rises, smelling of dark roast coffee. I pour a cup. The liquid is black and hot. I take a sip, letting the warmth spread through my chest. For the next 30 minutes, my job is simply to exist and to watch. I scan the monitors. There are 4 screens, cycling through various camera angles. The shower area, the exercise yard door, the sally port. The images are black and white, crisp and high definition. Nothing moves on the screens. The stillness is absolute. At 6:45, the rhythm changes. It is time for the morning meal. I hear the heavy clatter of the cart before I see it. The corridor door buzzes. The orderly, a trustee from a lower security unit, pushes the large stainless steel cart into the sally port. I press the button to open the inner door. The motor whirs and the heavy slider retracts. The cart is a marvel of institutional engineering. It is a heated, insulated box on heavy-duty caster wheels. It smells of oatmeal, toast, and hard-boiled eggs. The smell is not unpleasant. It is the smell of fuel. I step out to meet the orderly. We do not exchange pleasantries. He knows the routine. He backs the cart against the wall, sets the wheel brakes with a definitive click of his boot, and steps back to the designated yellow line painted on the floor. I approach the cart. The exterior steel is warm to the touch. I unlatch the door. Inside, the trays are stacked in perfect vertical columns. They are made of brown, insulated plastic, molded into compartments. The process of feeding is the most tactile part of the morning. It requires a specific sequence of movements to maintain safety. I load 5 trays onto a smaller, open rolling cart. I push the small cart to cell 1. This is the bean hole procedure. In the center of the solid steel door, at waist height, is a rectangular slot secured by a heavy lock. This is the only point of contact. I take the heavy brass key from my hip. I insert it into the slot lock. The mechanism is stiff, requiring a firm, deliberate twist. I feel the tumblers catch. I rotate the key 180 degrees. I pull the heavy steel flap down. It forms a small shelf. I pick up a tray. It is warm and solid. I place it on the shelf and slide it forward. The plastic scrapes smoothly against the steel. Ciao, I say. My voice is flat, devoid of emotion. It is simply a notification. From the darkness of the cell, a pair of hands appears. They take the tray. The hands withdraw. I lift the steel flap. I push it closed. I turn the key. I hear the deadbolt slam home. I pull on the flap to verify it is locked. It does not budge. I move to cell 2. Unlock. Drop flap. Slide tray. Ciao, hands take. Lift flap. Lock. Verify. The repetition is hypnotic. My body learns the distance between the cells. My arm knows exactly how much force is needed to turn the key. My hip knows the swing of the belt. At cell 5, the inmate is standing at the door. I see his eyes through the vertical window. He is waiting. When I open the slot, he does not snatch the tray. He waits for me to release it fully. The exchange is professional. There is a strange intimacy in this transfer of sustenance, mediated by steel and procedure. We are two components in the same machine, functioning in silence. I finish the bottom tier. I reload the small cart for the top tier. Pushing the cart up the ramp requires a steady forward lean. The wheels hum on the anti-slip surface of the ramp. I reach the top landing and turn the cart. The process repeats. Unlock, slide, lock. There is a rhythm to the sounds. The jingle of the keys, the thud of the flap, the slide of plastic. It creates a percussive beat that marks the passage of time. I am not thinking about the past or the future. I am entirely focused on the angle of the key and the alignment of the tray. When the last tray is delivered to cell 30, I return the small cart to the lower level. The orderly is waiting on the yellow line. I nod to him. He unlocks the brakes on the main cart and pushes it out. I watch him enter the sally port. I close the inner door. I wait for the outer door to open and close. The unit is secure once more. Now the unit wakes up. I hear the sounds of plastic spoons scraping against plastic trays. I hear the faint sound of running water as a toilet is flushed. The silence has been replaced by the low-level hum of living. I return to the bubble and pick up the logbook. 700 hours. Meal service completed. All secure. I take a cleaning wipe from a dispenser. It smells of lemon and antiseptic. I wipe down the counter of the control board. I wipe down the arms of my chair. I wipe down the handset of the telephone. I like things clean. I like the surfaces to shine. I sit back and watch the monitors. The sun is beginning to rise outside, invisible to us in the windowless block. But I know it is happening because the shift commander calls over the intercom. Control to Unit 4, the voice crackles. Prepare for yard release, Group A. Copy, Control, I reply. This is the next phase of the flow. Movement. I look at my schedule board. Group A consists of cells 1, 3, and 5. They are compatible. They have earned recreation time. I put on my heavy leather gloves. They are black, tight-fitting, and lined with Kevlar. I pull the Velcro strap tight around my wrist. The gloves heighten my sense of touch, compressing my fingers, making me feel ready. I walk to the door of cell 1. I look through the window. The inmate is standing at the back of the cell, facing the wall, his hands behind his head. This is the protocol. He is ready. I insert the key into the door lock. This is a different mechanism than the food slot. It is a paracentric keyway, complex and heavy. I turn the key. The sound is a loud, mechanical clack-thunk as the heavy bolts retract. I do not open the door. I press a button on my belt that signals the control board. The door pops open 2 inches. "Step back," I say. The inmate steps back towards the door, his hands still interlaced behind his head. I open the door fully. He steps out onto the tier. He stops. He waits. I move to cell 3. Unlock. Signal. Pop. Open. I move to cell 5. Unlock. Signal. Pop. Open. 3 men stand on the tier. They wear orange jumpsuits that are clean and pressed. They wear canvas slip-on shoes. They do not look at each other. They look at me. Walk, I say. They begin to walk towards the end of the tier, towards the recreation door. I walk behind them, maintaining a distance of exactly 6 feet. I am the shepherd. They are the flock. The sound of their canvas shoes is a soft, shuffling whisper against the concrete. My boots provide the bass line, a steady, authoritative cadence. We reach the recreation door. It leads to a small, high-walled concrete yard. The sky is visible through a heavy steel mesh roof. The air is fresh and cold. I unlock the yard door. They step through, one by one. They disperse into the small space. One walks to the pull-up bar. One begins to pace in circles. One simply stands and looks up at the slice of gray morning sky. I close the yard door. I lock it. I test the handle. It is solid. I look through the observation window. They are contained. They are safe. I am safe. I walk back to the bubble. The walk back is lighter. The unit feels emptier, though only 3 men are gone. I sit down. I check the time. 7:30. The morning has evaporated. The flow state has consumed 90 minutes in what felt like 10. I take the logbook. 7:30. Group A to yard. All secure. I pick up my coffee. It is still warm. I watch the monitors. I watch the lights on the board. Everything is green. Everything is in its place. There is a tool on the desk I have not used yet. It is the inventory checklist for the cleaning supplies. It is a laminated sheet. I pick up a dry erase marker. The cap makes a satisfying pop as I pull it off. I decide to inspect the janitor's closet. It is a small room next to the bubble. I unlock it. The smell of pine cleaner is strong and sharp. The mop bucket is yellow, sitting on 4 caster wheels. The mop head is white cotton, hanging upside down to dry. The broom is hung on a bracket. The dustpan is clipped to the broom. I touch the bristles of the broom. They are stiff and clean. I check the level of the blue cleaning fluid in the translucent jug. It is 3/4 full. I return to the desk. I check the box next to mop. I check the box next to broom. I check the box next to chemicals. The marker glides over the laminated plastic. The ink is dark and bold. I cap the marker. Snap. I sit back. I listen to the hum of the ventilation system. It is a white noise that blankets the mind, smoothing out the rough edges of thought. My hand rests on the polished formica of the desk. My other hand rests on the cool brass of the keys on my hip. I am a part of the architecture. I am as reliable as the steel, as consistent as the concrete. The radio on my shoulder chirps. Control to Unit 4. Nurse is en route for medication distribution. Copy, I say. I stand up. I adjust my belt. I feel the weight of the keys shift. I am ready. The rhythm continues. The flow is unbroken. I walk to the Sally Port door. I wait for the buzz. I wait for the click. I am the gatekeeper, and the day is just beginning. I watch the second hand on the wall clock sweep past the 12. It moves with a silent, sweeping motion, not a tick. Time here is fluid. It pours like syrup, thick and slow, but constant. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs with the filtered, conditioned air. I exhale slowly. My heart rate is slow. My hands are steady. This is the work, and I am good at it. I rest my hand on the door frame, feeling the cold, painted metal. I trace a small imperfection in the paint with my thumb. A tiny bubble of dried enamel. It is a microscopic detail in a macroscopic world of rigid order. The buzzer sounds. The lock disengages with a heavy metallic clunk. I pull the door open to welcome the nurse. "Good morning," I say. "Good morning," she replies. We begin. The cart rolls. The keys turn. The day flows on. The transition from the active count to the midday lull is not a sudden stop, but a gradual deceleration. It is the shifting of gears in a massive, well-oiled engine. At 1200 hours, the relief officer steps into the control bubble. I see him through the reinforced glass first, a silhouette against the monitors. I press the release button under the desk. The pneumatic hiss of the door seal breaking is sharp, followed by the heavy, rolling rumble of the steel slider retreating into the wall. Officer Miller nods to me. We do not need many words. We speak in the shorthand of the institution. All clear on the walk, I say. Count is solid. 2 maintenance requests filed for cell 4 and cell 9. Light bulbs. Miller accepts the clipboard. He scans the log, his eyes tracking the neat rows of my handwriting. He signs his initials at the bottom of the column, accepting custody of the tier. I unclip the heavy ring of block keys from my belt. The brass is warm from sitting against my hip. I hand them over. The metal clinks as they settle into his palm. It is a transfer of weight, both physical and metaphorical. For the next 45 minutes, the static and the silence of the row belong to him. I step out of the bubble. The air in the corridor leading to the administration wing feels different. It is less recycled, perhaps slightly warmer. The floor changes from the echoing polished concrete of the cell block to a dense, industrial tile that muffles the strike of my boots. I walk with a deliberate pace. There is no rushing here. Rushing invites error. Rushing implies an emergency, and my job is to ensure there are no emergencies. I reach the break room door. It is a standard solid wood door with a small, wire-reinforced window. I push it open. The room is empty, suspended in a state of perfectly preserved quiet. It smells of floor wax and stale coffee, a scent that is oddly comforting in its consistency. I move to my locker. The combination lock is cold under my thumb. I turn the dial. Right 3 turns to 10. Left 1 turn to 24. Right to 6. The shackle pops with a satisfying click. Inside, my personal items sit exactly where I left them. I retrieve my lunchbox, a sturdy hard plastic container that has served me for 7 years. I sit at the small circular table in the corner. It is white laminate with a chrome edge. I sit facing the door. It is a habit that never leaves you. The need to see who enters, even in a secure zone. I unzip the lunchbox. The sound of the zipper is loud in the small room. A rough, tearing noise that signals the official start of my downtime. I unpack my meal with the same precision I apply to a cell search. The napkin is unfolded and smoothed flat against the table surface to create a placemat. The sandwich is wrapped in wax paper. I peel back the paper, revealing the layers of roast beef, cheddar, and lettuce on rye bread. I prepared this at 0500 hours this morning in my kitchen. The bread has softened slightly, absorbing the moisture of the ingredients. I take a bite. It is good. Simple. I chew slowly, focusing on the texture. The sharp tang of the cheddar cuts through the savory heaviness of the beef. I am not just eating for fuel. I am grounding myself. In the high security block, my senses are tuned to threats, a shout, a smell of smoke, the clatter of metal. Here in the break room, I retune them to the mundane. The taste of rye, the coolness of the room. I have brought an apple as well, a large red apple with a thick skin. I pick it up, feeling its weight and smooth, waxy surface. I polish it against the sleeve of my uniform shirt, the fabric making a soft, sweeping sound against the fruit. When I bite into it, the crunch is resonant, vibrating through my jaw. It is a clean, organic sound, distinct from the mechanical noises of the prison. I reach for my thermos. I unscrew the cup from the top, then the inner stopper. Steam rises in a thin, twisting ribbon. The coffee is still hot, black and bitter. I pour it into the cup, The liquid is dark, almost opaque. I blow on the surface, watching the ripples spread outward to the rim. I take a sip. The heat spreads through my chest, chasing away the chill of the air conditioning. For 20 minutes, I do nothing but exist in this space. I stare at the vending machine across the room. The low hum of its cooling compressor is a steady, white noise drone. I watch the lights on the selection panel blink in a slow, rhythmic pattern. Red, red, green, red. It is hypnotic. My breathing slows. My shoulders drop an inch, releasing the tension held in the trapezius muscles. I do not look at my phone. I do not read a newspaper. I simply sit. This is the discipline of rest. To be completely present in the absence of duty is a skill. I listen to the building. Somewhere far off, I hear the dull thud of a heavy door closing, muted by layers of concrete and steel. It is a reminder of where I am, but it is distant enough to be ignored. When I have finished eating, I brush the crumbs from the table into my cupped hand and deposit them in the trash bin. I wipe the table with a paper towel and a spray of sanitizer. The mist settles on the laminate, smelling of lemon and alcohol. I wipe in circular motions, starting from the center and working my way out until the surface gleams under the fluorescent lights. I repack my lunchbox. I zip it shut. I place it back in the locker and snap the lock closed. I give the dial a spin to clear the tumblers. My break is not over, but the eating is done. Now comes the maintenance of the self. I walk to the small restroom attached to the break area. I wash my hands with the pink industrial soap from the dispenser. It smells of almonds and grit. I scrub my hands for a full 30 seconds, working the lather into the cuticles and up to the wrists. I rinse with cold water, feeling the shock of the temperature tighten my skin. I look in the mirror. My uniform is crisp. The creases in the shirt are still sharp. I adjust my collar. I check my belt. I run my thumbs along the leather, checking the placement of my pouches. Radio holder, glove pouch, flashlight ring. Everything is secure. Everything is ready. I step back out into the break room and check the clock on the wall. It is 12:40 hours. 5 minutes remaining. I spend these last 5 minutes standing by the window. This window does not look outside. It looks into a narrow maintenance corridor, but through a high clear-story window in that corridor, a single shaft of natural afternoon light cuts through the gloom. I watch the dust motes dancing in that beam of sunlight. They swirl in slow, chaotic orbits, suspended in the golden air. It is a small piece of the outside world, a reminder that the sun is moving across the sky. That time is passing normally out there, even if it feels frozen in here. The minute hand on the wall clock clicks to the 9. 12:45. Break is over. I exit the break room. The transition back is immediate. As soon as the door closes behind me, my posture shifts. I am taller. My gait is heavier. I walk back down the tiled hallway, the sound of my boots becoming authoritative again. I reach the airlock to the death row block. I press the buzzer. The camera above the door swivels to focus on my face. There is a pause, then the buzz of the electric strike. I pull the door open and step into the small vestibule. The door clicks shut behind me. I am trapped in the box for a moment until the inner door releases. This is the airlock procedure. One door must be fully secured before the next can open. It is a rhythm of safety. Click, buzz, clack. The inner door slides open. The atmosphere of the block hits me. It is cooler here, and the silence is heavier. It is the silence of 50 men waiting. Officer Miller sees me approaching. He stands up, unclipping the keys. We repeat the ritual in reverse. I take the keys. I feel the familiar weight return to my belt. All quiet, Miller says. No movement. I nod. I sign the logbook, marking my return to duty at 12:50 hours. Miller leaves, the heavy door rolling shut behind him. I am alone in the bubble again. The afternoon shift on the row has a different texture than the morning. The morning is about waking up, cleaning, the activity of the count. The afternoon is about endurance. It is slower, the light filtering through the high security. Windows changes angle, stretching long, angular shadows across the polished floor of the tier. I sit at the desk. It is time for the afternoon log maintenance and equipment checks. This is the paperwork side of custody, the trail of ink that proves we were here, that we did our job. I open the main logbook. It is a large, bound ledger with numbered pages. The paper is thick and cream-colored. I take my black ballpoint pen. I test the tip on a scrap piece of paper to ensure the ink is flowing smoothly. It is. I begin to review the entries from the morning. I verify that every movement was recorded. The nurse's round at 0800. The chaplain's visit to cell 12 at 0930. The meal tray delivery at 1100. My handwriting is small and blocky. I ensure that the loops of my 8s are closed and that my 7s have a distinct crossbar. Legibility is a requirement. In a place where years blend together, the logbook is the only true record of time. I turn the page to the equipment inventory section. Every shift, we verify the location and condition of the emergency gear stored in the control bubble. I stand up and move to the secure cabinet behind the desk. I unlock it with a small silver key from my ring. Inside, the equipment is arranged on racks. First, the handcuffs, 3 pairs, I take each one out. The metal is cool and smooth. I check the chain links, pulling them taut to ensure there are no cracks or signs of stress. I depress the locking bar. It moves freely. I ratchet the cuffs closed. Click, 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 click. The sound is sharp and precise. I use the key to unlock them, feeling the mechanism spring open. I wipe them down with a cloth and hang them back on their hooks. Next, the restraint belt. It is heavy leather with a steel D-ring. I run my hand along the length of the belt, checking for cracks in the leather or loose stitching. It is supple and strong. The buckle is brass. I polish it briefly with the cloth until it catches the light. I check the pepper spray canister. I do not test it, of course, but I check the pressure gauge. The needle is firmly in the green zone. I check the expiration date printed on the bottom. It is valid for another 18 months. I place it back in its holster. Finally, the flashlight. It is a long, heavy baton-style light, black aluminum, with a knurled grip. I press the rubberized button on the tail cap. The beam hits the far wall of the bubble, a concentrated circle of brilliant white light. I adjust the focus ring, twisting it until the edges of the circle are razor sharp. I turn it off and place it on the desk. I return to the logbook. I record the inventory check. Restraints intact. Chemical agents charged. Lighting functional. Time 13-15 hours. I sit back. The chair creaks softly. I look out at the tier. The block is in a state of suspended animation. Most of the inmates are resting or reading. I can see a few pairs of hands holding books through the bars. I can see a pair of feet resting on a bunk. There is no sound from the cells. The only sound in the bubble is the hum of the computer fans and the slow, rhythmic ticking of the analog clock on the wall. Tick, tick, tick. I pick up a stack of inmate request forms that were collected during the morning shift. These are small slips of yellow paper. They are requests for library books, for medical appointments, for commissary items. My job is to sort them. I read the first one, Cell 3, requesting a replacement toothbrush. The bristles on the current one are worn flat. I take a stamp from the carousel on the desk. It is a rubber stamp with a wooden handle. I press it into the red ink pad, then press it firmly onto the paper. Approved. The sound of the stamp hitting the desk is a solid, dull thud. I place the slip in the outgoing tray. The next one, Cell 7, requesting a legal call. I check the schedule on the wall. His attorney is approved for contact. I stamp the paper. Approved. Thud. The rhythm is satisfying. Read. Verify. Stamp. Sort. It is a process of ordering chaos. Each request is a small piece of a life that I am managing. I am not a judge. I am a clerk of their existence. I handle the paper with care, aligning the edges of the stack perfectly. I reach for the radio on my shoulder to perform the hourly communication check. I depress the button. The plastic clicks. Control, this is Unit 4. Status check. There is a brief burst of static, then the dispatcher's voice, clear and calm. Unit 4, status is clear. Copy that, Control. Unit 4 clear. I release the button. The silence rushes back in to fill the space left by the voices. I look down at my boots. In the light of the afternoon, I can see a smudge of dust on the left toe. I open the bottom drawer of the desk and retrieve a small tin of black polish and a horsehair brush. I do not take the boots off. I prop my foot up on the rung of the chair. I dab the brush into the polish. I apply it to the leather in small, tight circles. The smell of the polish is sharp, chemical, and waxy. It is a scent I associate with readiness. I work the polish into the leather, watching the dull spot disappear, replaced by a deep, dark shine. I brush vigorously, the bristles making a fast, scuffing sound. S-H-H-H, 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 S-H-H-H. I switch to the soft cloth. I buff the toe until I can see the reflection of the overhead lights in the black curve of the boot. I repeat the process on the right foot. When I am finished, I put the kit away. My boots are impeccable. It matters. It shows that I am attentive. If I care about my boots, I care about the rules. If I care about the rules, the inmates know I am watching. I stand up and walk to the glass. I look down the long corridor of the tier. The shadows have lengthened. The beam of sunlight from the clear-story windows is moving across the floor, inch by inch. It highlights the texture of the concrete, the scratches in the paint, the microscopic dust of the prison. I place my hands behind my back, clasping my wrist. I stand at parade rest, watching. Nothing is happening. That is the victory. The machine is running smooth. The hull is intact. I take a deep breath, inhaling the conditioned air. I exhale slowly. I am ready for the next count. I am ready for the afternoon routine. I am present. I am the watcher in the quiet. The afternoon stretches out before me. A long, calm road of procedure and protocol. And I am content to walk it. One step, one check, one log entry at a time. The light inside the unit never truly changes, but the atmosphere does. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The shift is entering its final hour. The aggressive, bright energy of the midday meal and the recreation rotations has settled into a low, steady hum. The air conditioning system cycles on, pushing a draft of cool, filtered air through the vents above the tier. It is the sound of the building breathing. I stand at the desk at the head of the pod, my hands resting on the cool laminate surface. My posture is relaxed but upright. I take a moment to survey the gallery. 2 tiers of cells, 12 on the bottom, 12 on the top. Every door is closed. Every heavy steel lock is engaged. The painted concrete floor shines under the fluorescent lights, reflecting the white bars like a mirror. It is clean. It is orderly. It is secure. I pick up the logbook. It is a heavy binder with a black hardcover, the corners worn soft from years of handling. I open it to the current date. The pages are a grid of times and observations, a paper trail of the day's routine. I uncap my pen. It is a reliable black ballpoint with a satisfying click mechanism. I press the tip to the paper. The ink flows smoothly, leaving a crisp, dark line. 1,600 hours. All inmates secured in cells. Count clear. Unit quiet. My handwriting is blocky and precise. I do not rush. Each letter is formed with intention. This log is the history of the day, the proof that the routine was followed, that the protocols were honored. I blow gently on the ink to ensure it is dry. Then I close the book. The heavy cover makes a muted thud against the stack of papers beneath it. It is time for the final walk. I step away from the desk. My boots are heavy, polished black leather. They strike the concrete floor with a rhythmic, solid cadence. Heel toe, heel toe. The sound echoes slightly in the cavernous space. A steady metronome marking the end of the shift. I walk the bottom tier first. I move from cell 1 to cell 2, keeping my pace slow. I do not look at the men inside as people, but as counts. I look for movement. I look for the rise and fall of a chest, a hand on a book, a figure seated at a desk. At cell 4, I see a shadow moving. I pause. The inmate is folding a blanket. He places it at the foot of his bunk. I nod to myself. I move on. I reach the end of the bottom tier and turn to the metal stairs. My hand grips the steel railing. It is smooth, painted a thick industrial gray. I pull myself up the steps. 1, 2, 3. My boots clang softly against the metal grates of the stairs. I reach the top landing. The view from here is comprehensive. I can see the tops of the tables in the common area below, the shine of the waxed floor, the geometry of the space. I walk the top tier. The routine is the same. Check the window. Verify the presence of the occupant. Check the lock mechanism. I run my fingers over the housing of the lock on cell 18. It is cold and solid. The red indicator strip is visible, confirming the bolt is thrown. Secure. I reach the end of the top tier and turn back. The walk back to the desk is lighter. The responsibility is slowly lifting. I have verified the count. The numbers match. The building is holding. I descend the stairs, the metal vibrating slightly under my weight. I return to the desk and sit down. I check the monitor screens. The cameras cycle through their views. The Sally Port, the recreation yard, the shower block. Everything is still. The screens cast a faint blue glow on my hands. At 16:30, the heavy steel door at the front of the unit buzzes. It is a loud, mechanical sound, followed by the heavy clank of the tumblers disengaging. The door swings open. It is the relief officer. He walks in, carrying his clear plastic bag with his lunch and his thermos. He looks fresh, his uniform pressed, his boots free of dust. We nod to each other. It is a silent acknowledgement of the transition. He sets his bag down on the side table. We stand together at the desk. I step back, yielding the space to him. This is the handover ritual. I point to the logbook. Count is 24, I say. All present. Maintenance was here at 1000 to fix the light in cell 7. It is done. No issues. He nods and steps up to the logbook. He checks my entry. He signs his name below mine, accepting the custody of the unit. The transfer of responsibility is complete. The weight of the 24 souls and the tons of concrete and steel shifts from my shoulders to his. I unclip the heavy set of unit keys from my belt. They jingle, a bright metallic sound. I hand them to him. He takes them and clips them to his belt. The sound is final. I am no longer the keeper of the keys. I pick up my personal bag. I walk toward the heavy door. The relief officer presses the button on the console. The buzzer sounds. The lock clanks. I push the door open. It is heavy, requiring a firm lean of the shoulder. I step into the corridor. The door swings shut behind me and locks with a resounding boom that vibrates through the floor. I am in the corridor now. The air here is different, slightly warmer. I walk down the long, linoleum-tiled hallway. The lights are evenly spaced, casting no shadows. I pass other officers coming on shift. We exchange brief nods, a silent fraternity of the rotation. I reach the central control bubble. It is a glass-enclosed fortress in the center of the facility. I approach the window. I slide my radio off my belt. It is a heavy, black brick of plastic and rubber. I place it in the charging cradle on the counter. The light on the charger turns from green to red. I am offline. I continue toward the exit. The journey out is a series of airlocks. I stand before the first gate. It is a wall of bars. I wait. The camera above pans down to look at me. The operator in central control verifies my identity. There is a pneumatic hiss, loud and sharp, like a truck brake releasing. The gate slides open on its track. a smooth, rolling rumble. I step into the entrapment area. The gate slides shut behind me. Hiss, clank. I am locked in a small square of space. I wait for the second gate to cycle. The interlock system ensures only one door is open at a time. The second gate hisses. It rolls open. I step through. I am in the administration building now. The floor changes from tile to low-pile carpet. The acoustics dampen. It is quieter here, more like an office than a fortress. I walk past the time clock. I take my badge from my pocket. I swipe it across the reader. A small beep confirms my departure. 16:45. The shift is officially over. I push through the double glass doors and step outside. The sensation is immediate. The air is real. It is late afternoon, and the sun is beginning its descent, casting long, golden shadows across the parking lot. The light is not fluorescent. It is warm and organic. I take a deep breath. The air smells of asphalt, pine trees, and distant cut grass. It does not smell of floor wax or industrial cleaner. I walk to my car. It is parked in the back row, facing the fence. My boots crunch on the gravel at the edge of the lot. I reach my vehicle. I unlock the door and pull the handle. The interior is warm from the sun. I slide into the driver's seat. The fabric is soft compared to the rigid office chair I sat in all day. I do not start the engine immediately. I sit for a moment in the silence of my own space. I close my eyes. I visualize the unit behind me. I visualize the walls, the gates, the count. I mentally place it all in a box and close the lid. I leave it there. It does not come home with me. I insert the key and turn the ignition. The engine catches with a smooth purr. I reverse out of the spot. I drive slowly toward the perimeter gate. I wave to the officer in the tower. He waves back. The final arm drops. I drive through. The drive home is a decompression chamber. I keep the radio off. I prefer the sound of the tires on the pavement and the wind rushing past the windows. I watch the landscape change. The high fences and razor wire give way to open fields. The fields give way to suburbs. The rigid geometry of the prison dissolves into the organic chaos of the world. I focus on the act of driving. My hands are at 10 and 2 on the wheel. I feel the texture of the leather wrap. I feel the vibration of the road. I signal for a turn. The indicator clicks. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I turn the wheel, feeling the weight of the car shift. It is a smooth, controlled motion. I arrive at my house. It is a small, sturdy structure with a porch and a green lawn. It looks welcoming. I pull into the driveway and turn off the engine. The silence returns, but it is a different kind of silence. It is peaceful, not watchful. I unlock my front door. The lock feels light and simple compared to the massive mechanisms I operated all day. A small key, a small turn, a small click. I step inside. The smell of home greets me. It is a blend of laundry detergent, old wood, and the lingering scent of morning coffee. I lock the door behind me. I hang my keys on the hook by the door. They settle with a gentle jingle. I head straight for the bedroom. It is time to shed the armor. I sit on the edge of the bed. I unlace my boots. I pull the laces loose, loop by loop, widening the opening. I pull my feet out. The relief is instant. My feet expand, breathing against the cool air. I place the boots in the closet, side by side, perfectly aligned. I stand up and unbuckle my belt. The heavy leather, weighed down by the pouches for gloves and cuffs, comes off. I coil it and place it on the shelf. I unbutton my uniform shirt. The fabric is stiff and starched. I peel it off and hang it up. I remove the white undershirt. I change into a pair of loose cotton sweatpants and a soft, worn t-shirt. The fabric feels incredibly light against my skin. There is no restriction, no collar pressing against my neck, no belt digging into my hips. I feel lighter, physically and mentally. I walk to the kitchen. I fill a kettle with water and place it on the stove. I listen to the sound of the flame catching, the low roar of the gas. I wait. The water begins to boil, a rising bubble of sound. I pour the water over a tea bag in a ceramic mug. The steam rises, carrying the scent of chamomile and honey. I take the mug to the living room. I sit on the couch. The cushions are soft and deep. I sink into them. I hold the warm mug in both hands, letting the heat seep into my palms. I sip the tea. It is hot and soothing. I stare out the window. The sun has set, and the sky is a deep, bruising purple. The streetlights are flickering on. I do not think about tomorrow. I do not think about the logbook or the count. I think about the warmth of the mug. I think about the softness of the rug under my bare feet. I think about the stillness of the house. I finish the tea. I wash the mug, the water warm and soapy on my hands. I dry it and place it in the cupboard. Every object in my home has its place, just as every object in the unit did. But here, the order is for comfort, not control. I move to the bathroom to brush my teeth. The bristles sound loud in the quiet house. I splash cold water on my face. I look in the mirror. My eyes are tired, but clear. I have done my job. I have kept the watch, and now the watch is over. I walk back to the bedroom. I pull back the covers of my bed. The sheets are cool cotton, white and crisp. I turn off the lamp. The room plunges into darkness, save for the sliver of moonlight coming through the blinds. I lie down. The mattress supports my back. I stretch out my legs. I let my arms fall to my sides. I feel the heavy pull of gravity. My body is sinking into the mattress, heavy and loose. I begin the final process of the day. I scan my body for tension. I start at my toes. I wiggle them, then let them go still. I feel the muscles in my calves relax. I let my thighs go heavy. I release the tension in my hips. I breathe in deeply through my nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hold it. I breathe out slowly through my mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel my chest rise and fall. The rhythm is slow and steady, like the tide. I relax my shoulders. I let them drop away from my ears. I relax my arms, feeling them sink into the mattress. I relax my hands, my fingers curling naturally. These hands have turned keys and written logs and opened gates. Now they do nothing. They simply rest. I relax my neck. I relax my jaw, unclamping my teeth. I smooth the skin on my forehead. I let my eyes rest heavy in their sockets. The silence of the house wraps around me like a blanket. There are no buzzing doors. There are no radios. There are no footsteps on steel. There is only the sound of my own breathing. In, out, in, out. My mind begins to drift. The images of the day soften and fade. The gray concrete walls dissolve into a soft, gray mist. The sharp lines of the fences blur. The world is no longer hard edges and bright lights. It is soft. It is dark. It is safe. I am safe. The house is locked. The world is outside. I am inside, in the warmth, in the quiet. The drift deepens. Thoughts become fragmented, floating away like leaves on a stream. I do not chase them. I let them go. A feeling of profound satisfaction washes over me. A day's work done well. A duty fulfilled. A rest earned. My breathing slows even further. My body is asleep before my mind is. The heaviness is total. I am anchored in the bed, warm and secure. The darkness is comforting. It is not an emptiness, but a presence. A soft velvet curtain drawn across the stage. The show is over. The lights are out. I sink deeper, down into the warmth, down into the quiet. The transition is seamless. One moment, I am aware of the pillow beneath my head. The next, I am floating, drifting, floating, sleeping.